Good morning and welcome to day 3 of the Digital Innovation Forum at ComoLake. So, over the previous 2 days, we've been on a really fascinating journey. We started on the first day, during which we formed a bridge. We built a bridge between science in terms of physics and theoretical physics and politics and business, enterprise. The aim being to disseminate the understandings that we can draw from our agenda and use them to build a new society, which is the digital society that is being built and will be with us for many decades. So we need to be very careful about how we manage this particular point in time. On day 2, we spoke about mobility, we talked about complex systems, we discussed how the study of complex systems, obviously talking about physics, can develop the dynamics of mobility and transportation systems. And on today, our third day, we're really getting to the crux of the construction of society in terms of the public service. So rather recently, I was lucky enough, and this is somewhat unusual, it's close but we never see it, I was lucky enough to go to the shores of the Caspian Sea, and I visited a site of petroglyphs dating 4,000 years back. And it was extraordinary because it's something like 30 kilometers long. And if you can, go visit this magnificent place where you can see these engravings that describe the lives of our primitive forefathers, who are much shorter than us. And you can see how they lived and how they described and sketched their everyday lives. They had problems with hunting, with fishing, basically the way their society was operated, and they very much described the future of their society based on how they had on their past. And we're a bit like that right now. I think that tells us how important this period of time is and how important this morning is, this morning's agenda is. We're working with the public administration, and this relationship will help us map the future for all of us. It'll very much depend on how we organize and manage the data of the present and the past. So we've spent the last 2 days looking at the computing potential that we're receiving from science and from technology, and obviously from the efforts that businesses are putting in to turn all that into the building of future societies. In our country, as we're well aware, what matters is how we define the public administration and how the public administration uses digital technologies in various communities and locations. Hence, we're starting today's agenda with a keynote speak from Caroli Sebastiano, Deputy Commissioner for Technological Innovation and Digitization of the State Regions Conference. He'll be telling us how important the regions are in coordinating digital policies at the local level.
Buongiorno a tutti. Per me è un grande piacere portare intanto il saluto della Conferenza delle Regioni e delle Province Autonome a questo forum dedicato all'innovazione digitale. Parlo oggi come coordinatore vicario della Commissione Innovazione Tecnologica e Digitalizzazione della Conferenza delle Regioni, ma parlo soprattutto come rappresentante di un'istituzione che ogni giorno vive sul proprio territorio la complessità
of an institution that lives the complexity of the digital transformation of the country, because we have realized that digital transition is not only a project where we must reconsider all the mechanisms of public administration, but it is a general approach safety of services, freedom of citizens, competitiveness of business, and also the competitiveness of public institutions. Italian regions have taken a leading role because they are the places where innovation becomes real. And so the European approaches are translated into real projects very close to local realities. I'll deal with, well, 4 key words. First of all, safety. Rather, security. Cybersecurity is strategic now. We cannot have all the value of our society, transferred in the digital world without guaranteeing cybersecurity, resilient cybersecurity. There can be no trust by people, by business in a system that is not resilient, that is not secure. Some years ago, Bill Gates, in his prophecies, said that in the digital transition we must invest. Well, for each dollar we invest in the digital industry, we must invest just as much for security. And this is food for thought, because in this respect, we have not calculated well enough. We must foresee important resources for that as well. Well, this security condition has an impact on all the strategic levers of the country: healthcare, transport, school, civil protection. All these conditions depend upon digital security. And so in this scenario, security is no longer a technical issue. It is a matter of resilient society. The NIS2, the European directive, tells us that digital resilience is a shared responsibility. So central systems protection is not enough. We need a security network that is widespread, involving local authorities, but also healthcare agencies, schools, critical infrastructures, management, and also businesses. So the providers of digital systems, must monitor risks all along the supply chain. Security must be guaranteed in an integrated way, exchange of information among all actors involved, because the supply chain of digital services is strong when every link in the chain is strong. As Conference of the Region, we support a joint approach to cyber community, common guidelines, reliable and coordinated infrastructures. Well, that has to do with technology, but not only technology. Possibly technology is not the most important part. You must be aware. There must be awareness, training, and coordination. Well, in this respect, PNRR provided an impressive thrust. The projects of the Mission 1.5 enabled regions to strengthen their security. They have monitoring networks, active defense centers, and operational centers as well. But, this leads to new skills, training, accident simulation, and shared risk analysis. And of course, this is not something that has to do only with PNRR, but it is the basis to create a long-lasting public security, coordination, prevention, and coordinated responsibility. And I repeat that because you cannot have protection if there is no trust in the public administration. Well, the other key word, apart from security, is digital sovereignty. This is a subject that has been discussed quite a lot, also considering the new quite complicated geopolitical theaters. As a country, Italy and Europe must be able to decide strategies autonomously, managing their own data and not depending upon platforms that are controlled elsewhere. And open software, open source software is essential. It is a choice of freedom and transparency, whereby institutions can innovate without being hindered by proprietary technologies or global providers. And so here comes the great revolution of AI, which is not just a frontier, but it is a reality requiring precise rules, methods, and responsibility. Europe, with the AI Act, decided upon the use of AI, considering risks, safeguard of rights, and transparency of systems. This is an approach we share. Innovation must not only be reliable, but explainable, transparent. And Italy is moving consistently in this direction. The mission of AI in public administration, our guidelines have a clear direction. We have quality public data, transparent models with interoperability and ethical principles. Italy, together with Europe, is working on sovereign infrastructures, so a system that can really take up the challenge of AI, conjugating technological innovation with public ethics and local development. Third keyword, data value. You cannot have AI if you don't have quality data. This may be the essential wealth of a country. And here I'd like to go back to what has just been said. Our journalist spoke about the Caspian Sea. Data tell us about the life of our territory, of our local realities, the needs of our citizens, the choices we must make. But if the data are fragmented among agencies and systems that do not have a dialogue, the new data spaces where public administration, research, and companies can share their data in a safe and transparent way. So not just digital archives, but places of collaboration where we get knowledge, innovation, and better services for citizens. In Italy, this is something that has already started. We have the national platform, the national data platform, enabling the administrations to have a dialogue among themselves. So it is an habilitating structure that is of paramount importance for our country. And many regions are also testing data sharing in areas like healthcare, the environment, mobility, and civil protection. In the Conference of the Regions, we have 4 projects with 4 regions as leaders, and they are testing these systems in the healthcare, but also in terms of resilience of local areas, so as to prevent and also to face climate change and all we see every day. So digital sovereignty has to do with this ability to transform the public data into a progress for the country as a whole. We have another key word, gigabyte society. The presence of digital infrastructures, important digital infrastructures that have a high computing power. The ultra broadband is not only a technical structure, but it's also the backbone for a new era of innovation, with a linkage to distributed systems whereby we can support real-time applications with low latency and increasing speed. The first progress, the first step forward in this country during the economic boom in the 60s was essentially due to the communication roads in this country, motorways. In 6 years, the Autostrada del Sole was built precisely in 6 years, and that, of course, accounted for the economic progress of this country. Now, infrastructures are essentially digital communication pathway. Thank you to the Gula Plan and the PNRR plan. We have been building an habilitating infrastructure for the whole country, giving the basis for economic development, and economic development that will be based on applications that are here already and future applications to come. The broadbanding is an essential tool to eliminate distance and really bringing public administration services to the homes, and so transforming that into a concrete value for citizens and companies. And it is a necessary precondition to guarantee the same development conditions all over the country. Big cities, metropolitan areas, but also in marginal areas or mountain areas. And to close, and I hope I've kept my time limit, so all these issues are taken together, are kept together by the idea of interinstitutional collaboration. Public administrations have gone their own ways, each of them their own way, its own way. And so now Italy must work as a single actor, at least in this respect, because you cannot do anything on your own. And digital transformation. Well, some years ago, in 2018, when I was given this delegation for information services in Friuli Venezia Giulia, they gave me this delegation telling me, well, people want to build roads, they want to deal with local autonomy and healthcare. In 2018, there were very few people who were interested in digitization. It was something I had to put up with. I mean, it was something you had to really put up with. But this is not something you put up with. It's a precise governance choice. We must have a single strategic vision, a constant commitment, and that applies to all parts of public administration, because regions must be an irreplaceable partner of the central state, not only testing new technologies in their areas, but also guaranteeing skills and opportunities, and these must be an essential value for local cohesion. So we need a country that can use technology, but can also transform into innovation into a long-lasting public value, a true accelerator for economic development, always having the control of their infrastructures in the full respect of people's rights and democracy. We cannot have a AI produced with data coming from other countries where there are different political situations. We must build a system with our data, but also based on all that we have created over the last centuries in terms of democracy and citizens' rights. This is the only way to win the challenge of the future. Thank you.
Okay, so this brings us this last comment and the last plea, that is to create artificial intelligence of our own, would be great. And this is something we heard about with Valeria Sande from Almawave on the first day. She talked about an AI system built to speak Italian, and also in terms of the cultural approach that's embedded in it. And it would be great to be able to use such AI systems to contain all the data concerning our past that sometimes seem to be shrouded in mystery, and could be explained. Yesterday, we were talking about Saudi Arabia and ancient writings that had never been deciphered. And AI, a Turkish AI system, was able to decipher them and disclose many interesting aspects of the past. And It's a bit like writings also in Pompeii. There are writings there that haven't yet been understood, deciphered, and we could put them into artificial intelligence systems to understand more about our own country as we're being told. That would really reveal interesting bits of our past. A past of ours that in some places are running the risk of being lost, thanks also to the abandonment of small towns. 80% of towns have less than 5,000 inhabitants. And if you know the towns along the Apennine chain, you'll know that many of these little villages and towns are losing their basic services. They don't have tobacconists, they don't have newsagents anymore, nor do they have a local police station that used to be present in all little towns. But as the towns are becoming ghost towns, they're moving elsewhere. And so they're losing many activities that used to be very active in the field of farming, and that's something we'll be talking about a bit later, by the by. Giuliano Noci from the Milan Polytechnic is going to be talking about artificial intelligence. He is involved in an activity where AI is already contributing significant strides in many countries, and as we will too here in Italy, and I'm sure Giuliano Noci will talk to us about technologies that come from many parts of the world and not just from one.
Allora.
Right. So I think we need, do we need a special commissioner like the previous speaker? Yes, I think we do. We certainly do in this country. Because despite all the efforts that have been put into the Recovery and Resilience Program here in Italy that did certainly improve things in terms of the digital transformation, there is still a great deal of work yet to do. And I would like to draw your attention to local communities, because Italian territories today, local communities, are truly struggling. We have 8,000 local entities here in Italy, of which 80% have more than 5,000 inhabitants. And we're seeing a sort of demographic desertification taking place. And it's happening not in Sicily, but in Lombardy. We're seeing ghost towns being developed due to lack of businesses, lack of activities in these towns, because public transportation systems don't function. Local administrations are inefficient. And why are they inefficient? Because basically 700,000 people are retiring over the next 3 years and will not be replaced by young people. 700,000 people will be retiring. And secondly, I'm talking about small towns that I know, because I'm working on a project with about 500 towns dotted around the Lombardy region. And when a local wins a position or earns a position somewhere else, they leave the town. And we're talking about jobs that they can, where they can earn 1,500 euros, and it's very hard to keep people in these small towns to man the desks in offices at local town halls and such. So that's the picture we're painting. If that's the case, and if AI is coming along to help us, what do we hope it will do? We have to hope that the organization of Italian local entities, local bodies, will follow the principle of representing AI with network economies and big data. What do we mean by network economies and big data? it means that we need to overcome this unfortunate situation with 8,000 local entities that were created by Napoleon Bonaparte. Can you believe it? Here we have local entities that were set up back then. And then we're coming along with the cloud. We're being told all about the cloud, okay? So creating network economies means at least becoming aware that a little town of 4,000 inhabitants at least needs to be able to share services with other towns. Otherwise, how can this local administrator adopt artificial intelligence? In some of these small towns, there's one main road, there's an undertaker, there is no secretary general in the city hall, and there are a couple of staff members. That's typical of small towns in Italy. How can we? It's pointless to be talking about AI when that's the backdrop. So I think the first thing that we need to understand is how to build a consortia, shared services that can enable there to be a better understanding and realization of the digital transformation process. The second crucial element, the way I see it, concerns a cultural transformation in the name of the digital transformation. Now, what do I mean by a cultural transformation in the name of a digital transformation? I mean that data has to be big data, big, B-I-G, and that is crucial. It's not an abstraction. It's not just a word that's bandied about. Let me tell you about what I'm dealing with right now. It's a subject of public transformation, and I think I mentioned it before. You have to know that oftentimes in the provinces of Lombardy that I'm dealing with, the architecture of transportation systems were set up a century ago. And they were set up on the basis of a circular system. Everything is circular with the town in the middle. But over the course of time, things have changed. And mayors have gone to their local public transportation departments and they've looked for solutions that suited them, and the end result has been mayhem. So it's a very simple equation. What we need are shared data models that, I mean, it's all very straightforward, it's simple, but it's exactly what we need. Otherwise, what's the point of coming to events like this and talking about miracles and wonders that can only be put in place in a handful of locations? We need to become aware and to realize that ownership of data doesn't mean power or an ability to monitor the territory. Sharing data and creating databases, big databases, is critical. It's crucial for creating towns and locations that are attractive to inhabitants. And the third point is one that I think applies to across the board. I'm about to roll out a project for the industrial renaissance of the country using artificial intelligence. Things are struggling in this country, business is struggling, and it applies to local administrations, public administrations, and also to enterprise. So the culture of data, that's the third point. I'm still seeing situations that take us back to the caveman. We're seeing poor quality data, we're seeing very poor quality data, we're seeing data that hasn't even been collected properly or collected at all, And then there's a question of interoperability, and it's a big question too. So the culture of data, cultural transformation, shared management systems of services and so on, all of these are, in some respects, the sine qua non for this country to truly conduct a transformation towards a digital future and to allow artificial intelligence to become a driving force, not only for change, but of development. And I'll close by saying that since AI is where we're heading, it's going to be like air. It is like the air we breathe. And we'll find AI everywhere we look. And where there is no AI, people will be suffocating. They won't be able to breathe. So, as I said, AI is marching, striding ahead. And whether we want it or not, it's striding ahead because we've got the situation of retirement. There won't be enough people to pay our pensions. There aren't enough people paying taxes. And small towns are losing applicants to be their mayors. So AI will be like the air we breathe. And there will be an extraordinary commissioner in this country for AI. There will be an extraordinary commissioner for AI in this country because as agentic AI, we're seeing that many staff members in public offices will be replaced by AI because young people are not keen to work in the mayor's office. And AI will become like an extraordinary commissioner because there will be a dire need for our towns to build scale and form networks. Thank you.
Bene, allora entriamo, diciamo, un po' di più nel...
Now we go in computer science, we are speaking about cloud technologies and parallel computing, high performance parallel computing, and how the two systems converge in AI with Marco Aldinucci, Torino University.
Grazie.
Thank you. Okay, this is a beautiful stage, and I'm thrilled to be here. I'm also in charge of AI at the University of Turin, Science Department, and we'll be talking about the enabling infrastructure for using AI. I'll be a professor for a couple of minutes, so this is what you usually see when you look at a calculation. It's one thing after the other. There's an instruction, and then you come to the conclusion. If I want to speed it up, what you generally do is use multiple processes. Okay, so let's take an algorithm, and I said to myself, let's take an algorithm like this one. It's how to make a tiramisu. So you make the coffee, then you dip the ladyfingers in the coffee, and so on and so forth. Let's say we want to do that faster. How do you speed up that process? Well, I can maybe have multiple cooks, or I can do certain jobs simultaneously, but not all of them. For example, I can dip the biscuits in the coffee, but I can't do that until I've made the coffee. And so what happens is this. I can shorten the time it takes to make the tiramisu, but not indefinitely. And here I'm sort of shortening it. So what are the machines we use today in artificial intelligence? What are supercomputers? Basically, they are machines with lots of cooks. They're machines where there are lots of cooks, but they don't solve the problem of having, you need to have algorithms that run on machines with multiple cooks, and that is not an easy thing. They are the ones that may solve the problem. Out there, I looked at Villaherba, and ChatGPT can do some things, but can't build a building like Villa Erba outside. So what's happening in Italy? Well, we're always whining in Italy, but in the case of supercomputing, we are number 2. We're the number 2 country in the world in terms of installed computing power. And I am there behind the camera. I'm taking the pictures. This is when we won the a prize for the biggest exascale computer. It's Leonardo. It was installed in 2022, and it's one of the most powerful supercomputers in Europe, but it's also more important to say that it's the most widely used in Italy. Mistral was trained there. Mistral is, I'm sure you're familiar with it. I don't need to tell you what Mistral is. It did cost money. Yes, it certainly did. Italy invested 120 million. The European Union added another 120 million, and we moved from 8% of a success rate in gathering EU funds to much more than that in 3 years. We account for about 15%. So we've gone from giving money to Germany to taking money from Germany. Pretty good investment, I would say. So what's all this for? Supercomputers do 2 things. They solve problems quicker, or they can solve bigger problems, more precisely. Let me give you an example, because really I don't have much time today. So they help us see further. This is Interstellar, the film. Some of you may have seen it. I saw it. It's a great film. And that over there is the black hole that you see in the film. And in terms of simulations, it costs something like 100 days of computing for every second frame of the film. And when the film was shot, nobody had ever seen a black hole. The first one was seen 5 years later, and there's the photo over there on the right. And you can see that it's very similar to the simulation on the left. So you can actually look into the future. And more than that, you can also see further in a different sense. This is a movie. We collaborate with ENI, and they're showing how you can find gas fields. And it's a bit like an X-ray underground, but it's 15 kilometers underground. And it's very hard to see what regular X-rays look like. You can imagine how hard it is when you're looking 15 kilometers underground. Basically, you're looking for some material, a bag of some spongy material encased in harder material, and that makes it more likely for there to be gas reserves. So ENI has used supercomputers, and ENI was the first company in the world in terms of installed computing capacity for many, many years, ahead of Microsoft and all the rest. Because for ENI, it was a big business. ENI, in fact, found an oil field very close to Egypt in a place that had already been explored by Total and Shell, which changed Egypt from an importer to an exporter of gas. And they're continuing to find sources near oil fields near Cyprus and elsewhere. So it's an enabling technology. It's an enabling technology that does have the same limitations as the tiramisu. ENI, like Total and all the others, use those algorithms, but their efficiency rate is lower. You need a very big machine, so that because the cooks need to expand. It's the red line. We're looking for a conjugate gradient. The machine is not always being used efficiently, and I can explain why. I can't say so, tell you about it now, there's no time, but do contact me later on today. And there's also matrix multiplication. You can see the efficiency of what a supercomputer computers can do. And this is the basic operation underlying these technologies and also GPT neural technologies. So we've got these current AI systems, and why do we need a supercomputer? Basically, it's because the current theory is that AI can solve increasingly complex problems using bigger and bigger models, much bigger models. And bigger models require more data so that they can train themselves. So how long does it take to train GTV or GPT, or let's take an Italian example. How long does it take? On the x-axis, I've got the GPUs, the size of the machine, and on the vertical, how long I take, the timing. So with a small machine, 30 years, 15 years, maybe, not so good. So I have to move towards the right-hand side of this slide for things to make sense. How much does it cost? This is what it costs. Look at the power utilization. One RAM, one training session may work, may not. 3 million, 2 million of euros in power. We're talking about the cost of the energy. So it's a very complex situation where you need investments, but it's also a game that is very high value. How much is the value? Well, look at this slide. I borrowed it from the university, Yale University, 2 weeks ago. And that's the value. It's huge. But its behavior is, at the moment, a bubble, because the big firms in America are starting to fall out of love. They don't see the return on investment of this technology. So let's take a close... Are they looking at what's going on very closely? Well, maybe, we don't know. This is what usually happens. And I drew this by hand. I do apologize for that. But sooner or later, it'll be a commodity. We'll all be using it, as someone said before. It'll be like the air. AI is here and is not going anywhere. We won't be able to get rid of it, but let's learn to use it properly. Really, that's my take-home message. And also, let's think about the large language models, because this is a statement from the head of... it's an article on large language models, and they're saying we can do it all. We've got everyone's data, and you need 20 times more data than the size of the model. I've only got 1 minute left, so I'll try to convey the main message. AI has changed the way we do things. Some are using it like a psychologist. This is when generative AI came to the picture in 2017, but it's also changing science. Science is more than pure research. It's chemistry, physics, agri-food, etc. And this is the utilization rate of AI in various sciences. Obviously also in medicine. This is a protein folding system that's never been seen so accurately using AI for the first time. This is an exercise we ran at the University of Turin. We introduced the first score for infarctions. It predicts heart attacks with an accuracy of 92%, and we tested it on 32,000 cases. And if you want to put your blood tests in the web and to see whether you'll be alive in a year's time, I'll tell you where to find this article, and you can find out. So I didn't do it myself, I have to be honest. But in 2023, it was adopted by the European Cardiology Society, and it's the first cardiology score, heart attack score, that is used in Europe, and we developed it at the University of Turin with local technologies and local scientists. So let me conclude by asking, how did we do it? How did we succeed? Well, before having this score, the idea was if you're older, you may have a heart attack and die. But we had excellent data, more than 35,000 cases of patients collected from patients all over Europe and etc. We used the AI factory. It's just started up. The investment was worth 430 million euros. And there's also the ACN investment, 70 million euros, because security is necessary. But for me, the main message is shown here. You can see the little dot at the very end, and this is my last slide. I think we need to see where we are on this curve. AI is necessary. We're all talking about it. In some respects, its behavior really is that of a bubble. I think that we in Italy are very strong on computing, but we need the data. We need more data. because to come up with a model for heart attacks, we need data on heart attacks, and to model the temperature of, I don't know, grapes on the vine, we need data on grapes on the vine. So why don't we do this? Why don't we start gathering that data without giving it away, which is what we usually end up doing. And then maybe, let's, all of us, industries and academia, let's try and turn it into a bit of a business, because that would not be bad. We need the data. Thank you.
Grazie e partiamo.
Thank you. And, well, after this invitation, we'll be considering digital sovereignty linked with cloud structures. Autonomy, trust, and innovation. The challenge of digital sovereignty goes through the cloud. There are many data center and cloud systems that we have and that are essentially American. Some of them are French. And since the American Cloud Act enables Americans to enter all their digital infrastructures all over the world, and we must also be aware of the fact that some OTT have sworn to the American Army in a new department. It is called Detachment 21, which is a new branch of the American Army made up of Meta, OpenAI, and Palantir engineers. And some of our data to keep our sovereignty must be kept in Italian data center. And now we give the floor to Stefano Sordi, who is the Director General of Aruba and Vice President of Aruba PEC. To start, well, considering these issues, well, in what ways can an Italian infrastructure guarantee the control of their data vis-à-vis companies and public administrations, let's say, if compared to global providers? The concept of digital sovereignty is the central issue. It looks like a buzzword, and we all use this word. It is an important term. It is part and parcel of the strategy of Europe, governments and public administration. From our viewpoint, it means controlling one's own data, protecting one's information assets with services and infrastructures that are reliable, secure, and of course in line with European regulations. Europe has already marked the way, so to speak. There is a direction, Data Act, Cyber Act, LS2, DORA, and there is more to come, whether we like it or not. So they define an ecosystem of digital services that must be secure, reliable, and in line with the rules. And this is the role Aruba wants to take. We are an Italian provider of data centers, and these are the data centers you see on the slide. These are cloud services that are on the European territory. In our case, they are in Italy. They must abide by some standards, maximum global standards. So that in some cases, they even go beyond it. And so and that also applies to the services we have in these data centers. You spoke about abiding these European rules, abiding by these European rules. So innovating and respecting European regulations. How can you do the two things together? Well, that essentially depends upon the ability of companies, customers and technological partners, when they know each other, when they have a relationship, when they have planned a model of service, an architecture of service that is planned together and that is based on parameters. And here we are speaking about digital sovereignty, a term that is in the agenda of all IT decision makers. And it's not just having the data in a given area. This is a concept we just had at the beginning. It is no longer only that. We must choose a technological partner that is in line with European regulations, and not so much to other regulations that may be conflicting vis-a-vis European regulations. So the services must be imagined, developed and maintained by people who stay here in Italy, not simply provided, not simply delivered, but precisely the core of the service must be in our area to have the control. And you must have a variety of technological partners technological partners that can give the resilience to the company. One final observation: we need a plurality of technologies, and by that I mean private, enterprise-grade technologies, open technologies, open source technologies, and the right mix of the two, because you may need the one or the other. When we need one of them, we must already have them available so that we can use them immediately. Well, again, public administration, what are the results you have already obtained with cloud services, IaaS and PaaS, and what does it mean? Well, many results. We work on the cloud market since 2011, when cloud was started, in fact, at the global level. We have many customers in Italy, we have many clients in Italy in the public administration and beyond. Our supply is a cloud supply, both IaaS and PaaS. So our clients have a variety, a plurality of services, and it is a very broad issue. As for digital sovereignty, they are in line with the required standards, and they are qualified according to the National Cybersecurity Agency up to level 3. We have 1, 2, but also QC 3. And the same goes for the infrastructure hosting them. It is a structure that reaches level 3, so even strategic data. So we cover all the needs, also including public administration, because level 3 concerns public administration essentially. And there is another element, because this typology, this supply is available for public administration through the CONSIP Convention. It is the framework agreement for IaaS and PaaS, because it's the first time that an Italian player uses this instrument together with the American providers. They are all American providers, but this year you also have an Italian provider, and that is Aruba, and we provide these services. And we could sign this convention because we have a comprehensive supply of services, it is qualified in line with the standards I mentioned before, so we have reached the necessary level to be, to open up to the public administration. Now, let's go to a more pleasant question. These immense infrastructures of data centers, they increasingly have a relationship with the areas where they are placed, and they stay there together with citizens. Well, in your approach, what is the relationship you have created between these infrastructures and the places where they are situated? I like your question. Well, because it enables me to tell something about this Orange network. We have partner data centers that are outside Italy, in Germany, in the UK, and in France. But the Italian data centers are campuses. They are not data centers, truly. So apart from the data center, we have other structures, auditoriums, offices, co-working spaces. And so companies can really come, but I'm not speaking just of companies, but also of the academy. They can visit, they can also work in there. This is another important element when we consider sovereignty, because you must have trust in services and infrastructures, and trust means you can go there, you can visit them, and many infrastructures where you have your data, well, you don't know where they are. Ours are visible, they're open. You can understand the model of innovation they have, and besides, they are absolutely compatible with the environmental situation they're in. Our data centers are green by design. This is a basic principle of our strategy, apart from performance, reliability, and digital sovereignty. And there is also the aspect of environmental compatibility. They are silent structures. They use energy coming from renewable sources. In some cases, even self-produced. We have a network of photovoltaic plants and hydroelectric power stations that feed our data centers. I wish to thank Stefano Sordi, and recently one of the services I prepared was a service I prepared, a production I prepared on a company that destroys documents. It looked like a film. There were all these companies coming there with these huge amounts of paper or hard disks, and they were destroyed in front of the owner. And so they were destroyed precisely in front of the person who had brought them, so that he was absolutely sure that all the documents, all the digitalized documents had been destroyed and could never be retrieved. It was in a way a symbol of the time we are going through, and I used it at the beginning of a very long reportage. And so we are speaking of this transition with Giuseppe Di Domenico, who is the head of business development of CSA Documenti.
Allora,
Okay, so let's take a look at how we can go from digital paper data and trusted data to hybrid processes, partly analog, partly digital. But how can we do that without slowing down the processes used by public administrations? Well, first of all, good morning. Yes, by hybrid documents, we are talking, we mean processes that contain different phases, different stages where documents are produced, analog documents, so paper, if you will, going back to what you were saying before. But then after that, they are native digital documents, or vice versa sometimes. The move is sometimes vice versa. all over the country, we still find a lot of paper in hospitals, like patient records. Hospitals sometimes have departments that now use electronic patient records, but other hospitals still use paper patient reports. So oftentimes, if the patient always goes to the surgical wards that are oftentimes further ahead, and they use electronic records, they produce information, data, and it becomes digital. But then if the same patient goes to general medicine, for example, what you'll find is a document is printed and the doctors will write on paper. And that creates serious criticalities. Before technology, this problem didn't exist. And just think that in Africa, where there aren't that many hospitals to start with, and the road networks are very bad, that was the first thing they did. You can take your phone, and you can use that phone because it contains all your patient records. Yes, of course, we have an Italian tradition, a rather complex past in that respect. We're very much focusing on these processes. I mean, what we do is take a structural view. We look at archives and where documents and data are stored to, if you will, reorganize that and give legal value to that data. Otherwise, you can print a file, but it's not valid for the Italian legal system, and sometimes, obviously, that causes problems. So we, in fact, have developed a methodology for digitizing and generating data that is legally acceptable and valid. But that's not all. What we also do is completely redesign, together with our clients, document flows so that we can support them on their digital journey. So it's a transition that obviously is taking place, and but it's also a cultural transition. And where do we see the greatest benefits for digitization? Well, there are many, many different fields. Data is cross-cutting. We find data wherever we go. And, of course, if you're talking about healthcare, going back to what we said before, and there are huge benefits because digitization creates a database that will bring together information and thus improve and save lives. Like in the Campania region, for the last 5 years, we're working on a project that is extremely important, and hopefully it will go forward in oncology. And we've developed a platform that manages different processes in the field of oncology. It manages the oncological patient record, and multidisciplinary approaches are developed in different hospitals. There are specialists who work all over the region and come together digitally, as it were, to discuss cases and discuss treatment. They discuss the patient intake. Oftentimes, they feel a little bit on their own, and then all the healthcare and treatment processes that come later. It's all digital. Now, that also means using data that was formerly on paper, and so it increases the efficiency of healthcare. And another area is in law enforcement and the legal system. We've put a great deal of effort into digitizing legal papers at the law enforcement agencies, together also with the local legal system. We've digitized documents quite extensively and created a digital archive without people having to actually go down into the basement of the police station to go through boxes of data. Culture. Again, this is another project financed by the Italian Recovery and Resilience Program in the field of the creation of a digital library. And we're digitizing millions of objects, 15 million museum pieces that we're putting online. We're talking about archives and museums and photographs even. All of these bits and pieces that we come across in our libraries, and that oftentimes are hard to use. But once the project is complete, all that information will be accessible. So it's what I was saying before, basically. We're revealing the mysteries of our past, and that will only be possible after, downstream of this phase. Yes, that's true. We have an artificial intelligence center, and since 2017, we've increasingly realized that AI works only if the data is present, it exists, and it also has to be good quality data. So that's what we're very much focusing on, to add value and reliability to the data, as you were saying before. So what active policies are being adopted in this field, and what tools should be used? Right. The government is making great effort. The 3-year plan for digitization has last focused on data interoperability and the usefulness of the data across the board. And something else that I think is important is AGID, the electronic ID. There's a great deal of support for public services, for the public administration, because oftentimes they're understaffed. These officers are understaffed. So strides are being made. We hope much more effort will be made going forward. We're also focusing on a procedure to be used by the Italian Mint, and the market has been demanding it, to digitize documents for the Italian Mint, and we are the main suppliers of the processes. So there are many, many tools around that make it possible to complete the process towards the digital documents. So that's it. Thank you so much to our guest, and let's hope that things do speed up, as he hopes they will, because it's simply not just a question of in the early days of digitization, it's not just a question of copying paper documents into electronic documents, making them electronic documents, but we're talking about the ability to acquire new knowledge and to convey and share new knowledge. Thank you so much. So let me invite our next speaker up to the stage, Nicola Mangia, market leader for Italy of DXC Technology. Services and solutions. Operating in 70 countries with 170,000 employees and 6 locations in 6 Italian cities.
Allora,
Good morning. What are the sectors where you see the biggest opportunities for digital innovation, and where do you feel Italy can be a trailblazer based on your model? Well, good morning, everyone, and thank you for the invitation. Hopefully, I will say something interesting to the young people here. We really would like to have on board the younger generations. We are a company that has been around in Italy for over 30 years. We have supported many customers, especially public administration. It mustn't have been easy. No, it certainly wasn't. Our approach is to be fully part of the country system as a whole. We have known each other at work for over 20 years, like a group of friends almost. And we have always tried to go a bit beyond technology, to try and provide digital services for the common good of our country. This is our contribution. One case in point relates to school. You said it at the beginning of the session. It's important to start well in advance, and you need to build on what you have and then go from there. Over the past few years, we have created services for schools, not only for students, but also for the parents, and that was the case 20 years ago. When the internet came around, back then we were young, and so we thought of doing something, of providing some services for students and families. So basically, what you see today is the result of solid infrastructures that existed a long time ago and that have been further developed. During COVID, we went further. We became partners. Being partners at a moment of contingency was meaningful. We worked with the healthcare. We worked for the Campania Regional Administration, and we developed some apps where citizens could book immunization sessions. And just think, in Campania, ambulances had their tablets and they knew exactly where to take people with COVID. So the idea is, the key idea is really to be willing to be part of this innovation process. The National Resilience and Recovery Plan is yielding some important results, and sometimes we don't even realize it. We're working with cultural heritage in different regions of Italy. That's very important for Italy and beyond Italy. We are also going through a particularly positive moment. We have become world leader. From Italy, Italy's always been, seen as, if you will, a backwards country. But other countries are looking at us for inspiration. And this certainly goes through talent retention. How do you manage to do that? Everyone is out to grab talents, and there's a bit of a brain drain from Italy for this specific sector. So how do you hold on to your talents? Mind you, innovation is not technology. Innovation is mainly connected to people. And that's why young people, the talents, are defining elements. What I was saying earlier is the following. I mean, what we achieved was possible because we created ecosystems where all of the players are on board, and I don't mean just administration, that includes also academia. The professor earlier put everything in very simple words. In all of that, young talents play a key role. Right from now, we create academies. We also define courses and curricula because we want to be with them, and that entails quite a major organizational change. The traditional hierarchies are no longer there. There is a way to interact, if you will. Organization is not the same thing as community, and young people really are key here because they have a different view on innovation, and we must not only listen to them, but we must somewhat buy into these ideas and subscribe to the small revolution, because if you go down this path, then you can see Italy not so much as a neighboring country, but as a country that can generate interesting elements. So a successful country when it comes to PA digitalization, and that can also be transposed to the private sector. And let's say that this is quite an unusual process.
Faccio anche un'altra domanda così di riflessione sua personale.
Let me ask you something personal. Is the country ready to have a public administration that is competitive vis-à-vis the private sector? Let's say tax agency, social security, and the rapid digitalization of the health sector. The creation of the e-record is a matter of competitiveness. You are solicited to go out and do tests. And basically the public health asks you to be part in the screening programs, and you need to adhere to that. And if you say you go to the private, well, you won't be part of the screening program anymore. What do you think about this? Answer: I think what is key is effectiveness on a day-to-day basis. If you make available services to support prevention and healthcare, well, that has an impact on the day-to-day life. Or App.io, which is also used to send tickets, fines. Well, it still is an important topic. Pagopia, it's an app to pay public services, has made a difference. Our foreign colleagues are very much surprised by this. In Italy, we are bringing about a change in the day-to-day life of our citizens. And we are extending what we're doing with the public administration to the private sector. You mustn't make this distinction between public and private. We need to think of the community as a whole. So, when services are designed, engineered, we need to bear in mind what would be the impact on the private sector. Think of the tourist sector. At long last, it will be possible to accompany tourists who are interested in Italy to get to know the Italian cultural heritage. Yesterday we heard from Mr. Puglia, Ministry of Transportation. He described a major initiative, that is to say the port network in Italy, so the Italian port network. Just think what major revolution is taking place. We are accompanying Italy in the transport sector. So basically here what happens is benefiting from public investment with a fallout on the system as a whole. And today Italy really has a key position in the Mediterranean, and having made this investment gives Italy and Italian companies the opportunity to take even more center stage in the Mediterranean. So this is a path we must all take. Thank you, Mr. Mangia.
Grazie. E io invito.
Let me call to the podium Mario Ronchetti, President and Chief Executive Officer of Athena Informatica. We're going to discuss again AI to meet the new social needs. Thank you.
Good morning. Hello. So, social needs and new ways of meeting them using digital technologies. Co-construction of welfare systems must aim to design new products and services and innovative services through cooperation between various actors on the public and private side. How can that happen? Well, yes, that's what we do. We specifically work in this sector, and digital platforms, in other words, for the welfare system. We primarily work for local public administrations, so municipalities and all the various departments, urban zoning departments and so on. And each town operates all that in differently. And over the past few years, all of the various socioeconomic indicators have been telling us that there are new needs to be met. There are new social needs. A couple of days ago, the Italian Statistics Bureau published figures on poverty, and about 10% of Italians live below the poverty line, in absolute poverty. So there's an increase in people's needs, and what we do is try to use digital platforms and technologies to meet those needs, or to help public administrations meet those needs. So in addition to poverty, what other needs could you talk to us about? Well, we have many targets, various targets, very diverse, because across the country there are very different situations from region to region, area to area. So we're talking about disability, adults experiencing difficulties, migrants, policies for migrants, training requirements, education and training. So a fragility, for example, and COVID told us that we are all frail, we're all fragile, and could all become fragile in circumstances like that. Can you give us an example of how the enablers like integrated platforms and data interoperability and monitoring systems, digital monitoring systems and all of that could broaden the efficiency of all of these actions? Yes, I would say that the new frontier before us is to bring all these parties, actors together within the welfare system, because in addition to the public administration itself and the public welfare system, we've got the volunteer sector, the third sector, supported by banking foundations, for example, or it's primarily funded by banks and banking foundations. And the digital platforms can really, in turn, be enablers for connecting all these different forms of systems that meet needs that popped up almost spontaneously. And with social streets, for example, social streets allow neighbours to come together, and then we have and talk about their local neighbourhoods. We've got also volunteer organisations, but they're all very fragmented, and so we think that these platforms can bring them together and create a virtuous setting for bringing together demand and supply and better managing new processes and new services. Okay, so let's talk about artificial intelligence. How can it be used for analysing and designing social plans, social planning, social projects? Yes, in fact, we are endeavouring to create new models using artificial generative AI in the planning phase. There we analyse data, we use AI to, in fact, map risks, and we use predictive algorithms to forecast scenarios and eventually adapt social interventions to the needs. And here we're talking oftentimes about individual people. Can you give us an example? Can you give us an example of something that you have achieved and that you're particularly proud of? Okay, well, we work for all the main cities of the country. Many social IT systems used by big cities are ours. And perhaps the most interesting aspect is opening up the platform to the third sector. And we're now on the verge of opening up to enterprise, because over the past few years, firms have adopted ERG policies, corporate welfare policies, and companies are investing money. And so bringing them onto citizens' websites and platforms means using these technologies as enablers, and they are quite significant ones at that. So what do we need? What is required? What do you need to continue rapid and effective and efficient way? Well, we've got our digital agenda coming from the Digital Transition Department. There's been a paradigm shift at national level, and local planning systems have also assisted us. I mean, the main feature of these platforms is that they have to encourage cooperation between public administrations, between different kinds of public bodies, and we hope that in the years to come they will also be extended outwards towards local communities. And the way the PND was developed, like the electronic patient record in healthcare, well, in public administration, something similar would be ideal for creating something like a social citizens record. So thank you so much. Thank you for being here with us. And let's move on. So now we've heard, and we've actually mentioned Pago PA, the app, the IO app, and the next speaker will be Alessandro Morica, sole administrator of Pago PA, and he'll be talking about interoperable platforms as a model for public innovations for individuals and organizations and administrations.
E per me, ecco, adesso si sente. Buongiorno.
Good morning, everyone. It is a great pleasure for me to be here at ComoLake and give my contribution, Pago PA's contribution on technology, innovation and digital services in the public sector. At Pago PA, we take seriously the challenge of making public services closer to people. The digital world is the key for a transparent public administration, which is able to answer in real time to people's needs. Over the past few years, thanks to the contribution of the public administration, companies and the citizens, and with the Department of the Digital Translation and Buddhist Department, we have demonstrated that some positives can come from digital PA. Our society, our company, produces many different platforms that make up the public administration. Think of a different let's say, breaking down the different aspects of public services can simplify the relationship between the government and citizens, notifications, welfare benefits, payments, and data management. These different platforms have been designed to be interoperable and to work with other platforms in the public administration. Each of them is developed with the very same standards that guarantee the same opportunities to citizens across Italy. The most mature certainly are the Pago PA for paying and receiving money, and App.io, App.io, which provides access to the digital services of the public administration, and that is helpful for millions of citizens on a daily basis. But I would like to focus on a couple of projects that I think are especially important. Point one, the choice of App.io for the IT wallet. The initial results are starting to be reaped. We gave the first announcement here at ComoLake last year, and that demonstrates that the synergy between public partners and European partners can truly be innovative. We've capitalized on this experience that we've built up with App.io over the years. App.io is used by more than 50% of Italian adults. And with App.io, we really work alongside many European partners and Italian partners alike. We activated 6.5 document functions, and we released 11 million digital documents. 1 year from the initial kickoff that we presented here, we are willing to move on and carry on with what we've done, so that we can enrich the people's experience with the wallet. The second key project is Send, the service for digital notification. The notification of administrative deeds is fully digitized. It's simplified, and it makes it easier for people and public administrations. Since its launch up until today, we have sent more than 20 million notifications on behalf of 6,000 entities, both centralized and local entities that are active on the platform. So we can really look with confidence at a digitalized public administration, starting from payments and all of the services that people and companies need. Our Send system is totally integrated with App.io and Pagopa. But the growth of this notification service, Send, really needs to be supported to reap the full potential. And that means that everyone must be on board, public administration, the people, and also decision makers that can really foster its circulation. The success of App.io being an IT wallet and the extent of Send show that digitalization can truly generate new opportunities for the country as a whole. And it's not just because I'm saying that. McKinsey carried out a study on this, and they gave accurate evidence of that. This generated savings for 135 million euros. That is due to savings for digital payments, management of legal disputes, and so 9 entities out of 10 acknowledge that our contribution really made a difference to innovation. 75% of users think that our platform improves the propensity to use digital channels for payments, with an increase of 22% in digital payments in southern Italy and the islands between 24 and 25. 7 users out of 10 from vulnerable areas of Italy said they benefited from accessing digital services. The impact on the market is not negligible. 2,500 new jobs were created in the ICT, so new job opportunities to the benefit of professionals. This impact on our ecosystem was only possible because the different platforms are interoperable through the national digital platform. Without that, we couldn't have achieved the objectives of the Italian digital agenda. We manage the interoperability of over 7,500 entities, and we guaranteed more than 800 million transactions, which means fewer requests on citizens. Now, using the principle of once only means easier, faster, safer access to services, and for entities it means better cooperation and the possibility to provide more effective services. This means that there can be standardized access, equal digital opportunities across Italy, changing the paradigm of the supply of public services and truly achieving a public and private partnership, which is the groundwork for a truly shared digital revolution. I think that events like these are fundamental to share vision, experience and best practices to keep building a faster, easier, fairer Italy. And thank you for your cooperation.
Grazie anche di questa considerazione. Lo penso anche.
Thank you for this consideration. I actually think exactly the same. So let us carry on in our journey through the Italian public administration with Michele Sciscioli, Chief Executive Officer of the Mint institution in Italy. Where shall I sit? Well, when you hear your title is pretty impressive, and it sounds also pretty, if you will, traditional. We've seen that outside at your stand, where you can do the digital ID in a matter of a few minutes, and that's the road we are going down. What is then the electronic ID, and how can it be part of the EU context? It is no longer a document that we use just to go from A to B, but it is something more. For starters, I would like to thank the city of Chernobyl because they made available their staff so that we can issue new electronic ID. And we started doing that last year. And we will try and do that a bit everywhere. We always talk about the distance between the institutions and the citizens. In agreement with the Ministry for the Digital Transformation, especially my dear colleague Borrelli. And so we really bridge this gap between citizens and the institutions. And we are making available here an excellent document to identify people. You said we moved from paper to the digital format. It is not just more convenient. It also entails simplification because it's the very same document that enables us to travel abroad. It can be used for physical face-to-face identification, but also for the digital identification of people. At the moment when the electronic ID is issued, some security parameters are released, which then enable us to access all those services in the PA, be it the tax agencies, national security, the different entities, even the e-health record. And so that is a way, a safe way for identification. Our app, CID, has never been cloned, has never been hacked, and there has been no data theft. I think that the road traced by the government is really the best way to highlight this trust relationship between citizens and central government. In what way the electronic ID is integrated with the IT wallet, and what added value can this integration provide people? A number of EU regulations, starting from last year's regulation, provides that at the end of 26 we should have an EU wallet valid across the whole Union. What does that mean? It means that citizens will be able to access a number of services across the 27 member states of the EU. And that must take place immediately in a simple, fast, safe and transparent way. And the electronic ID is the key to all of that. Through the ID, we can access the wallet. And this wallet, I'd say, is almost a safe, because the wallet will contain a number of certificates, documents, data, managed in a perfectly safe way that will enable us to pay for a fine, book a car in Italy or in Amsterdam, or even more simply, you could purchase any sort of service in Berlin. That is the future path. It is like carrying with you the certainty of a tool like this electronic ID and its relevant app means that we can act in a standardized way across Europe. What are the tangible benefits of this model for private companies, citizens, and PA? Well, point one is make people's life easier. Having a tool that makes available all of your data certified, ensuring the interoperability across different platforms. I listened with great interest to what Mr. Morica said, the CEO of Pagopia. We are working very closely with him, again, under the Department for the Digital Transformation. Having a one-stop shop, if you will, for all of the data is a great advantage. You can transfer data safely across different platforms. That means speeding up, stopping filling in forms. The other day, I went to a police station. That could be the case also for a citizen reporting something at the Carabinieri command. I had to fill in forms. What will the future look like? With the tools like the ID, the electronic ID, and the wallet, you can show an app without pulling out any document. So the public entity, but that applies also to companies, because we really need to focus on the services of companies. It is key to identify people clearly and in a fast way. So showing up at the police station and having to fill in a paper form and then input this data into another system. Just think, you have a safe app guaranteed by the chip of the ID. We produce them, and then we also customize them. It's 7 layers of polycarbonate with an integrated chip that with the NFC technology, it makes it possible to acknowledge that I have a mobile phone, I recognize the PIN, and I also have my physical card. So this interaction between physical and digital identity enables us to be 100% certain that I really have Laura Carfagna in front of me. Thank you for all of this. We're not just a number, but a given code will certainly simplify our life. Now, let me call to the podium Gaetano Rizzo, Head of Public Affairs of LUTEC, for an interview on digital sovereignty and AI and opportunities for the PA. Welcome.
Grazie.
Thank you. We have heard a lot during the morning. You are working a lot. We are working at the local level, and you have already been mentioned by other companies, and even today. And this makes us understand the type of interaction we have with the latest fusions and mergers. We have a group with 6,000 people in Italy, so we are present everywhere with background and skills that can help this overall digital transformation of Italy. What are the levers, in your opinion? I mean, with all the experience you have, what are the essential levers to make public administration more competitive? Essentially, three of them. The three pillars that are necessary for this digital transformation of public administration are the following. Having ready for AI infrastructure, and then the digital expertise that must be present both in employees of the public administration and citizens, so both in civil servants and citizens who must be able also to use digital services. And thirdly, the cooperation between public and private sector. We must create a sort of ecosystem to manage complexity. In what way would you imagine this cooperation, and how can they interact? Some examples, if possible, successful examples. Well, first, what I mean when I say infrastructures for AI. AI feeds on data. Computing with all the systems we have already heard about, the high-performance computers and so on. They are used to develop all the computing algorithms of AI. But that is not all. You must also have the infrastructure that is necessary to guarantee interoperability among all the systems. And an extremely developed computing power. So processes and expertise. When we speak about digital expertise, we are backward. Italy lags behind. We have carried out a joint study with Ambrosetti, and it's rather sad. We range 18th in Italy in terms of digital expertise. We must 15, 20 million Italians must be provided with these skills. There is about half of the population that hasn't got the baseline expertise. We can develop all the digital systems and offer innovative services, but we must have people, both among civil servants and citizens, who can use them. We have such a complexity that no one alone can manage this complexity. So it is necessary to have a cooperation between public institutions, companies, and universities. We can develop then proof of concept research projects, pilot tests, to develop innovative digital services. Do you have an interaction with ITS? We have interactions with many agencies and universities. We have an R&D group of more than 500 people that deal with developing systems of AI together with universities and public administration. As for digital expertise, we have developed an e-learning platform that is called Brain that can be placed in any agency, both public and private, either public or private. It may absorb standard processes or digitalized processes and create training material, specific training material depending on the role and the level of skills of individuals. And creating specialized training on the person, on the process, well, that would speed up the creation of the training material. And it also increases the possibility for people to absorb such skills during training. So it is a more developed type of digital training. Another practical project is digitization and automation of back office processes. We have been doing that with a number of companies in the public administration, and this has direct effects on the citizen. You were asking what is the function of the public administration. From a theoretical viewpoint, well, that should be improving the quality of life for us all, civil servants and citizens. And digitizing, automating, well, that would free resources because there are some people doing repetitive jobs that have no high added value, and all that can be sort of released so that these people can be used in far more important functions for citizens who have access to services. And on top of that, services are accelerated. It takes less time to go through a file. And on top of that, we can drastically reduce human mistakes. Because if everything is automated, you can have a solution for the citizen. And so also there is an increase in citizen satisfaction as well as life quality at large. Managing a file more rapidly and without having to go through a number of agencies. Well, we must create human-friendly digital services. Sometimes models that were created for the public sector are then adopted in the private sector. Is that true? Or is it a bias? Well, for example, the idea of innovation on AI learning, well, that started with public institutions. They needed to retrain staff when they had these more advanced systems. But then we realized that we could use that for also in home. We hire, say, 1,000 people. In the past, we had classes with one of us acting as a teacher with these young people that were exhausted after 40 hours in a classroom. They were exhausted. We all have cell phones, and so having a system that via cell phone enables us to provide services without having to go into a classroom, it also provides indications really to improve No, for example, that your driving license is perimetered and you discover that because there is a policeman stopping you. And so since we all have a cell phone, we should be able to receive a message from a central authority telling you, well, your driving license will be perimetered in 1 week time. And if you want to renew it, well, click here. This is what already happens if you have, I don't know, well, an more developed system could really improve the life quality of people. We thank LUTEC again. And now we have now a round table, the first round table of the day, and it will be chaired by Sara Bonifazio.
Buongiorno. Entriamo.
Good morning. We get closer and closer to AI because we're discussing here services for citizens and AI. We are going to discuss critical areas and future outlook. We're going to discuss that with Professor Raffiotta. He teaches innovation law of AI at Bicocca and is member of the coordination committee for the innovation strategy and the use of AI. From Oxford, we have Professor Victor Meyer Schönberger, who is focusing his research on governance with special emphasis on AI. Roberto De Persio, who is the head of coordination and development of the Reply Group, and especially is dealing with implementation of innovative solutions. Then Mr. Vincenzo Pinto, who is the head of the local administration market, is going to tell us how to bring AI to citizens. Mr. Redaelli, she is the head of Factory of Leonardo, where ideas take shape. And Tiziana Tornaghi, last but not least, General Manager, IBM Consulting, the division of the group that takes a company by the hand towards the digital transformation. Welcome, everyone. Let us try and frame this topic, starting from strategies. What strategies does Italy have in the field of AI and digital innovation? But more specifically, what role can this play in citizens' services? Thank you for giving me the floor, and congratulations for organizing this major event. In July 2023, Italy developed a national strategy for AI. This is an ambitious, extensive plan, part of which fed into Act 132 of 2025, the AI Act. This is a strategy for the whole country. We've heard it from the many speakers who took the floor. This is a disruptive technology that can truly make a difference and innovate our country. The strategy lists a number of risks, but it doesn't refer to the usual risks in terms of ethics. But the major risk for Italy is the risk of lagging behind, of not grasping this opportunity. I think this overall orientation is very important, and really, with this activity, the public services are taking center stage. In general, our public administration is seen as being ineffective. We heard it from Professor Noci and other speakers. Here, we can make a difference. We can innovate the public administration. I am a constitutional lawyer. To guarantee effectiveness and efficacy is really a key principle that public administration must guarantee. Another key topic is transparency. This is basically the overarching goal that we need to strive for. And it is enshrined in this law. But now we need to move onwards, to do deeds. We need to bring about a culture of innovation. I think the key problem in Italy is precisely that. These days, we discuss about informing citizens on the use of AI systems. There are, if you will, some elements of bureaucracy that come in the way, but that shouldn't happen because AI should free up time. It shouldn't create more problems or hurdles. This is quintessentially a cultural challenge. We must see the innovation as an opportunity, not a danger. Now, how do you see that in terms of public services? Well, absolutely. We can think of many services, mobility, public services. Those who interact with the public administration always are faced with PDF forms. We need to overcome that. If AI basically can automatize many of these processes, we will be rid of all of these forms and templates and provide effective answers. Also, think in terms of mobility. Traffic lights. Traffic lights are are set to precise timing. If you think of traffic lights that are actually being regulated based on the true traffic flows, that would be a major innovation. And so what do you see as a challenge, not only for the public administration, but especially for public administration at a local level? Hello, everyone. It is a true pleasure to be here with you today. We've tackled many challenges over the past few years, and we did quite well. According to the latest report, the EU Country Report 2025, Italy took a quantum leap in terms of the previous year, plus 15 points. So that's quite an achievement, and it's the result of the work performed by public entities, the government, and companies. On the one hand, there is a positive, achieving your goals. But if we then go down to the local level, you see that there are some situations that must still be managed. We worked very fast in the past, and that meant that we produced fragmented services. Yes, there were digital services, but they were like silos. They were not interoperable. And so that posed a governance problem in terms of managing all of those digital services. So what are key challenges for us? Point one, fragmentation, as I mentioned. We need to manage them by making services truly interoperable. To an issue of digital skills, I'm not referring to IT experts, we need staff, both in-house and external personnel, able to look at the data, understand them, and extrapolate or produce new added value services for our citizens. Technology helps us out on this front. AI really provides major support here. We're full of technology by now. What needs to happen next is harmonization. And then there's a third point, which we believe is very important, that is to say the local nature of Italy. Italy is like a mosaic with many different metropolitan areas, local entities, municipalities, regional administrations, and of course each geography has its own peculiarities, specificities, and each geography has their unique nature and also attraction for visitors. So what do we need to do? We need to get closer to these local specificities. We need to produce projects that are in a position to understand these local realities. We opened about 40 companies to be close to our customers. We released a few days ago the tourism portal for the Veneto Regional Administration. It's not just an information portal, but it actually supports tourist promotion for those who intend to travel to the Veneto area. Cybersecurity, of course, is yet another challenge. That's always been there, and it's here to stay. So what are we doing considering all of this? We have developed an app that will be launched next year. It's a platform called City for Citizen. It's a data-driven platform, and its overarching goal is to provide services. We've worked with data. We created vertical services, mobility, social mobility, and employment. The idea here is to support small municipalities that are at a disadvantage versus large cities. This is fully digital, and so it's, how can I say, very adaptable. Let's say that there is quite a lot of technology out there scattered all around Italy. The true challenge is govern the complexity of technology in Italy, so make them talk to each other.
Some models, a larger outlook by Professor Meyer. So what are the models that can inspire Europe and Italy? Have you got also vision of our country?
Thank you very much. I think the whole idea of looking for a model and then remodeling yourself on it is deeply flawed, because that means that you try to be somebody else. You need to be yourself. And only if you're yourself and become a better version of yourself, you can progress, advance, and evolve. I lived for a couple of years in Singapore and worked there, and the Singaporean government always said, we need to be moving ahead, go out, find the best practice, find us the best model, and we'll bring it to Singapore. That was almost always a stupid idea, because they brought a model, an idea to Singapore that did not fit the context, did not fit the conditions of the society and the economy there. So the real question is, what kind of a model do you need in Italy rather than what kind of a model can you adapt? Which means you need to think harder, but also you have the opportunity to be creative and to go beyond what others have been doing. When we think about innovation, innovation is hard, and AI cannot innovate for us. There is a hope among some people that AI can do the innovation for us. We can sit there and enjoy our Aperol spritz and look at the sunset. That is not going to happen. We need to innovate. AI cannot do it for us. In fact, many of the AI strategies that we see emerging in the European Union, but also in the United States and elsewhere, China included, is actually quite questionable because these AI strategies put forward a roadmap on how to go into the future without us knowing what AI actually is and what it really will do and achieve. It reminds me of the joke of a motorcyclist who is on his motorcycle and says, "I don't know where I'm going, but I'll be there faster." And of course, that's the wrong approach. We need to, if we don't know where we are going, we first need to think, what do we want to achieve? And if we don't know that, then we need to do two things, which is the core of innovation. We need to experiment, to try many things, and then we need to learn what worked and what didn't. So, for example, if in the United States, you have a lot of scale, you have a huge amount of computing power among a very small number of platforms, you may have the ability to create a very big platform, but you have the ability to create a very big platform, but you may not have enough experimentation. In Italy, you may have a lot of experimentation going on, a lot of different suggestions to go forward, but you may not be able to learn well from each other, so you need to emphasize the learning. In the United States, they need to emphasize the experimentation. Just because you have only 3 or 4 platforms anymore doesn't give you enough ideas. In Italy, you may have too many ideas. Now you need to learn what works and what doesn't. That means you need to have a strategy, an innovation strategy, that is clearly and carefully tailored to your conditions and your context in which you are. Don't go out and look for blueprints.
Thanks.
Greta Radaelli, forse una prima risposta.
Greta Radaelli, perhaps one initial answer comes from the Leonardo Labs.
Nel senso ci indicava il professore, da voi tutti bisogni.
So, what are the needs that you picked up locally and you basically brought into your lab and you're trying to develop solutions for them? Thank you, everyone. Our approach to the digital transformation goes through assets and competencies. So we then translated that into a center of excellence, which we call Advanced Cognitive Solutions. And this is to highlight that our ambition is to create models that are increasingly powerful, able to process huge amounts of data and transform them into insights. This is a bit like what we do on a daily basis. In real time, we process all of the sensory information we gather, and that enables us to get in touch with the, if you will, the surrounding context. But in order to do that, to develop use cases, etc., we need to have available a part of infrastructure that needs to be there, so that you can pair up competencies and assets, which really lies at the heart of Leonardo's technological transformation. Today, we identify topics like AI, supercomputing, and quantum computing. And we do that with our Center of Excellence. The Center of Excellence is like a conveyor belt between business intelligence, needs from private customers and public administration, and research bodies. This means we can acquire competencies, we can acquire insights into technological innovation, and at the same time, we can coordinate with the vision and the strategy at institutional level. So I think that we have these threefold roles. One, research, which enables us to develop technology innovation, which is then deployed by the companies to transform potential into models and solutions and infrastructure. And then the public administration to define data needs a large amount of data. And also, public entities can provide a strategic vision to this digital transformation, which is the umpteenth revolution that we are basically experiencing.
Essentially, what you are asked for mainly at present. Well, I believe there is there are two sides. First of all, there is the need to evolve in terms of processes, ChatGPT, and the impact that AI can have to simplify processes, essentially, access to documents, simplification of the access to information, document drafting. And on the other hand, there is also another need, creating solutions that were not even thinkable. So adding new features to the capability or to the skills of people to do their jobs. And so having a secure access to one's own data. So infrastructures are central. Mrs. Tornaghi. Well, we were told we must know where we want to go if we want to find our way, our own way. What really makes the difference? I'd like to go back to the idea of the public administration. What is the thing that can really help us move forward? After listening to these 2 days of activities, we have a public administration that must become more efficient and closer to citizens. It's obvious, in a way, that digital transformation and technology play a major role in this respect. What are we doing? We are working on data, as we have heard, this ability to compute, to integrate, and this is amplified by AI. And the extra bit, that is what we are developing at present, is AI via agents, using these agents not so much as assistants, but as elements helping us entering the decision-making processes of public administrations and institutions, without forgetting what the professor just said, the motorcycle rider, we must know where we want to go. And I go back to what you said before. And so skills, expertise. And that is why we designed services in the public administration that are not only reactive, but rather proactive. For example, we developed an agent at INAIL, helping companies to identify the different files for job safety. And that, of course, makes it possible to reduce the work of civil servants, or language models based on artificial intelligence, whereby secretariats and also the judiciary can find similarities in documents. And then there is a digital platform in Naples helping citizens at finding documents. But we are always also working, for example, in the area of city planning files. And then there is another problem we have heard about, quantum computing. And of course, this will lead to post-quantum cryptography. So the keys that we consider safe now will no longer guarantee any sort of security. And we are also considering what's going on in the European Union, but we have our own model enabling us to analyze critical situations so that the keys can still be useful, even though there is this huge amount of data. Well, this means, first of all, security, cybersecurity, data, infrastructures, and applications. And we have invested in our cyber academy in Rome. So I go back to this idea of expertise and skills. So security is a reality for us all. And we try to give as much training as possible. And so this is something for the present and for the future, so that the public administration can be closer to citizens.
Grazie mille. Abbiamo qualche esempio
Do we have any concrete examples? By that I mean some service or any impact that is, if you will, visible, that actually gives evidence of the fact that the PA has become more efficient due to AI. Certainly. Let me give you a quick introduction. Modernizing the public administration is not simple. AI is not a magic wand in a way. We've been on this market for some time now. We're kind of seniors in this market. I must say that we have done a lot. The public administration was modernized, digitized, but we need to think a bit about timing. We have tools, we have technology, we have AI, and certainly all of this means things happen faster, much faster. We can really be creative in the way we can deliver services immediately, but all of that must be underpinned by the data and the information that can help us train the models with a sufficient knowledge base. You asked me for some examples. I can tell you about inclusion, for instance. We're working on accessibility. We are making sure that the user interface of our web portals is more inclusive. We have digital assistants today. They speak almost naturally and they can interact very simply with foreigners, with elderly people, and that certainly brings the public administration closer to people. We have also implemented sign language translation services that can help out disabled people, deaf people in this case. So in real time, these people can have a translation into the sign language so that they can feel closer, actually. And then there are also agentic services, as our colleague said just a moment ago. They help the public administration clerks be faster and more effective. So they have assistants that can truly support the PA staff. For instance, we have systems today that can fill out forms automatically. Of course, they need to have, say, the patient's data. The patient or the person must access with the digital system. So people get a form already filled in, and on the other hand, the clerk can process the forms that are fine, that are compliant, and so speed helps. All of this frees up creativity. Today, we support the public administration and our clients in trying to figure out what they can automatize and what additional services they can offer. And this is much more fun today.
Divertente, stimolante.
Amusing and challenging. But dangerousness is coming again and again, even though we have tried to keep it outside, because we always have this fear that the closer we get to personal data, the more our rights are at risk. How can we reconcile efficiency and citizens' rights? Well, first of all, when we speak about rights, we must always remember that the citizens that have no efficient infrastructures and administrative services, that cannot enjoy the technology of innovation, have already a violation of their rights. So guaranteeing innovation also means guaranteeing citizens' rights. And this is the initial idea. Citizens are expect effective services, and we must have all the services being provided also in municipalities, guaranteeing efficiency. As for the protection of the person and his or her rights, in this respect, Europe made a very clear choice. There is a strategy. The motorcycle knows it must run at a given speed and reach a given objective. I was a member of the group that drew up the guidelines, the AI Act, so the European regulation on AI, regulating the use of AI and defines a governance not only of data but also of the users, setting limits and saying that some things cannot be done with AI. And when we use AI in public services, it is always a high risk. So you must have a well-controlled, well-managed technology. And on this aspect, I can say that in Europe, we made a very clear choice that is not as obvious in other situations. Mention was made of the United States. People say that the United States have no rules on AI. That is simply not true, because yes, there is no federal regulation, and that is true, but in the states, they are providing regulations, as in the case of privacy, where there is a fragmented regulation. In Europe, we have a common regulation, and the AI Act is precisely that, keeping technology under check, which means in companies or administrations having someone that, together with the strategy for developing project for the advantage of citizens, must check technology, telling there are some things that can be done, other things that cannot be done. So a governance system based on data protection, where man is at the very center, where there is always a supervision and also an explanation behind the decision. When we speak of public administration, this is even more important, or understanding why AI has reached a given decision on the rights of the people. So we must understand why. Of course, the final decision is up to man, because man has determined the administrative decision, because, of course, you can also ask the administration why they took such a decision, but they took it rapidly, also thanks to the technology. Professor Meyer, what is the point of equilibrium between big data, privacy, innovation, and provision of services? How can we find that?
Well, first of all, in many instances, data that is being necessary to train systems is not necessarily personally identifiable information. It can be sensor data, can be machine data, and that data, of course, needs to be made available also for the public sector. The public sector may think it has a lot of information, a lot of data, but actually it doesn't. And many of the public sector decisions are made with a dearth of data rather than with a superfluity of data. Secondly, in Europe, yes, we have decided to have data protection, and we have brought in the unbelievable dragon of the GDPR, and it was the wrong decision. Because 10 years later, most Europeans have decided to click OK whenever they're asked to submit cookies or provide personal information. They feel that they are at the will of the very large American platforms and have no say and have no right, despite the fact that we passed very stringent data protection laws, and the data protection laws in Europe actually inhibited the innovativeness of an entire industry and crippled our ability to be digitally sovereign. It was the wrong choice. It was an experiment, and it failed, and we need to suck up.
Grazie, thanks. Il tema della protezione dei dati.
Data protection and technological sovereignty. These two issues are central. What is your outlook on that? How can we protect them? And why have they become such an important resource, so much so that they need to be protected? At a historical moment that has, it was said, we have an increasing quantity of data, exponential quantity of data, And, well, all that implies, well, they're very important from the strategic viewpoint for our businesses, but for the country at large. And this is governed and monitored with regulations so that we can precisely regulate the use of this data, and the professor and the other colleagues mentioned it. But it's also clear that we need independence and sovereignty in controlling infrastructures and models using this data. So we must be able to guarantee that Italy can really be independent and having infrastructures that are present in Italy, but they are also governed and controlled by companies based in Italy. And Europe is moving in this direction, and this sensitivity is increasing. This year, they launched their first initiative that is called AI Gigafactory to build in Europe sovereign infrastructures, so controlled by companies that have a majority of Europeans. I mean, and they can control infrastructures and then develop increasingly complex model to compute our data. So by doing that, we can have European independence, as is the case for other critical infrastructures, such as energy. This is an example of how this sensitivity has been increasing also in the digital area. And Italy has already done something in this respect, because today we have the National Strategic Poll, and Leonardo is a member of it, and it is the first example of data infrastructure, of cloud, for the public administration. And it is a first example of sovereign infrastructure, and we have been able to create a first area of independence and sovereignty. Thank you.
Do we see this concept applied in PA? So PA that is efficient, safe, and close to people. Is this reality or? I think that a major step forward was made. Here is what I believe and what my company believes. In order to go down this path, there are necessary steps to be undertaken. The technology lever is not sufficient. One such component is what my colleague explained earlier. It's got to do with the culture and competences. If the PA staff and citizens do not develop the right skills, you are dominated by technology and not the other way around. So that is key, that is paramount. Education, education, education. Then there's a topic of ecosystem. We are based in Italy and we've been here for 100 years. So developing an ecosystem with the universities, with companies, is another key element that's already been mentioned. Third point, governance. Here, the administration can help us with the recovery and resilience plan and the digital strategy. Governance means ethics, transparency, and safety, as well as responsibility. I guess these are the key elements that we need to further this process. I think that in this way, with culture, the right ecosystem and the right governance system, I think that we can really bring about an efficient and safe public administration. Let's finish off with citizens, because we've discussed services to people. What is people's reaction? Do they actually see a difference, or can we still improve their experience? Well, certainly we need to do more. We can't just limit ourselves to online digital services. Digital services must be part and parcel of the trust citizens place in them. When I talk about entity, I tend to refer to city administration, local towns. So, say, speeding fine, paying taxes, etc. So, honestly, citizens do not see that much added value in what services the municipality can offer them. In many settings, this is happening already. How can we deal with the user experience topic? We need to go a bit beyond the standard. We need to make it transparent vis-à-vis citizens. There's a topic of aggregation, optimization of all of the resources available. There are municipalities with 10 portals, 10 different applications. That's already a first step that needs to be taken. And then there's an aspect of customization, and AI helps us out here. I am referring to in-house, I mean harmonizing administrative processes, and towards the outside as well. I mean services based on data analysis that can be developed for citizens. Let me give you a practical example. A given city, based on school data, healthcare data, can identify a number of households with high risk of school dropout. And so what can a municipality do? Free up some funds, they can get in touch with the households, or organize appointments with the social services and provide them with some subsidies, with some funds to help them out. So it's not just a matter of technology. The technology is there is a lot of it, but we need to learn how to use it and govern it. So when it comes to the user experience, that is good when the citizens feel engaged by the public administration. They don't actually have to seek the PA out. This is something we need to focus on. And again, you mustn't have a sort of wow effect. It simply must be there and look after the citizens.
So basically, the big question is, how do we go about all this? Well, thank you so much, everyone.
Allora, grazie.
Thank you so much. Let's now press on and move to the next special address from Gianni Domenici, CEO of Forum PA, and he'll be talking about anticipatory governance as a key to the future in public administration. So not just AI, not just generative AI, not just that, agentic AI, but let's take a look at how all this can be pulled together. Well, During the previous panel discussion, we learned that there needs to be a public administration that is more modern, more efficient, more proactive. We need to move from defensive bureaucracy, which we're still coming across on a daily basis, that does nothing but defend itself and sees change as a threat, to creative bureaucracy, which can look forward. Now, if we look at the current society, you've got plentiful metaphors, and they're always animals. They're all very complex, and here are some of them. So you've got the black swan. We now know all about the black swan. We learned about that with the pandemic. We thought that swans were all white, and then you came across a black swan, something quite unexpected. But next to the black swan, there are other interesting animals like the grey rhino, quite the opposite. This is not unexpected. We see rhinos, we know where they are, we can see them from a distance, we know they are a threat, but we don't really care much about them because they're out there, they're grazing somewhere until the time comes for them to charge you. So it's a threat, we're aware of it, but we underestimate it. The elephant in the room. Again, something very cumbersome, prevents us from moving around, but we pretend we don't see it. Like gender discrimination in the public administration. We know that it exists. We sort of overlook it and pretend it's not there. And then jellyfish. On their own, they seem to be minor threats until we are surrounded by jellyfish. And so we've got threats ahead of us. And what do they show us? That there is a great deal of complexity and uncertainty ahead of us. So apart from the metaphors, there are plenty of other approaches that have been looking into this for so long. The VUCA, the VUCA approach looked at complexity. VUCA moved to BANI, and for BANI, we went to RUPT, UPT, and this table sums them all up. From one to the next one, what do we see ahead of us? We've got an unstable world, ambiguous and uncertain, says the first one. And then fragility, incomprehensibility, etc., says BANI. And then we've got unpredictable, paradoxes, and entanglement, according to the third one. But apart from all of that, different words really talk about the same thing in many cases. A diagnosis of modern complexity, for example. The reality around us is increasingly difficult to interpret. Damasi said, it's not the context that's a problem, it's not the context that's in crisis, it's the way we interpret them that's in crisis. The limits of unpredictability. We have models showing us that complexity makes everything more difficult to predict. There is a need for new organizational capabilities and also personal capabilities. I heard this mentioned earlier, the need for proactivity. This is something I'll also touch on in a minute. Critiques towards deterministic thinking. There isn't always a cause-effect process that's linear. Sometimes you need a systemic approach, an iterative approach. And also, interestingly, nobody provides solutions. We're talking about approaches. Now, why am I saying this? Because public administrations are now facing a crossroads. And next year won't just be 2027 plus one in a linear process. It'll be an important year because we'll be at the end of a cycle. The Resilience and Recovery Plan, could we have done more? Could we have done it better? Could we have done it differently? But whatever, regardless, it was a great opportunity. And it led to innovations, investments and plans embedded in our public administration. But the question is, at the end of the cycle, what can we do to prevent everything going back to the way it was? How can we not waste the skills that we learnt? How do we make structural systems that were put together in an emergency situation? We saw the digitization process entering small towns and giving them innovative solutions for their citizens. How can we make sure that this is no longer extraordinary but routine and structural? And lastly, there will be fewer resources, but they won't disappear altogether. So how can we make routine resources, which are plentiful and historically have been poorly used, misused, how can we use them better and achieve greater impact? So, as I said, next year will be an important year. We need our public administration not just to manage emergencies, but predicts trends, needs. We need our public administration to identify future needs. The reason being that it's not just a question of simply sort of managing isolated emergencies, but as we said at the beginning, we've got the elephant in the room. We've got the white rhinos telling us. We've got black swans telling us that our management of complexity has to be ongoing. After so many years, there have been investments, but there have been divestments in the past in terms of losing jobs and skills. That's what's happened. And I can't tell you that we have to give up. We can't. We must look forward. We must look ahead. How can we do that? There are challenges before us. We've got AI and many other technologies ahead of us that hopefully will help us deal with challenges and predict them. And I think what we need is anticipatory governance, that's what I call it, which will build on legitimacy and decision-making skills, will deal with skills. And exactly what is anticipatory governance? It's the ability of public administrations to interpret weak signals. We're not talking about black swans. We need to know what's going on. We have to imagine alternative scenarios and prepare for change. So what are the keywords here? Prediction, collective intelligence, proactivity, systemic proactivity. So we're not just anticipating change. We have to be able not to endure change, but to steer it. So over the coming months and years, our public administrations need to steer change. They have to define scenarios. Very quickly, these are the theoretical roots of anticipatory governance. So in a complex world, history never repeats itself. It recreates itself. And as I was saying before, it's not just a question of making trends last longer. 2026 is not 2025 plus one. We need to understand what's going on and what is causing things to happen. We have to think outside the box. It's not just a buzzword, but it is a need for institutions, public administrations, private organizations. They need to be able to look ahead and acquire an ability to innovate, to be creative. They have to be able to imagine alternative scenarios, and creativity and creative thinking, taking me back to my first slide about defensive bureaucracy, moving to creative bureaucracy, it is an opportunity to build shared scenarios. We have to define what scenarios we want to see, share them, and then pursue them. So we don't just hope for things to happen, we need to make things happen. And this is, as we were saying before, we need to be able to manage major challenges such as these. Let me speed up a bit more because I see the minutes and seconds going by. So creative bureaucracy obviously needs to be lean. There are certain conditions for this to happen. There are 4 of them. Number 1, we need to create environments that are enabling and favourable. We could not possibly manage the future with the hierarchical type of bureaucracy and red tape we've had before in public administrations and in the private sector, because oftentimes they are the same. We need public administrations to attract young people, but truly attract them so that they can accept and welcome challenges before them. We need to we need to be able to foster the culture of innovation. And I always say this, innovation is like successful disobedience. It's learning a way of doing things, of making things differently. And so you have to be a disobedient innovator. In most organizations, public and private, innovators are kind of set aside. They're not encouraged, but we need to do the opposite. We need to welcome innovators. And of course, lastly, time management. This takes us quite beyond multitasking. This means that we're doing things, new things, novel things, quickly, and we also need teamwork. Our surveys have told us that if there is one main take-home message from the Recovery and Resilience Plan. It is the encouragement of teamwork. And I think many administrations have started working together, and as individuals and as public administrations as well. So it's like the ecosystem of innovation. This is something we need to look at so that we don't go back to baseline, to time zero. We don't go back to as things were before. So public administrations need to invest in themselves and invest in people as they look forward. As the previous panel told us, it means acquiring skills, it means bringing in new energy, and there are competitions being run now to hire people, and we need to leave plenty of room for innovation. Thank you.
Grazie. E allora andiamo.
Thank you. Let's move on to the second speaker of this session, Mr. Diego Antonini, Administrator or Single Executive Director of INCL. Good morning, everyone. Today, we've listened to many interesting contributions about digital sovereignty. This is something I'd like to expand on, elaborate on, from a slightly different perspective. That is to say, from a perspective of somebody who needs to get things done. I represent here the regional administration of Friuli Venezia Giulia. INCL is their in-house company, and I represent here also the ICT in-house companies, publicly owned companies that are active in this country, and we've been active for a long time. INCL was incorporated in 1974. Now, digital sovereignty. Let's start from the basics. Data. Data are the key component for artificial intelligence. We have a lot of data. We have built up data over many years. We have all sorts of data, including sensitive data. In the Friuli Venezia Giulia, we have all of the discharge letters of people from 1976 onwards. You might remember that in 1976 there was an earthquake in the Friuli Venezia Giulia, and so the regional administration decided that it was best to have a centralized system for the management of healthcare. So as of 1976, we kept it up. But digital sovereignty is very important, because if we talk about data storage, that's key. We heard some ideas according to which public data centers was something that needed to be reduced, if not done away with. And that to the advantage of cloud services. It would have been a game changer. We weren't in agreement. It's true. In Italy, over the years, we had public data centers, as they used to be called. That was certainly not fit for purpose. We stored data in basements with water leakages and so on. Over time, however, some entities built adequate infrastructure that are managed in a very professional and competent way. So, let me speak on behalf of in-house public companies. We have done a good job over the past few years on this. What does that mean? It means that many of us have certified data centers, certified by ACN. We are competent, qualified for managing sensitive data. Some of us have certification for level 1, so strategic data storage. So the infrastructure is there and it works. And now, what are we trying to do? In agreement with the Conference of the Italian Regions, we have started a conversation with the Department for the Digital Innovation. They have been very open, and we're opening up to the idea of a federation. Let me share with you a practical example. We have certified infrastructure that were built over time, and we used public monies to do that, because although the in-house is a private company, because sometimes we are considered market operators, but we're not that. So by using public monies, we built this infrastructure. We did not only build them, but we keep maintaining them. Let's assume that a given moment in time, some of us might need to use space in a federated way. Could be for computational purposes or storage. Spaces that were built by another in-house company, just like us, either regionally owned or locally owned, anyway, public. The problem is that this sort of federation is not feasible. Since we are considered private operators, that is a problem, because if our in-house wants to use the services of another in-house, call for tenders must be published, unless you go through the regional administration, but that would be a bit of a bureaucratic headache. So this approach, this syndication or federation, can be done, but we need the right tools to do that. The central government passed a law which enables to do this sort of exchange for AI, but we're not only talking about AI, we are talking about run-of-the-mill activities that everyone does. Disaster recovery, a copy of data. So having, as I said, a syndicated, federated structure that is able to interact with other central or regional activities, such as the strategic national pole, just to give you an example. So the idea is to have a single vision of what we are doing. This is not easy. When we purchase something, I want to share this very openly. When our company purchases goods and products from the markets, we need to comply with a number of rules. We have the Code of Contracts, we have the rules of ACN, we have the AGID rules and ANAC rules. All of these sets of rules are sometimes clashing a bit. At the moment, we are seeing an explosion of regulations on AI. But let me tell you, very honestly, these regulations should entice us to use this technology. But sometimes the impact of so many regulations is scary, in the sense that people feel daunted by the sheer, level of compliance. And there's also a topic of geopolitics. This is something that has already been mentioned by the previous speakers. Today, we need to factor in geopolitics, digital sovereignty. And I turn to suppliers and vendors here. Digital sovereignty cannot be achieved by subscribing licenses. We provide digital public services. Acquiring these subscriptions, apart from the OPEX spiking. And so we're wondering at the end of the National Recovery Plan what is going to happen. Let's hope we will have the money to keep up this. This is not an investment. This is a linear request over the years. Actually, it will increase over time. All of these services have sensitive increases, so costs are expected to grow in a considerable way. We think it would be we need a sort of change in the market, a sort of a disruptive moment. Italy and Europe are lagging behind, considering what is happening in the US or China. And mind you, India is also growing. So the current moment, with all of the problems underway and this fluid geopolitics, could be a bit of a disruptive moment so that Europe and Italy can make up for the lost ground. And so the idea is to make the most of startups, new ideas, and find ways to fund these new realities. And why not to purchase these startups by European and Italian companies or consortia, so that we can truly have freedom of choice, so that we operators can pick and choose the solution that best fits our needs, also in terms of data safety. And it would be also reassuring to know that those who will provide these services will comply with the EU regulations. With this wish, I would like to thank you all, and I would like to thank you.
Right, so let's now go on with our next speaker. The first interview of the session with Raffaele Primo, Public Sector Managing Director of TXT, an IT company. Welcome. Thank you so much. Hello. So TXT is rolling out a hub, a skills hub for the digital transfer, the transfer of digital technology to the public administration. What's your vision, and what do you think digital sovereignty is? Well, the TXT group over the past few years has grown significantly, organically and inorganically. So I'm starting out by making this statement because one of the markets of the TXT group, one of the leading markets, is public administrations. So this has led us to think about the best model to be adopted to interpret that market. And public administrations are quite unique. They have certain characteristic features, including the need for strategic governance, a single strategic governance. So the structure was set up within TXT. It's called Public Sector, and it's a governance system for public administrations operating on the market. So today, we're dealing with the market. We're providing end-to-end consultancy from strategic to interoperability services and also infrastructure deliveries. It's an entirely Italian-owned company. So this takes me back to digital sovereignty. Being a totally Italian government working with public administrations, I think this is a huge plus for us and for the country. Much depends on how our role is interpreted and how digital sovereignty is interpreted. Data sovereignty is at the center. It's a procedural element, and when we're talking about, and also the posture, in other words, it's the way we approach public administrations, because I think it is crucial not to work for public administrations, but with them. And in other words, when you set up plans, programs, you're not delivering something turnkey. it's the end of a shared experience, and that's how you find processes that are safe, that are efficient, and that safeguard data and are sustainable. So your approach covers the entire life cycle of change, from strategy to execution, governance, and training. So where do you think there is the biggest demand for innovation in our public administration? Today, I think the main demands of public administrations are to find enabling technologies. And of course, this doesn't answer all of your question, because I think your question covered pretty much everything from A to Z. So there's not just one demand. Perhaps we should be asking what technologies are required today. Artificial intelligence is the one that's the most popular, of course. It will occupy increasing amounts of space in our lives and work. But as has already been said, Italy is not doing too badly from the regulatory standpoint. But we are running much faster than the regulatory authorities are. And of course, every actor, every player, every stakeholder in the public administration needs to take all this on board, because we are Italian citizens first and foremost. And so we have to do this job in the belief that our plans will be of use to the country. These must not jeopardize our data. Our plans and projects must have significant favorable social impacts. That's the only way to achieve sustainability. Okay, so for example, earlier we were talking about the Inland Revenue Agency in Italy and social welfare. What are the most advanced corners of the public administration, and which ones need the most help? Well, certainly the central public administration is the driving force. You mentioned a few very important agencies and bodies. Of course, they are paving the way, and behind them come all the others. Today, I'm not seeing so much a problem, but something that certainly needs reinterpreting, and that is local entities, small towns, small town councils. Today, the way I see it at least, today I think the regulations need to be revised to reinterpret how the digital transformation can transit from the centre to the periphery, and also service organisation. That's also crucial. Today, being a citizen depends very much on how we deal with public administrations. Feeling like citizens depends upon how we deal with public administrations. And that applies primarily to myself, but particularly my children, who are not seeing much difference between dealing with public administrations online and the way they use apps and so on everywhere else. Public administrations know that there are shortcomings and gaps, but there is a need for investments and also change management. So how do you build a sustainable approach towards training, education and training, or between education and training and compliance with the European rules and regulations? Well, a sustainable approach calls for shared participation in projects. When we design strategies for a client, we do it with them. We speak with the clients. We speak with the officers involved. We speak with people, and we design processes that make sense for the public administration and the population. So sustainability is not just financial sustainability. Sustainability must be measured based upon its impacts, the fallout. When you talk about sustainability today, and I'll give you a very simple example, when you talk about healthcare, for example, what is sustainability in the healthcare system? Is it hospitals with financial statements that are profitable, that are working, that are okay? But profitable hospitals don't always translate into delivering good care. Sustainability for hospitals can mean different things to different people. So I think it needs to be analysed and tailored better to the subject that we're talking about. Why did you feel the need? Why did you feel the need to create a skills hub? What is the problem that is most commonly encountered in terms of skills? Well, at this particular historic moment, our formula, I think, is the best one for ourselves as a group, but also for our end clients. We are somewhat flexible. We're very quick in what we do. Of course, if a regulatory framework like the tendering process were to speed up the pace of change, well, we will have a skills hub, and it will be extremely cohesive because already we're working with various public administrations on various subjects. We've got more than 500 clients that are public administrations at the central level or at the local level. And we have a very impressive track record, and our revenues are in the order of 100 million euros a year just from dealings with public administrations. So were it to happen that overnight the regulations changed, then we would have to decide whether to change the way we do things, creating a single company or not. And at this point in time, the way we are at present seems to be the best way to go about things. So thank you very much. Thanks for being with us and coming along to chat with us. And I would like to invite Daniele Nardi to the stage, a professor of artificial intelligence at the La Sapienza University in Rome. Welcome. So now, having dealt with so many aspects of cities, and now let's look at the relationship between robotics and agriculture.
How agentic AI can redesign roles and spaces.
Mi fa molto piacere parlare di questo argomento perché è un argomento.
Thank you. This is an extremely interesting topic. Before moving to the agentic side, let me give you a brief introduction. Why do we need to use agentic AI in agriculture? The key word here is precision farming. What does that mean? It means collecting the necessary information, agricultural information, which means farmers can do the right thing at the right moment with the right amount. This is the driver, the reason why. Now, in terms of creating robotic systems, things are not easy. There are already systems that can perform autonomous activities, so in other words, agents in agriculture. But it's in field systems or systems that are tasked with monitoring the situation. And so it is about collecting data that are then fed into a decision support systems that in turn can be supported by AI. We expect to be able to feed commands into a robotic systems very soon. This robotic system might be supported by an LLM so that the robot can perform some actions. This plan must be, of course, must be able to perform activities, but it must also be safe. Agentic AI can be very performing on this. But we must bear in mind that the agents here can actually will work on the fields and do something potentially dangerous. Can you give us a bit of an insight on research projects, both nationally and internationally, to try and understand potential problems and solutions? We have been involved in a number of projects. Most recently, as part of the National Recovery and Resilience Plan for agri-food, and also we have been taken part in some European projects for the localized use of pesticides to reduce pests precisely. It is important to have a map of where pesticides are used. And this brings to light another aspect of precision agriculture, that is to say, environmental sustainability. This is something that is very close to our hearts. And then there's another project that deals with the automation of some activities like harvesting grapes. The variety Pizzutello di Tivoli. I'm from Lazio, and that is where this grape variety is from. So the idea of developing an agentic system here is meaningful because the robot can harvest, can transport, and so there is quite a close interaction with the operators out in the fields. In this case, the system entails the coexistence of operators, of human operators, with the automated system. There are other examples like the management of hazelnut trees. And then let me come to the National Recovery and Resilience Plan project. That has to do with the activities developed in the so-called Spoke 9. There, the principal activity was data collection. Indeed, the hardest part when it comes to AI techniques like computer vision, or say measuring the quality of grapes, or even data analysis, such as the amount of water, the presence of minerals in the soil. I mean, to carry out all of these activities, you actually need a substantial amount of data. So we needed to start gathering all of this data in a single data lake, or something that we needed, and it's positive. Question. You also dealt with the security of large language models with a specific code of practice that regulates the use of LLM, and you worked in such a way to disalign models to bring to light their weaknesses. Tell us a little bit more. From the security of agentic robots, we move to the security of virtual agents. Well, right. Security is a hot topic for AI scientists. Last year in Paris, a conference dedicated to safe and ethical AI was set up. During this conference, a report on risks was published. The key problem is that we do not have sufficient knowledge to establish the capacities, the capabilities of the next generation of these systems, and that poses a security threat for a number of reasons. For example, some experiments were made, and a system said that it had updated, but it actually didn't happen. That has very much to do with the agent's idea. How can you operate as safety and security when the operators themselves are not too sure of what happens in terms of input and output? Answer. Now, one of the techniques that are used is the so-called jailbreaking, which means using some techniques to disalign the model. To break the model means to have them say something they're not supposed to. We did an experiment with students, a bit like the cyber challenge. The idea, the purpose here is to spread the word about this sort of problems. Any of these models can be brought to say things that it's not supposed to be saying. And if the interaction with the system is not sophisticated, it might be led to suggest how to build, say, biohazard, biological bomb. So you are really seeking the problems, the cracks in the system to increase certainty. There's a website called Do Anything Now, where you can find prompts that can really push systems to say what they're not supposed to say. Do Anything Now is the name of the website. Thank you, Professor Nardi. That was very interesting. Thank you for this last session of yours. Certainly run a TV show on Do Anything Now. Now, let's hear from Agostino Chiglia, member of the Authority for the Protection of Personal Data.
Here we are. So, privacy as an architecture of trust, how artificial intelligence is rewriting the way we understand the world and ourselves. Hello, everyone. Yes, obviously, like all of the questions you've raised, the answer could take hours. Our lives have become lives of gestures, and almost unconsciously now, what we do is click. And our clicks set us off on a very important journey, a very engaging one that has a great impact on our lives and also on the way we protect our data and on our freedom. Because upstream of every one of these gestures, there is data. There's something that the network is asking us for, that platforms want to know about us. And above all, it's all free of charge. These are clicks that cost us nothing, and we elude ourselves. We kid ourselves thinking that these gestures are free of charge. With generative AI, but also before that, it was like that already, but our screen scrolling, the way we look at reels, one reel instead of another, the way we decide a piece of music to listen to rather than another, or where we buy a sports shoe, well, that becomes part of our lives. And it reflects our tastes, and it also tells someone a great deal about us. We leave tracks, we leave traces, and these traces are leveraged to turn us into consumer objects, commodities. A few years ago, we were talking about the system knowing us better than ourselves, better than we know ourselves. And how is that developing? Is it true? Yes, it certainly is. And all it can do is evolve even further, because every time we accept cookies, and then we complain about receiving undesired phone calls, because that's what the watchdog authority, our authority, looks at. We're not just accessing that company or that website. We're enabling them to use our information, and we're also giving thousands and hundreds and thousands of partners the use of our information. It depends on what information we give them, because sometimes it can be personal information, very like look at sport apps or tracking apps on our electrocardiogram. So out there are people who know everything about us and our lives, and if you add to that the fact that young people particularly, but everyone basically spends more than half of their waking hours, sometimes even when they're asleep, because there are apps that monitor people's sleep. They spend more than half of their lives online. Well, obviously our lives are hyper-controlled, hyper-understood, hyper-classified to use us, depending on what we're clicking on at the particular time and depending on how we scroll things. We are turning into an object. And that's how we become targets for advertising. So data protection, as you're saying, is not a defense of the past, but responsibility for the present and also the future. So what is happening? We were talking about this yesterday. What's happening in certain places where there have been wars, maybe for 30 years, and I'm talking about Karabakh, for example, and where they are rebuilding towns and villages with agentic AI and with systems for data extraction allowed by the fact that the areas are still dangerous, are still perilous, but also because they are being reconstructed. These are places that are being reconstructed, and this is a model that may stretch to all, could they stretch to all places after wars or climate catastrophes. What I've seen is that there are hundreds of webcams everywhere. There are hundreds and thousands of sensors all over the place that are extracting data on people's behavior, and public administrations are saying that they're efficient. In some places they're extremely efficient. It's all digitized. And they say it's to anticipate people's needs, anticipate citizens' needs, and so monitoring discontent, possibly, and creating counter-narratives already applied by AI systems to prevent disruptions and discontent. So here we're seeing citizens that have lost their identity and are now rebuilding it, even with agentic AI, and it's having an effect on their minds. Well, I live in Europe and I want to continue living here because it's a place of freedom, liberty, earned after many, many years. We've created a civilization better than anywhere else in the world, and we've built our freedom, we've built the ability of the freedom of men and women to be walking around freely without being profiled from morning till night based on what we eat for breakfast, and so on and so forth. I don't want to live in a world where anticipating my needs is something that's tracked. I don't want to be watched morning, noon, and night. That is not freedom. But don't you think that's already happening in very highly civilized Europe? Because social networks, non-Italian ones, in fact, are already extracting all that information about us. And there, it's a surrounding administration that's doing it. Yes, and no, I can decide not to use social media, and I can also decide what social media know about me, where they put that data, where they store the data, and what they do with the data. And if institutions and the state, as in non-liberal countries, fills up my life with webcams and sensors and makes me use fingerprints to access buses or so on and so forth, and sometimes that is not even necessary. Even in China, for example, It used to be that cameras in certain places can judge even now whether you're agitated or not. That's not a choice. You're a prisoner already. So it's up to us, I think, to preserve our freedom. We worked hard to earn it, and in our own small way, that's exactly what we're doing. In our very small way, we're raising our voice against that chat control law, the EU law, where they, in fact, wanted to take our photographs, look at us and see us doing things, being with our friends, to prevent crime, quote unquote. Well, if I want entertainment, I'll go to the pictures. But that's not freedom. So can you tell me how it's possible that civilized Europe, on the first day of this forum, how is it possible that we're dealing with 15 countries in favor of a law like the chat control law? Essentially, that law, nobody knew about it. In Italy, I covered it as a journalist, but most people don't know anything at all about it. But the law established that everything we put on our phone and upload onto our phone before going into end-to-end chats, WhatsApp, Telegram, Signal, and all the rest of it, all that information is instantly copied to a server to see whether they were part, or the information was part of child pornography and other types of networks, to see whether people might be criminals. But to do that, all of our photos would have been uploaded, photos, pictures, and perhaps even messages. And the law would have enabled all of the messages of all European citizens to be stored for at least a year by that app. So how on earth did we get to that? Well, I can give you my own personal answer. I think we got that thanks to or due to lobbies, because the initial idea was not political. It was an idea of Apple's back 5 years ago. If you have that instrument, you have that tool, and you allow all these platforms, because ChatGPT is already doing it, chatbots are already doing it. They scrape our interactions, and if a danger is detected for human life, decided beforehand by the algorithm, and then by human moderators, well, already today they can sue you. And a few days ago, a 13-year-old was arrested in the United States because he made death threats against his friends with chatbot. Now, that's not a good thing to do. However, it's already there. The system is already there. But what's even worse is that the states themselves are not deciding that, because the platforms have already decided. And all the chatbots, Claude, ChatGPT, Copilot, and others, they're already able to do it. And it's already happening, basically. So we're not talking about market laws. These are laws that are going to suppress our freedom. So are LLMs doing it? Yes, LLMs are doing it with human brokerage, intermediation. It's already happening. So the proposal came from Apple originally. And who was in favor of it? What governments? I don't know. Maybe we should ask the lobbyists. I really don't know myself. On the 14th of last month, well, it was submitted. No, that's a test. It must fail. That was a situation, that was a case where there was a lot more information on TikTok amongst teenagers than amongst journalists, adult journalists. And it was quite weird. It's your fault. Only joking. No, you did write an article on that, and I also posted a few things online. We adopted an official position in conjunction with the Italian government, so I don't have an answer. I don't know really. All I know is that if there are 6 parties in the world with revenues as much as Big Pharma, as much as the weapons industry, these 6 companies seem to have untold influence on everything. And what they're doing, their persuasions, everything that they do can be very, very powerful everywhere, from publishing to politics and from people in general.
Grazie.
Well, thank you so much. Thank you so much. And give me your business card because I think we'll be in touch with you going forward. So, just before lunch now, it's always a difficult time, but we'll be waiting to hear from Savio Valentino before lunch, a member of the Italian Antitrust Authority.
Buongiorno. Ecco qui, continuiamo, andiamo in continuità.
Let's continue seamlessly. Now, what are the key concerns of the Antitrust Authority deriving from the use of AI? I see I am the only obstacle between us and lunch. Guys, can you wait 10 minutes? It's not nice to see an empty room.
Santi.
Si parla solo di 10 minuti e tra l'altro sono un po' le stesse.
It's just a matter of 10 minutes. Thank you so much. Let me thank these young people. I'll try and, if you will, speak in a simple matter so that everyone can understand me. We've heard so much today about the importance of AI. It's not just technological innovation. It's creating new business models, and it's also changing some regulatory paradigms that were kind of traditional. All of the companies now have to come to grips with the LLM, price algorithm, predictive analysis, you name it. So there is an increasing use of AI which has massive potential to enable an improvement of, if you will, the economy, rather a growth of the economy and the country as a whole. But we, being the Antitrust Authority, must ascertain that no major problems come up due to AI. And I would like to mention but a few. We know that for AI to work, you need inputs, specific inputs, and not everyone has them. I am referring to computational power, the clouds, or better, the cloud. Aruba is making available a massive cloud for Italy. However, the major operators are those who work with big tech, the big tech companies. Agostino Ghiglia earlier mentioned how our data are constantly stored and used, and many operators have loads of our data. Think Google when we search the net. Meta with our social networks. So ultimately, a number of operators start from a vantage point. They have a head start, in other words. Then chips. Chips are another key element. NVIDIA is the company with the largest market capitalization, over 4 trillion, which means 1 billion, just to give you an idea of the size of this company. In the sector of chips for AI, which is called GPU, Graphic Processing Unit, well, they have a 90% market share. And then talents. So it's important for qualified people to work for these companies. We've learned a few months ago of a market for talents where people were paid as much as professional footballers. Is there any of you who would like to ask a question? We're going to override the system which doesn't envisage questions. But let's see if anyone has questions. In the meantime, I'll ask my second question. You young people, feel free to ask.
I ragazzi pensano anche ad una domanda. No, quindi è importante che
It's important that access to these resources is not left in the hands of a few big techs, but such access must be made available to those potentially innovative companies that can make a true contribution. What are the opportunities for the privacy, for the antitrust authority linked to AI? Yes, this morning we heard that AI can be used by the public administration to make the administration more efficient. The antitrust authority is doing the very same. Last September, we created the so-called Data Science Unit. This unit is to use AI and data treatment to improve the investigation activities of the antitrust authority. I'd like to refer here to a project that our data science unit is involved in. It's a project led by the EU Commission and the antitrust authorities in other countries. The purpose is to counter bid rigging. Bid rigging. In Italy, the data are collected by an authority called ANAC. All of these data are fed into a dashboard which has some red flags, which basically signal any anomalies. This means we can step in and make sure whether some contracts or bids might be rigged. Are there any questions from the audience? There's so many of you. I can't believe nobody has any question. Please, do not disappoint me. I can see you.
No, stava bevendo.
No! Nessuno vuole fare la domanda?
No questions? I can't believe it. The professor there. The question is being asked out of the microphone, and so it can't be translated.
Grazie mille. Allora abbiamo
There's a question here. The professor took the floor, apparently, and said that young people must be made aware that using social media, they give away their data for free. We've followed very closely this conference. We can't hear you.
La conferenza con estremo interesse.
Esatto.
ok. Anche c'è
And we've also tried to understand things a bit better. We know very, very little about this. So, we wanted to ask, what a high school should do in this remit. You mean in terms of data treatment? I can't really provide you with an answer. Perhaps Mr. Giglia could answer, because he is a member of the Privacy Authority in Italy. Professor, you can use the podium.
Yes, Saverio is brilliant. He's a good friend, but the antitrust authority is crucial. So, kids, I'm addressing you. I'll be here all day, so if you're interested, we can talk about it. But basically, the subject is that we, and I'm included, we spend so much time on platforms, on social media platforms, many, many hours. Before you click OK everywhere, just read the privacy policy. Look at the terms and conditions. That says it all. And there's plentiful information, even too much. They say where the information goes to, your information goes to, and for how long the information is stored. And after that, you'll see upon that depends the rest of your lives, what you receive, who you are, how you're defined, how you're classified. You won't realize it today, but you will realize it in the future. Perhaps you're consenting to a platform that is the partner of another platform, and they'll be recommending what shoes to buy, what films to watch, or what kind of motorbike or car to buy. I mean, I know that this is all trivializing it, but okay, so I also give you a journalistic response. I would recommend that you start now, and you'll have fun doing it. Download an app called Earning App. Earning App. And you can use that app. It'll help you manage your consents, which is what the professor was talking about. He'll help you manage your consents, and it'll tell you how much your information is worth, your data is worth, and how much your consent is worth. So you don't need to read through all the T&Cs in detail, but it will help you understand what they're worth. You can monetize your data. And sometime in the future, and it may happen, sometime in the future, you can use this app or other apps as your bank, as a little bank, as a kind of data current account that you in the future might be able to exchange or trade by giving your consent or refusing your consent, depending on what you want, based on the data that you're transferring, but hopefully not giving away. Right now it is lunchtime. Actually, very good a piece of advice on earning up. It's not the only one. I mean, I have to deal with competition, so I also have to add that it's not the only one. There's an Italian operator called Hoga, and it does exactly the same thing. There was a case where the privacy watchdog considered Hoga's use of data taken from Google, so that users can then monetize it. And Hoga keeps a 10% fee, 90% would go to the user. So Uniapp was also founded by an Italian, I believe. And so, okay, well, that's fine. The more Italian apps there are, the better. So do download it because you'll have fun, you'll enjoy yourselves, and as time goes on, you'll be able to make money out of it. Thank you, and buon appetito.
Abbiamo vivacizzato un po' la situazione.
pomeriggio, bentrovati. Sono Alessio Iacona, condurrò anche questo terzo pomeriggio del Digital Innovation Forum e ho un po' di cose da raccontarvi su quello di cui parleremo più tardi, ma io adesso non voglio perdere tempo perché so che il ministro Guido Crosetto, ministro della Difesa della Repubblica Italiana, che interverrà qui al Digital Innovation Forum con un keynote, è già collegato. Quindi chiedo alla regia di collegarmi con lui se possibile e chiedo al ministro se mi sente.
Io la sento benissimo.
Allora, noi la vediamo, ministro, lei mi sente?
Io la sento, lei mi sente?
Molto bene, allora le lascio questi 15 minuti o quanto vuole lei, insomma, e siamo qui per ascoltarla. Grazie.
Grazie.
Benvenuto.
Grazie.
Thank you. And I thank the organizers. Today, we have a continuous and invisible war. It is an invisible war that has to do with our country. Critical infrastructures, essential services, institutions as such, supply criteria, and decision-making centers. It uses cyber attacks to create problems in decision-making. In this scenario, security is no longer the protection of boundaries, but system resistance and interaction between the public and the private sector. The ambition of ComoLake is precisely that one, connecting policies, research and industry so as to transform innovation into concrete protection. And we move towards a global picture where this threat is a general one. Instability and multipolar competition, are present everywhere, and the combination of persistent conflicts and accelerated innovation reduces reaction times. For Italy, this imposes three operational consequences. Firstly, consolidating technological autonomy and deterrence, protecting the industrial basis and the data for vital processes, and structuring more rapid decision-making supported by AI for the data-driven programs. Security and competitiveness coincide. Without research, every technical delay is an immediate technical vulnerability, and this connection is obvious in our space of primary responsibility. The enlarged Mediterranean, commerce and data, and is also the theater of hybrid threats, underground cables that are at the basis of our digital sovereignty. And so the protection of infrastructures, but also of the technological supply chain, predictive analysis, multi-dominion defense, they must be operated with common standards. In order to do that, we need a critical mass, putting together research centers, HPC, and, if necessary, quantum computing capacity to have a prototyping of products and thus reducing time to capacity. And the Mediterranean might become a platform of resilience and a factor of deterrence in line with the national and European objectives. The main weapons are not only missiles, but algorithms manipulated and targeted, cyber-intensive cognitive pressure on the population, on decision makers. They erode trust, they disorient the public opinion, they paralyze the decision-making process. The consequences may be just as devastating: block of transport, collapse of digital services, or interruption of energy or finance flows. Contrasting this requires active defense and a permanent collaboration model between institutions, industry and research. No one alone can guarantee security. Cyber is the fifth dominion together with Earth, sea, space. Defending requires dedicated skills. And here comes the idea of a cyber weapon with a civil and military component that would be working full time. This force must put together technical expertise, digital intelligence, and operational resilience. And we should have a first structure that can count on 1,200, 1,500 units, operational units, but the objective is having a fully autonomous body that can act effectively on all types of threats and continuous lifelong training for all specialists so as to create a national culture of cybersecurity, not only in terms of defense, but also deterrence, so the readiness of a country to protect its information sovereignty. Technology is our new defense line. The persons who control technology controls the quality of information and speed of decision making. With this in view, of course, I congratulate you for Ajax in Lombardy, founded by New Wave and IonQ, aimed at creating a quantum hub, strengthening the European sovereignty, digital sovereignty. As we must not choose a standard too early, because that could prevent the adoption of other solutions. So different approaches must be supported. Technical options must be maintained until we realize what technology corresponds to the best vertical challenges. Outer space, where satellites are essential to keep information continuity and credible deterrence. And then underwater, very important due to digital cables and strategic mineral resources. Protecting this dimension means protecting our digital sovereignty and security. They must integrate it with a multi-dominion defense structure, putting together sensors and operational capabilities in real time. This is the deepest meaning, well, unifying everything in a consistent vision of national and European protection. The real challenge is not to understand what to do, but how to do it together. Innovation, if accompanied by clear governance, a cooperation between public and private, well, that is our strongest form of security. So scientific research, responsible industrial development, strategic alliances capable of supporting Europe in its route towards real technological autonomy. Not only military security, but cognitive security, so as to guarantee the resilience of institutions and the trust of citizens. ComoLake Digital Forum is precisely that. It is a place where ideas, skills, responsibilities come together to try and build a more secure, open and aware future. Only via a shared vision we can transform technology not so much into an aim, but as a common asset for freedom. Thank you. And growth.
Spero che mi abbiano aperto il microfono. Ministro, la ringrazio anche per essere stato nei tempi e per aver condiviso con noi.
Thank you, Minister, for being so quick and on time, and thank you for sharing basically the complexity that is there to be tackled. Thank you. Thank you for finding a moment to be with us. Thank you. Thank you. I don't have much time, so I needed to be punctual. It would have been great to discuss with you, but you know, this remote connection really makes me save time. Thank you. Thank you. Very well now. We have another connection now. a couple of minutes. So let me tell you what is going on now. This afternoon, we are going to focus on healthcare, and we're going to look at it from different angles. For starters, from the technological side, because we're going to focus in on some promising technological solutions, because there are lots of interesting, if you will, innovation in terms of patient management, development of new drugs, diagnostic tools, and the way hospitals function. And AI is really literally across the board. It's common to all of these. Again, data have a lot of value on how you develop these services. I see that our technicians are waving. Perfect. So Mr. Braun is ready. So what do we have? We have, as usual, our special address format. We have a keynote speech with Valentin Mundrov, Minister of Electronic Governance of the Republic of Bulgaria, who is also online. Then we will have a number of special addresses in the form of interviews, and we will also have two panels. One is dedicated to quantum computing and AI in the pharma sector, and the ethics of AI. We don't have the connection yet, so let me call to the podium Mr. Dennis Braun, component of the Scientific Commitment Digital Foundation Innovation.
So we can have a little chat. Thank you for being here. Thank you for being ready to get on the stage. Let's start with this. We're talking about technology and healthcare, and we're facing at the same time many challenges and many opportunities. What is the principle, the most important issue we should face, and how can we address it?
First, I want to address my thankfulness actually to being here. Thanks for the invitation.
You're very welcome.
Actually, as an MD, you're seeing patients. You're seeing a lot of people coming in. And then for sure, you know, they are using, for example, Google. They are using now AI too. And they're coming with IDs therein. So that's from the perspective of an MD. For sure, on the back, medicine needs to have a lot of technical data on the back so that we can give, I would say, evidence-based recommendations, that we can actually make good decisions for specific treatments. And that's on the back. So we have different levels right now. One is the patient level, one is actually the technical level on the back, what we are getting faced a lot of challenge.
Yeah, I mean, we can get a lot of very good answers from ChatGPT, for example, but at the same time, we can get hallucination. And when the people are left alone with this technology, thinking that they can do it alone can be a problem. How does a doctor can intervene in this? Can you avoid problems?
I think first thing will be actually that the doctor is open to new techniques.
So he needs to know what we are talking about.
Exactly. Just very basic things, but sometimes, you know, new generations are more phase two, older generations are less phase two.
Yeah.
And there is an internal, I would say, decision needs to be taken from, I would say, medical point of view. Do I accept it? Yes or no? And when a patient is coming, he has fears, he has emotions, he has history, he has association, family things, whatever kind of things on the back he's coming with, he can address those topics.
So the entire education of a doctor should change, should include this technology and the perspective. It's not easy. I mean, you have, of course, medical research that keeps developing the medical treatments and so on. But this kind of technology goes very, very fast. So how can you include the learning of this progress, technological progress, and put it beside something which is so stratified and so deep as the medical education?
It's a very good question, just based on an example. Yeah. You know, what I was using, for example, cardiovascular risk scores. Okay, you have a clear algorithm, you have a clear database on the back, you have, I would say, an experience over 10 years, what you're using, how people are approaching, accepting it, or whatever. And now you have AI, a new tool, and you don't know exactly what's going on the back. And so you need to leave, actually, your historical experience. You need to adapt it. And we are right now in the process, for example, to challenge with AI cardiovascular predictions. Mm. And then for sure, you're pressing a button, you're receiving a number, and then you need to translate that number to a patient, saying, okay, your annual risk score is, I would say, 30%. That means, yeah, to have a serious issue this year is pretty high.
There is also this other issue, let's call it like it is, an issue with people that without experience psychological difficulties that use AIs as counselors. And what do you think about this? What's your point of view on this?
That's a thing what we need to address. People have fears. People have experience. People have whatever kind of things happened on the back. They're coming with an idea and saying, hey, doc, listen, I will die next year. And then why this happens? What have you done? Why are you coming to that solution? And that's a thing we need to address in healthcare. It doesn't have to be only doctors, it has to be other therapeutic people too who are supporting it. And that's an issue, that's a challenge, and a huge challenge right now.
Yeah, during this afternoon we're going to address a lot of topics. One that I think we will address less is the impact of AI technology on the processes inside the hospitals. What's going to happen there? What's happening already right now?
I think AI is a big support. Mm. Big support writing reports, for example. Helping analysis of images, MRI, CT. And for sure, in the future too, you know, all the analysis, you know, like genetic testing, lab results, imaging, symptoms, behavior, huge data. And I believe right now it already starts with small steps, but with safe steps to support the processes, to increase quality, to increase, I would say, better results and to save time.
Yeah.
That's a marvelous thing. For sure, you always need to cross-check.
And another, we were going to say something, another application of this technology is the predictive analysis. I mean, we can divide in different challenges the way we treat patients. I mean, we have when they are ill and you need to bring them to the hospital and treat them. We have that condition with conditions which are chronicals, and we try to treat them at home, and in this the AI helps too. And then there is all that comes before this, the predictive analysis that enables us to avoid them to be healed, for example, or to save them before, or, I mean, to protect them or to help them, and so to manage what's happening before and to program it. Is this something that is already happening?
Absolutely, but I think we cannot prevent it.
Yeah, of course.
We cannot prevent it. What we can do is increase quality to maintain the relation to the patient. For example, like, physician, house doctors, whatever. And that people are getting educated what kind of results they're taking, what kind of ambitions they're coming in, and what are their fear psychologically, and find out the right patient who needs the treatment.
Yeah, when I say prevent it, I mean, it's my English that is bad. I mean, what I meant is, for example, as far as I can tell, I'm not an expert, but there are chronic diseases, degenerative diseases, for example, that if you know very early that they are going to manifest themselves, you can start treatment very early and delay the worst part, is it?
Exactly, and doing a risk assessment and saying, okay, what kind of parameters they need to come back and what are alert signs. And here a lot of education is needed in the medical community in future. That's my belief, that people can use good tools in a good way.
We have 40 seconds. What's the most promising future integration of AI in health systems that you see?
Analysis, prediction, and for sure, report administration in combination for sure with authorities and to address ethical concerns to safety. And that's my belief. There is a lot of future.
Thanks, Doctor. Thanks to Dennis Braun. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Goodbye. So they told me that we are ready to speak with Mr. Mundrov. Mr. Mundrov, do you hear me? Yes, I don't hear you. I don't know if it's us or if it's you. Let's check. Now I do. Yeah. So, sir, you have at least 15 minutes if you want for your keynote. So we are here listening. So I'm pretty curious. Please. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you. Dear hosts, dear ministers, dear representative of academia and business, dear ladies and gentlemen. It's a great honor and pleasure for me that Bulgaria, through the Ministry of E-Governance, is participating in this forum dedicated to the digital transformation. This is an opportunity to exchange views and best practices for modern governance in line with European priorities, the Digital Decade Policy Program, the Digital Single Market, interoperability, cybersecurity, and trusted artificial intelligence in the spirit of AI Act. Our goal is future-ready governance, a state that responds proactively, simplifies processes, and reduces administrative burden while ensuring security and transparency. This is how we turn European goals into concrete results: faster, easier, and more secure public services, greater trust, and more competitive economy. Digital transformation does not only bring technological changes, it represents a fundamental transformation of the cultural and economical landscape of societies, which is why institutions must address and manage it responsibly. Every new digital tool and every electronic service must increase trust between citizens, business, and the state. Transparency and accountability, as well as security and safety, are guiding principles for the development of digital transformation, which needs to be focused on improving human well-being and protecting fundamental rights. In the context of accelerating technological development and global changes, digitalization and sustainability must go hand in hand. Digital transformation creates conditions for easy and fast interactions between the state and the business, which is a key priority to Ministry of Electronic Governance of Bulgaria. Our mission is to create a sustainable and secure infrastructure and policies that clearly provide support. This is where e-health has a key role to play. It is one of the most sensitive areas of digitalization, where trust and personal data protection is crucial. Bulgaria is focused on building a secure and trusted digital health environment that puts the patient in the center and guarantees 24/7 accessibility. As part of its priority for modern and sustainable healthcare, Bulgaria is systematically digitalizing key processes in the sector. The goal is clear: better health and a higher quality of life through equal and secure access to modern, effective, and high-quality services for every patient, regardless their place and residence or social status. The Ministry of Electronic Governance plays a central role in the digitalization policy and in close cooperation with the component institution driven the process forward and coordination standards and strong leadership. Over the past 2 years, key projects have been implemented through the upgrade of the National Health Insurance Information System and e-services like e-prescription, e-referrals, e-protocols, and also many mobile applications. To continue to work consistently and intensively to deliver even more secure and accessible solutions for citizens and businesses. We have already achieved concrete results in that direction, which outline the new standard of digital healthcare. One of these is our National Health Information System, which is a unified and open national platform for storing and exchanging medical information, introducing unified formats and nomenclatures and consistently upgrading with multiple versions and functionalities. The other key role is mobile application e-health, which provides citizens with secure access to their electronic patient record and all key health documents, with the options of parental access and real-time notification. The other mobile application is e-ERX. It enables doctors to ensure electronic prescriptions during home visits and in emergencies, in compliance with the requirements of the National Health Insurance Fund. To turn these specific achievements into sustainable standards for the entire administration, we are applying the same approach of security, convenience, and interoperability to all public services. Good practices for e-health, focusing on the user, data protections, transparency, and traceability are being adopted in the public of digital architecture. Thus is how we are moving from individual solutions to modern, sustainable, and proactive management, where processes and automated services are available 24/7 and data exchanges is fast, secure, and without duplication. Some of key initiatives in ministry that we are guiding these transformations are unified model for 24/7 electronic service requests. Automatic data exchange between institutions is a symbol of modern administration. The National Interoperability Framework, integrated IT architecture and cloud infrastructure, which each key steps in ministry seeks to reduce administrative burden, increase accessibility, and improve quality of public services. In this way, digitalization became not only a tool of modernization, but also a driver of innovation, transparency, and trust in the institution. To maintain the speed of modernization, we are moving from individual digital solutions to innovation environment in which data standards and security are the common infrastructure, the public services are platform of new opportunities. This is where digital information plays a central role. They speed up transformation, open the way for smart services, and turn the administration into a proactive partner for citizen and business. With the framework of the National Policy of Digital Transformation, the Ministry of Electronic Governments creates a coordination condition for building an innovative ecosystem that bridges together the state, academia, startups, and industry, implementing pilot projects with GovTech solutions in healthcare, transportation, and the environment, developing data and algorithms as infrastructure that ensures transparency, analysis, and intelligent decision-making. We believe that digital innovation is not an end of itself, but it's a tool to better governance, better efficiency, and a more connected society. It gives us the opportunity to build an administration not only provider services, but predicts citizens' needs and responses in real time. Ladies and gentlemen, today we have demonstrated that digital transformation is not just a slogan for us, but a systematic policy with clear results. Bulgaria is moving in line with European goals and policies. Our digital model is to build a digital infrastructure that guides security, convenience, and transparency in order to transform the state into a truly future-ready governance, proactive, effective, and human-centric. We are moving towards with clear commitments to speed up the modernization of public services, to expand secure infrastructure, and to exchange data and implement responsible innovation in full compliance with European rules. This is our direction, from individual digital solutions to connected, secure, and intelligence country. We are honored that Bulgaria, through the Ministry of Electronic Governments, is an active part of this European transformation. Thank you for your attention, and I would like to wish you a productive discussion and success. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you to Valentin. Thanks to Valentin Mundru, Minister of Electronic Governance, Government of the Republic of Bulgaria. Thanks for sharing with us your vision and how your government is addressing all the complex issues of the digital transformation. Thank you for being with us. Thank you for connecting to the Digital Innovation Forum here in Italy. Goodbye. Thank you.
Goodbye.
Allora, adesso noi continuiamo con il...
Let's carry on with our next guest. In the afternoon, it's hard to keep on track. I'll just sit down for a moment whilst I wait for the next speaker.
Mr. Arora, please join me on the stage, please. Un applauso to Trishnet Arora, founder, director, and CEO, TAC Security. Welcome to the stage. Please, join me. There. So, we have a lot of things to talk about and so little time. Potete per favore azzerarmi il contatore? Sì, grazie. We have to try to address them all. So, as far as I can read, you started from a small town in India and arrived to the global stage, building one of the most important and trusted cybersecurity company DAC security. Did I get it right? Okay. And you are, which is ranked among the top 5 vulnerability management companies worldwide, first of all. You are recognized as one of the Forbes 30 under 30. That's very, very interesting for you. You are the 5th youngest rich Indian on Hurun India 2025. So you achieved a lot in so little time. And I'm pretty curious to understand, first of all, what's your vision? I mean, how do you envision leadership, and how did you get to build something like this in your country? I'm pretty interested. Welcome, first of all.
Thank you everyone. Hope I'm audible. Amazing audience here. I come up from a small town from India, and we build cybersecurity company, tax security, which is a global leader. Also, the idea here is what exactly we foresee. We foresee technology as a center point of our life, not just about the personal, but as well as personal, right? So, center point of technology is security, right? So if security is not there in any technology, that does not exist, right? Okay. We want to help people to grow their business, grow their life, and we serve them on the center point of the technology, which is security. So that's why we are 5th largest vulnerability management company by customer. We serve in 100 countries, serve clients like Google, governments globally. We have clients across 100 countries now.
So the more our lives expand into the digital world, the more we need to be secure, the more we need cybersecurity. But this afternoon in particular, we're talking about healthcare. So I would like you to address the topic of cybersecurity in healthcare. What does it mean for you and your company?
Absolutely. So think of this way, our hospitals, you're wearing a watch, which is tech-driven, right? So think of a way somebody is fighting for life on ICU table, right, or bed in hospital, and that machine is a connected machine. Somebody sitting across the border trying to penetrate that adversely and penetrates it and can shut down that machine. Think about that patient sitting or lying down on the table, right, on the bed, that can lose the life, right? I can share the story, a hospital shut down by a ransomware, and the entire hospital was shut down.
We have something like this also in Italy.
Right? So that's why that's why I'm trying to say, technology is a center point of everything. Technology, or either personal or professional life. And technology's center point is cybersecurity, right? So it happened in a hospital recently, everything was shut down, the person was suffering, the patient's data was being changed after the attack, and doctors were not able to help their patients.
Yeah, I see. Of course, here we're talking also about artificial intelligence, and I would be curious to understand how do you see AI transforming the cybersecurity landscape, which is already happening? What's happening there? How AI is transforming the landscape of cybersecurity, both from, I think, from both perspectives, the attacker and the defender, like you are?
See, everything has pros and cons. So does the technology. Yeah. AI is also inbuilt part of technology now. I can share a story when a printing press was found back in many centuries ago. That used to be, considered as a crime, right? So AI is that way, but I believe AI is enablement for technology, our life, making life easier, smarter. We have to use it ethically, and we have to use it wisely, right? If our life becomes dependent on AI, then has no use. Yeah. If AI is dependent on our lives, that has a use, right? We should not be dependent on AI. AI should be dependent on us, any technology.
I agree. Because if you depend from a technology, it starts using you. And that's something we don't want, of course. Let's expand a little the conversation about your company and your global perspective, because you are present in many countries, and so you have, you have to you have to face different challenges, because maybe the attacker are in different countries, and maybe there are different cultural responses you have. So what are the issues, what are the challenges, what are the opportunities when you are working on a global scale in cybersecurity?
Absolutely. So I think when we talk about any other business, or we talk about any other opportunity as well, or we talk about any other learning, it has a borders, right? Cyber does not have any border. Even we work with anybody else, or adverse, cyber criminals are trying to penetrate any technology or any company, they don't have to be on the same border, right? To conduct a crime. If somebody wants to commit a crime in Switzerland, has to be present in Switzerland. But this does not apply for cyber criminals. They can sit across the globe and they can commit a crime, right? And we, as a protector of cyber world, we have to be 100 times right, where cyber criminal has to be right once, right? So, but we love that. We live our life to protect the cyber systems, the technology, and the companies, so they can grow and they can solve the problems. Because I believe any technology company or any company solving problem for people, right? So that we can solve their problem of technology, which is security, so they can grow and they can solve the larger problem of our humanity.
Okay, you've been working with the greatest companies in the world. Google is one of them, other from the Fortune 100 index list. We have a few minutes, but I would like to know from you, what do you think is the biggest mindset shift that a company needs to build a very efficient cybersecurity, and what would be your advice for the people in here, for their next activities in their companies, institutions, and so on?
See, I think largely when we live in this century, everything should be affordable. Think of this way: when computer came, it was very expensive. Then it became affordable. People used to be called personal computers, right? So I think cybersecurity should be affordable so that everybody can afford. That's what the purpose of tax security. We are making cybersecurity affordable, available for everybody, so they can solve the larger problem of humanity through technology. So we're making it very affordable. That's why we have 7,000 clients in 100 countries. Now we have launched a new solution called SOCify, which automates the SOC 2 compliances for health tech companies to digital companies, right? So, and making it affordable, where legacy companies charges a bomb and we are doing it for just a couple of $100s, right? So that's what we believe in, making it affordable so that everybody can utilize and can grow and solve larger problems of humanity.
Before asking you the very last question, so we have just a second, and I'm pretty curious. As an entrepreneur, what's your next big step? What do you envision? You're so young, you achieved so much. So I want to get a little personal. I understand this. What do you envision in your next step into this sector or in entrepreneurship?
See, I believe in a very big way. Humanity should be one of the way. It's entrepreneurship, it's politics, it's business, it's anything. You should be humble, grounded, so that you can look after the problems around you, so you can solve, right? You get only one life. You should solve the purpose of life. And I personally believe everybody has a purpose. They need to find it out. Our purpose is to help every human on this planet so they can, solve their purpose of life. We can solve our purpose of life through cyber world.
I said you're under 30, but I don't know how old you are.
Sorry?
How old are you?
How old I am? 31.
Fascinating. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I appreciate
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
It's a pleasure having you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Allora, dopo aver ringraziato Trinità Aurora per essere stato con noi e aver condiviso la sua esperienza, io posso chiamare il primo intervento solo del pomeriggio, perché qui ho segnato che è così, e quindi invito Massimo Miscusi, professore ordinario di neurochirurgia dell'Università degli Studi di Ferrara, a prendere posto. Ci stavamo guardando da un po', ci stavamo studiando.
Well, I'm slightly older.
Beh, ma qui noi al Digital
Relatore
Innovation Forum
precedente.
portiamo tutte le esperienze e quindi...
Allora, come funziona? Verde va avanti. Facilissimo. Vabbè, vedete la tecnologia, vede. Allora, intanto buongiorno a tutti, buon pomeriggio.
Good afternoon. First of all, I thank you for the invitation, and I also thank the chairperson for guiding this afternoon session. And this is the opinion of a physician. I have seen only few doctors here, so maybe my outlook may be interesting for some of you. As for well, I'm a neurosurgeon. I'm also a university professor, and AI for us is the ability of a machine to simulate human cognitive functions, reasoning, learning, problem solving, taking decisions. I mean, this is something that is with us already. And not only is it a tool for doctors and university professors, but it is also a driver for redefining models, both in terms of teaching and also in providing healthcare. There are two principles there, two ideas there. First of all, medical training and then clinical practice. They're both important, they're both essential in framing this problem in the area of healthcare. So processes must be more effective and economically sustainable. And this is the general rule. The big step forward for AI over the last months and years was having the possibility of using the so-called multimodal generative AI, integrating data coming from different sources, so different data. And by doing so, we can solve complex problems. If you have a patient who has important comorbidities, so many diseases, and you have to analyze different signs, different symptoms, and well, you need the mind of a super expert doctor or these new functions of AI. So medical training and clinical practice. When we speak of medical training, we have an initial revolution of teaching models. And so it is not just attending courses with virtual reality or not. At present in Italy, there is some criticism on the study of medicine using these methods because sometimes there is some confusion in that. So the possibility for telematic universities to issue degrees in medicine. But of course, this is a different story altogether. AI in medical training is used with different possibilities, such as the simulation, virtual reality, the possibility of simulating clinical cases, surgery, and also having courses that can be adapted to the needs of individual students, as well as the possibility of having a chatbot that is constantly available. It is like having a tutor full-time, supporting students in understanding complex concepts, and also a weapon for professors when they have to plan their courses. Practical example. On the left there, how anatomy was being taught 100 years ago, how I learned anatomy, and then 20 years ago. And today, by using virtual models, you can study anatomy by dismantling the body and rebuilding the body at a level of detail that is much better than what you would have with a real corpse. And these are two examples of virtual reality or augmented reality. So the possibility of interacting with a virtual model of a patient who has a problem, and there with this virtual view you can take decisions. So the augmented reality, when we build on top of it an additional digital reality, enabling us to see things that we wouldn't be able to see with a naked eye. And this is the frontier of surgical training, so simulation of surgery, surgical interventions. These are simulated images, and machines there can give feedback, a sort of return instruction by the machine, the haptic feedback for the correct carrying out of the action. As for clinical practice, we're going very fast. There are incredible applications, and the most obvious one is diagnostics in general and imaging more specifically. So, well, what usually we call radiology. And we have a very accurate diagnosis thanks to increasingly complex methods. And then tailored patient therapy that can identify the best approach for the individual patient and not based on categories of patients. We must not forget the possibility that AI may also help from the viewpoint of management of healthcare, public healthcare, by choosing policies that may be based on large data analysis, or even in the R&D activity, precisely to develop new drugs. In radiology here, AI can help radiologists. This is a radiology where AI and software rapidly check if there are fractures, even microfractures that might be ignored even by an expert radiology. So AI helps the operator to have excellent results and improve diagnostic accuracy. Typical example is the photo counting CT, whereby we have a spectral analysis of tissues. We know that the revolution has just started, and things are doing pretty well, and then things are getting pretty successful. You see the industry in 2014, the overall turnover was 600 million, and now in 2026, the total is $150 billion. So where money goes, it means that this is the same direction where choices are being made, also political choices. Well, which may be a good thing or not, it depends. So healthcare is taking advantage of this revolution. So we have new teaching methods that improve also the processes, both in terms of teaching methods and also in clinical practice. But it is just the beginning. And this editorial of the New England Journal of Medicine, which is very recent, says that beware, medical schools will teach the new doctors not only how to use all this during their training, AI, but also using AI in their activity. The fear that AI may replace doctors, so well, this is a fear we shouldn't have. We won't have doctors that cannot use AI, and this is absolutely adamant. And he closes, the sense of medical education is shifting. Well, maybe the answer is yes, but beware, if we are not sitting at the table, where we'll be in the menu. So the revolution may be faster than we can run, so we may miss the train and having to run after the train. And if we run after the train, there will be other people deciding on our behalf, especially considering the investments. One final consideration, ethical consideration. Over the centuries, we have moved from a humanistic medicine to a type of medicine that, well, may be depersonalized. Here you see a robot that is alone in front of the patient's bed. We must remember that no matter what technological tool we have, the ability to interact with the patient, empathy, and also the possibility also to be nice to the patient, well, that is the real difference and makes the real difference now and tomorrow.
Ringrazio il professor Miscusi per questo suo intervento che si...
Thank you, Dr. Miscusi, for your contribution. Now, let's keep talking about innovation. It's something we've been discussing quite a lot here at ComoLakes. That is to say, quantum computing. And so basically it's the application of AI to pharma, and that is the contribution of Andrea Beccari, Vice President of Escalate Drug Discovery Platform, part of the Dompe Farmaceutici Group. Thank you. You have the floor. Thank you for this invitation. Speaking at this moment, it's kind of handy because what came before prepared the ground for my talk. I decided to start off from this sentence, which is very topical, by Arthur Clarke, a science fiction writer and futurist. Any sufficiently advanced technology is indistinguishable from magic. We are at this moment in time, precisely. We have, of course, artificial intelligence and emerging problems that emerge as models become more complex, but there is no interpretation model which explains that logically. And the same goes for quantum computing. We are at the border of science. And so things like quantum teletransport and quantum bits are very close to magic. Let me try and reformulate a bit. Because that is helpful to where I want to get. Any sufficiently evolved technology becomes software. Is that the case? Even the human brain, so in other words, the natural or unnatural evolution of a technology is to become a software. Apologies, I'm jumbling up the order of the slides. I'll get the hang of it. Let me share with you some examples. Nokia didn't build the iPhone, and the same goes for the other. There's a very singular, special moment when a technology becomes a commodity, and then another technology is released that absorbs it, and that is software. So behind each of these steps, there is a number of companies that were incumbent, and next come a new technology which is based on software. The same goes, say, for the free codes running on GPU. So software is really very much involved. Let's come to the pharma sector. This is the reason why we feel that pressure about drug discovery. At the moment, we fail 90% of drugs, of the clinical trials we perform, and only a small fraction of patients, the responding population, can benefit from a new substance. This is really the problem of the pharma world, and it is a symptom, mind you. It's a symptom of what? It's a symptom of ignorance. We do not know what diseases are. In fact, we call them with their discoverers' names: Parkinson's, Alzheimer's, apart from cancer. There are many processes that we do not still understand, and that generates a problem. We cannot forecast the effects of medication, and that is due to a dogma, if you will. In 2027, we'll celebrate the 200th anniversary of the first man-made medication. So, we've always thought of this. Biology is too complex to be modeled. Biological systems can't be modeled because they're way too complex. That was the case up until the advent of modern technology, which cannot be understood by humans. They might start to be understood when we move on to advanced algorithms with powerful computational abilities. So the question is, can we model diseases to understand a predictable pharmacological answer? This gentleman, Nobel laureate, he actually originally comes from the video games world, Demis Hassabis. He created a company, Isomorphic Labs, to develop drugs. He said, biology is about an information processing system. If I isolate a protein, it's like a pebble. So the actual effect on life is the interaction, not the single object. So I need to create a model that can focus on the interactions, hence the information theory. If this is true, the future of pharma is developing predictive models for diseases. And that's the disruptive component, because this is like an iconic moment, like the Spotify moment, the iPhone moment. It's when everything is put into question, basically. Now, if a software it is, let's tackle the problem of modeling diseases like we do with software. For starters, we have data. Do we have large-scale, high-quality, both experimental and synthetic data? Today we have a new breed of data, synthetic data. But even conventional data, let us not think of them in tables. It's knowledge charts. So it's the relationship between data. It's not just sheer data. So how we establish relations between them is fundamental. Supercomputing, integrated computing, and the relevant computational ability relates to the algorithms that we've discussed. If we look at through the lens of this conference from an Italian perspective, from an Italian and European perspective, let's think, are we competitive on this front? The national health system has all the data it needs, 100% of data. I do not have an issue there versus a multinational company in the US who might have trouble accessing data. I think that Europe should have a clear policy for supercomputing and quantum computing, like they did with Airbus. But we can still buy that. We're still friends with the US for that. So we can buy the machines we need and we can develop algorithms. To develop an algorithm, you need somebody else on another computer. It doesn't cost much. There's no technological barrier. The barrier lies with competences. It's a pity the young people are not with us anymore now. But anyway, we need to nurture skills and competencies. And then we need to pay people to retain them. So it's an ecosystem, but physically there is no barrier. We have the data, we can purchase the machine, and we can develop algorithms. So we are at a very positive moment in time to remain competitive in a pharma world. So it's actually a political and economic choice. There is no real barrier. And last slide, let me share with you our strategy. We did something as well, just like you did. A strategy for a mid-sized company like Dompe lies in doing some things to remain competitive. The hardware-software co-design. We need to write the algorithms for the machinery you want to use. We developed an algorithm that was 500 faster than NVIDIA. NVIDIA called us up. We wrote an article together and we sped it up even further. But the reality is that I can use 500 fewer computational resources. If I'm good at writing algorithms, if I can develop my codes effectively, the difference in computational resources can be brought down to zero. The same goes for a network of competencies. Our company can never have highly, if you will, skilled professionals in terms of quantum computers, HPS, etc. So we work with academia and research center to develop what we want. So we have a clear idea of what we'd like our software to look like for designing drugs, and they help us develop state-of-the-art technology. And then you have technology enablers. We cooperate with Cineca since 2004. In 2007, we developed a code for HPC molecules. It was written for supercomputers when supercomputers were not around with pharmaceutical companies, basically. And then a key aspect was the availability of national and EU funds and infrastructures, because thanks to that, we were in a position to develop codes and test them. The first code developed by Dompe for the quantum is linked to a European project. We wouldn't have had access to the D-wave computational ability unless there was that project. And so we developed the first pharmaceutical patent using quantum. Thank you.
So thank you very much for talking to us about the opportunities offered by quantum technology in our sector. We have one more presentation to go, and then we'll move on to a different subject. But right now I would invite Giuseppe Roberto Marseglia to come to the floor, the CEO of Dart Consulting and Sfera in artificial intelligence, a question of infrastructure, because yes, indeed, to get artificial intelligence to move as we know it today, it takes many things, and you'll tell us exactly what. Thank you so much. Okay. Afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much for inviting me. And I'm Roberto Marseglia. I'm an engineer. I'm not a doctor. I take care of the technical and technological side, and I'll be making a few comments about the requirements that we require, the things we require, to enable an opportunity to be made the most of. But let's say someone's asking me, I need to change my cell phone, which is the best one to choose? And the answer that we would say is it depends. It depends who's asking. It depends on what people need. It depends what they need it for. The answer is it depends. There isn't a one-size-fits-all reply. So we're talking about changing, swapping, exchanging a commodity. We all have one, and so there is no one answer. It will very much depend on the boundary conditions. So let's look at a different problem. Let's look at something more complex. Let's look at healthcare, human health. Let's look at the social side of it. So the question may be, what do I do to ensure my health? The answer before for computers or for cell phones is it depends. Well, here our health is more important than our cell phone. And again, the response will be it depends. And that is not surprising. So when you have such complex issues, when you have a situation where everyone wants to care for their own health over the course of their lives, there may be health issues. And the fact that we are talking about personalized medicine, precision medicine, and so on and so forth is certainly no surprise. But if it is so obvious, and if it goes without saying that for such a complex issue you have to think about customized answers, then why are we talking about it today? I mean, why is it that we are focusing so much on this question in particular? Well, I think it's because you've got to look at the tools that we have at our disposal today. Let's make another comparison. Typically, a company has to make decisions concerning their strategy. And basically, they have to decide whether to become an industrial company that does mass production, making lots of things that are all the same and are very cheap, or customize, so a craftsman's setup where, depending on the needs and the demands from clients, will provide a tailored product or service meeting the need of the client, the needs of the client. So thanks to technology today, there is yet another opportunity for a company, which is mass customization. So it may be true for products, and it's even more true for services. So when we then look at the data, and if we're thinking about medicine, health management in the broader sense of the term, and if we just look at the number of publications appearing in the literature and on Google, there are so many that you just can't keep up with them. And this is a good example, a very simple example. I entered 2 keywords and I received millions of hits. Artificial intelligence, medical diagnosis, etc. And what's interesting here is that the earliest results refer to articles that appeared the year I was born, in 1988. But besides the medical management side, there is also the research side, the medicines side, the pharma side. The previous speaker talked about this at great length, and so I don't want to duplicate anything, but there is one thing that could be said on these 2 macro issues, is that we're looking at a new technology for managing patients, for conducting research on new treatments, but this is a new technology, and what do we do with it? How do we ensure that the risks are limited and the opportunities are all collected in the same place? Another parallel would be this. If the car had been discovered today, we'd be doing 2 things. Number one, we'd be building roads for cars to run on, and then we'd be building a system for giving out driver's licenses. So the first thing we have to do here is build infrastructure for producing energy and that can keep up with the growing needs of this fantastic technology, but also the computing infrastructure. But the infrastructure, this second infrastructure, it requires huge investments, but any amount of investment will not be enough for what we need to do, what we need to build to exploit all the industrial opportunities that this incredible opportunity gives us or proposes to us. And then there is also the question of the driver's licenses. When you're talking about artificial intelligence and employment and jobs, oftentimes you talk about the huge risk of losing jobs and replacing jobs. And Professor Miscusi said it before. Replacement of jobs is not as much as likely, but there will come a time when we'll need to govern change, when we'll need to upskill, reskill people, teach them new skills and how to use new tools. And in reality, first we'll see a displacement with a reduction in jobs in the workplace, and then reinstatement will follow, thanks also to these new opportunities that are digital mediated, and they will grow and they will skyrocket. So in Italy, we have fantastic professionals, scientists that are working on this technological paradigm, and they're second to none, both in Italy and abroad. But we need to be honest, and we need to look at the data that the EU has collected, showing that the technical culture is less developed than this most advanced skills. And so we'll need to do something to avoid seeing what Massimo Chiriati, an Italian scientist, suggested, that we reconstruct time zero. That is some sort of thought or a concept that is delegated, given over to artificial intelligence, and a cognitive job that is ours, a task that is ours, is given over to artificial intelligence, and we stop thinking. But we can't afford to do that, nor can we afford that in our day-to-day lives, nor, much less, if the process we're managing is a particularly relevant one, a sensitive one, like medical processes. So AI sometimes gets things wrong. I once asked ChatGPT a question. I said, well, I've been sterile since birth. My children are likely to be sterile. Could they have inherited sterility from me? And the answer is, well, if it's genetic, yes. But if I'm sterile, I couldn't have children in the first place. I wouldn't have biological children, at least. So that AI didn't know that and didn't say it. So going forward, we'll need to see what digital tools propose, answer, tell us, and what is true and what is not. So I'll close by saying, let's draw a line in the sand. What is the future we're looking towards like? Will our future, will our kids' future be positive or not? It depends on us, but it doesn't depend on the tools. It very much depends on the infrastructure, both the hardware and also the software. So computing infrastructure and cultural infrastructure that will enable today's babies, this is my daughter, by the way, will enable our children to limit the damage, limit the risks of the technology, and conversely, leverage all the opportunities that these technologies are proposing. I asked ChatGPT to have a think about the future of my daughter, and here she is. At least my hope is that she'll become a doctor in the future. Thank you.
Grazie dottor Marseglia per aver tenuto i tempi.
Thank you, Dr. Marseglia, for being so much to the point. We have a video message from Emer Higgins, che è ministro di Stato dell'Irlanda. She wanted to, she is Minister of Research and Innovation of the Ministry of Environment, and she wanted to share with us what the government is doing on all of the areas we are discussing here. So please send the video.
Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you so much for inviting me to speak to you today. I was due to be there in person, and I was yesterday, but unfortunately, all of our Irish government ministers were recalled home for an important vote. So I'm very sorry to be missing this fantastic event. I suppose just to start off by introducing myself, I'm Emer Higgins, and I'm the Minister of State in Ireland with responsibility for public procurement, digitalisation and e-government. It's a really exciting time to be working in this space, particularly since the formation of our new government, which was earlier this year. And it brought a fresh energy and a renewed commitment to digitalisation across every level of society. In Ireland, our goal isn't just to digitise what we already do, it's to transform how we do it. We want to deliver more connected, efficient and user-friendly public services by applying the latest technologies, using data more intelligently and making the most of AI to genuinely improve people's everyday experiences. And that's something I think everyone in the room today understands. Whether you're working in government, in research, in academia or in industry, we all share a common goal: to use digital transformation as a force for good. We may come at it from different angles, but I think we're all connected by the same shared purpose. And that's to ensure that technology serves people, builds public trust, and creates more inclusive and resilient societies. Ireland is already in a period of strong growth and transformation. We have a strong economy with near full employment, and our population is projected to exceed 6 million by 2030, an increase of more than 1 million people between 2022 and 2040. That growth means new jobs, new homes, and a need for significantly improved public services, both in terms of access and in quality of delivery. And to meet those needs, we must adapt to new digital standards. We must embrace AI responsibly, deliver on our sustainability targets, and remain competitive in global markets. And as a European leader in digital innovation, Ireland is committed to a digital transformation that's ambitious, that's inclusive, and that's designed to improve life for everyone we serve. That's why I really value gatherings like this, because they remind us that digital transformation isn't a technical project or an end in itself. It's actually about people. It's about making public services simpler, fairer, more transparent, and ultimately more responsive to the needs of our citizens. Nowhere is that responsibility more visible than in the public service. It's a public service that sets standards for transparency, ethics and inclusion. We decide how technologies are deployed in the public interest. We demonstrate through our own example what it means for innovation to serve people, not the other way around. In 2023, we launched our Better Public Services Framework, and that's a roadmap for how we transform our public services for the future. It sets out our ambition for modern, agile and digitally enabled public service that can adapt to citizens' evolving needs and to deliver better outcomes for everyone. That framework is built around 3 key pillars, and they work together and reinforce one another. Pillar 1 is digital and innovation at scale. And it's all about making sure that digital transformation isn't confined to individual projects, but embedded across entire systems. Pillar 2 focuses on the workforce and organisation of the future. And that's about equipping our people with the skills, the culture, the leadership that they need to thrive in a time of constant change. And Pillar 3 is evidence-informed policy and services designed for and with our public. It's grounding our decisions in data, in research, and in genuine public engagement. And together, those 3 pillars express a really simple, but really powerful idea. Reform and digitalisation go hand in hand. We can't deliver better outcomes without rethinking how we design, organise, and lead within the public service. Under the first pillar, our focus is on scaling. It's on innovation, it's on scaling innovation, and it's about moving deliberately from pilots to platforms, from experimentation to implementation. And that means making sure transformation isn't just the responsibility of a couple of different teams or of departments, that it's something that is shared across the whole system. It also means building shared digital infrastructure, common design standards, reusable solutions, so that progress in one department can be leveraged across many other departments. That's how we create system-wide change, because it's about empowering every public servant to be a digital innovator by ensuring that good ideas spread quickly through collaboration, not competition. Ireland's digital transformation is guided by a clear belief that public service should lead the way, not follow. And that's when it comes to using digital technologies and AI. We sit right at the intersection of technology, policy, and of public trust. And that's what makes our role both challenging, but also really, really important. When government use technology well, it creates a ripple effect across society. It shows that digital tools can make life easier, can open up opportunity, and can build trust between people and the state. The impact of that kind of leadership reaches far beyond government. It helps people access services more quickly, it cuts through unnecessary red tape, and it makes everyday interactions with the state simpler and fairer. Because when services are designed to use and designed with everybody in mind, then we give more people the confidence to engage fully with the state. When systems are transparent and efficient, we build accountability and we reduce waste. In Ireland, we view digital transformation as a way to bring people in, not to leave anyone out. It helps us reach those who've been held back by complexity, by long forms, by waiting lists or systems that just didn't work for them. Our focus is on creating services that work for everyone, not just the digitally confident. And that's a really important point, because a key part of Ireland's digital transformation is focusing on designing services around people, not institutions. User-centred design starts with empathy, starts with understanding how people actually experience public services, what barriers they face, what matters most to them. It's also about recognising diversity in ability, in language, and in digital confidence, and designing for inclusion right from the very start. In practice, that means engaging directly with our citizens. It means co-designing services, and it means testing them continuously to make sure they work in real life, not just in paper. That's why our goal is digital first and not digital only. It's not just about putting services online, it's about making them human by design, intuitive, accessible, and responsive. When people can interact with government easily and confidently, trust grows. And when we design inclusively, we make sure that digitalization brings people together rather than leaving anyone behind. We're embedding user-centered design right across the public service through training, through design, communities, through shared standards, so that every new service, no matter how technical, starts with one question: what does it look like for the person using it? Because the end user is the most important person. Designing around people also shapes how we approach new technologies. For governments, artificial intelligence brings incredible opportunities. It also brings very real responsibilities. Earlier this year, my department launched guidelines for the responsible use of artificial intelligence in the public service. These new guidelines are designed to help public bodies use AI safely, use AI ethically and effectively. And they set out clear principles around governance, transparency and accountability. It encourages innovation and experimentation, but in a way that stays true to our public values. AI is already helping us work smarter, analysing data to plan services more accurately, improving accessibility for citizens and taking repetitive tasks off the desks of public servants so that they can focus on the higher value work that requires skill and judgment. And we're seeing this in action right across Ireland, from AI tools that help review grant applications more efficiently to language technologies that make it easier for people to engage with government. Our focus is now to build on that progress, to build a foundation of trust. Every use of AI in public service must be transparent, fair, and subject to human oversight. Because if people don't trust how we use AI, they won't trust the services built on it. And trust is what gives us permission to innovate. And that trust has to be earned every single day. Looking ahead, Ireland is preparing to launch its Digital Public Services Plan to 2030. And that's our next major milestone in public service digitalisation. That plan sets out a clear vision and measurable targets for the years ahead, building on the foundations of the Better Public Services Framework. It takes a life events approach to designing services. And really, I suppose that means that we design our services around key moments in people's lives. Starting a business, having a baby, retiring. We're looking at these key moments rather than having government departments look to one another. It's a fundamental shift from a government-centred to a citizen-centred perspective. And by 2030, our ambition is really clear, and it's that 90% of key public services will be used online and that 100% of key services will be available online. This ambition extends beyond the public sector. It's about strengthening Ireland's position as a leader in the digital economy. We're supporting businesses, especially SMEs, to adopt digital tools that boost productivity and competitiveness. And through initiatives like the Grow Digital Portal, we are helping them assess their digital needs, access funding and plan for the future. We set a national goal for 90% of businesses to reach basic digital intensity by 2030. And we're simplifying access to digital grants and consultancy so that progress is easier and faster. We're also investing in digital skills at every level, from basic literacy to advanced education and research in areas like AI, like quantum computing, ensuring that Ireland continues to produce the talent and the expertise needed for a modern and a resilient economy. Because achieving all of this will take more than technology. It will take partnership between national and local government, between the public and private sectors, and between member states across Europe. Digital transformation isn't a competition, it's a collaboration. When we share what works, we all move forward faster. Alongside this, Ireland is developing its public service data strategy to 2030. And this strategy will provide the leadership, the skills and the coordination needed to bring greater cohesion across what is often a really complex landscape. It will set in motion the actions required to ensure that data can be found, accessed and used effectively to inform policymaking and to improve service delivery. Data is the lifeblood of modern public administration. It helps us understand societal challenges, evaluate policies and tailor services to people's needs. To realise its potential, data must be governed with integrity and transparency. We want data to flow seamlessly between departments, reducing duplication and allowing citizens to share information once and not repeatedly to multiple government departments. By integrating data systems, we can build a government that's smarter, that's faster, that's more responsive, and a government that maintains the highest standards of protection and accountability. Used wisely, data can transform how we make policy, revealing what works, identifying where needs are the greatest, and helping us target resources where they will have the biggest impact. Becoming a digital leader is Ireland's mission. And all of these efforts, our transformation agenda, our digital strategies, our responsible use of AI framework, and our commitment to user-centred design are all guided by one overarching mission: to position Ireland as a digital leader. We want to be known not just for our thriving technology sector, but for our digital government, one that is open, inclusive, and trustworthy. Leadership in digital government isn't about being the first to adopt every new technology. It's about leading with purpose, with ethics, and with people at the centre. Ireland's ambition is to show that digital transformation can strengthen democracy, not disrupt it, that data can empower citizens, not exploit them, and that AI can enhance human capability, not replace it. Digital government done right can make societies more cohesive, economies more productive, and public institutions more trusted. No country can achieve this alone. The challenges we face, from AI governance to digital inclusion and cybersecurity, are shared across borders. That's why cooperation through the European Union matters. And that's why gatherings like this are so valuable. They give us a chance to share knowledge, to align our standards, and to build a shared vision of how technology can truly serve people. Ireland stands ready to play its part, to share what we've learned, to listen to others, and to keep building digital systems that connect across borders. Because the real power of Europe's digital transformation lies in our ability to cooperate, to build something bigger than any one country could achieve on its own. And as we do that, we have to hold on to the values that make Europe's approach so unique: openness, trust, fairness. Those values are what give people confidence that technology is being used for them, not at their expense. Before I finish up, I want to return to the heart of it all. Digital transformation isn't about machines or algorithms. It's about people. It's about the citizens who use our services and the public servants who design and deliver them. And if we keep that human focus at the centre of everything we do, digital technology can be one of the greatest tools for progress in our time. Through our forthcoming Digital Public Services Plan, our AI guidelines, and our public service data strategy, Ireland is laying the foundations for a digital government that is efficient, ethical, and inclusive. We are determined that the next chapter of our public service will be one where technology empowers people, strengthens trust, and delivers lasting value for society. That is the Ireland we're building, and that's the Europe we're proud to help shape. Thank you very much for your attention, and enjoy the rest of it.
Allora, ringraziamo il Ministro.
So let's thank the Minister, Emma Higgins, for her comments on the strategy, the Digital Innovation Transformation Strategy of the Irish Government. And now we're moving on with Barbara. I would like to ask Barbara to come back on stage. She spent the whole morning here, but she's back with us this afternoon. Thank you, Barbara. Right now, we have a keynote speech, and I'd like to leverage your experience in Saudi Arabia. You've been there many times for professional purposes. And what are they doing technologically? Because today we'll have with us a minister dealing with research and innovation in the environment, water and agriculture. So exactly how can we introduce that talk? Well, Saudi Arabia is a country that has changed drastically and very quickly, showing evidence of how fast technology is moving and how much technology can very quickly impact and drastically change a society. So the Prince bin Salman and his vision for the future, 2030, that's now become 2040, has set up an authority, a central authority under his own government called SDAIR. And SDAIR basically is an authority for data and artificial intelligence. What it does under close scrutiny is manage, administer, and share data amongst all the ministries and ministers. The policies concern education, health, etc., that are extremely advanced. Over the past few days, he told us about vertical AI that is recorded for every student at school, and they are challenged on their weak subjects. And all this technology and AI and planning capacity is being used to truly change some of the Earth's crusts, and I'm sure that's what we'll be hearing right now. They are planting a huge desert area going from Jeddah to the Red Sea. They are planting 30,000 trees a year, and they've got a desalination plant that is one of the biggest in the world. And they're also managing a solar energy plant that will be one of the biggest in the world for storing renewable energy, thus radically changing the landscape. And thanks to a company called Aquapower, headed by an Italian, Marco Arcelli, by the way, they are using a geopolitical tool used by the Saudi prince, addressing Africa, addressing Uzbekistan, and I believe now they're also building a pipeline that will take renewable energy to Europe directly via Italy, and that will end up in northern Italy. So let's hear what the minister has to say. Thank you very much, Barbara, for your introduction.
Join me on the stage Al-Malik Abdulaziz, Minister of Research and Innovation of the Ministry of Environment, Water and Agriculture of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Please join the stage, have the microphone. Thank you for being here. It's a pleasure.
Thank you very much. And would like to thank the introducer for I'm sure a very lovely description about Saudi Arabia and its vision and what is amazing endeavors that are happening within my country. Thank you very much for organizers and for the Senator Botti for his generosity and for inviting me to such an esteemed event. So ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, it is an absolute pleasure to be here with you today to share how Saudi Arabia is transforming research and innovation into tangible impact across agriculture, water, and the environment sector. So people often think of my country as a land rich in oil and natural resources. That is true, of course. But what defines us today is not only what lies beneath our land, but what we are building above it. Like every other nation, we face the pressing challenges of climate change, environmental degradation, population growth, and rapid urbanization, all of which are accelerating the consumption of scarce resources. As the world's population grows, ensuring access to sufficient, nutritious, and sustainable food becomes more complex. These challenges demanded not only collective action, but also bold innovation, because the pace of environmental change has already outstripped the pace of traditional solutions. And if there is one thing we Saudis are known for, it is rising to challenges, even when the odds are against us. Just like Lionel Messi, who still remembers our World Cup victory. On a more serious note, the Kingdom has placed innovation at the very heart of its national priorities. Under the direct steering of His Royal Highness, the Crown Prince, and the Prime Minister, through the establishment of the Supreme Committee for Research, Development and Innovation. This committee defined 4 national missions, each addressing a vital strategic area. Our ministry, my ministry, the Ministry of Environment, Water and Agriculture, is the custodian of one of these missions, the mission for sustainability and supply of essential needs. Our objectives are ambitious, yet essential. To reduce the withdrawal of non-renewable water by 90% and cut water production cost by half by 2035. And to develop technologies that enable resilient food systems and achieve over 50% self-sufficiency. To achieve these goals, Saudi Arabia has built a structured governance system from the highest leadership down to every entity in the innovation ecosystem. Under this governance, missions connect ministries, research institutions, and private innovators into one orchestrated effort. MIWA was the first ministry in the Kingdom to establish a dedicated deputyship for research and innovation, designed to move from isolated projects to system-wide impact. 2 years ago, we launched our research and innovation strategic plan, aligned with the national RDI strategy of research, development, and innovation in the Kingdom. It rests on 4 pillars: steering the ecosystem, strengthening linkages and innovation culture, boosting demand for innovation, and finally, unlocking supply of technologies. From this strategy, 18 national programs were born, connecting partners, researchers, and innovators toward one shared mission. The results are already measurable. Nearly 30 new innovative technologies have been deployed across the Kingdom. More than 2,500 innovators have been trained, and around 200 partnerships, both national and international, have been forged, linking us with global universities, companies, and governments. Our estimates show that every €1 invested in innovation returns 5-fold in GDP and well-being benefits. We have also mapped the technologies that matter most for the future of our sectors. With the help of hundreds of scientists and experts, we assessed 300 technologies and identified 14 families as the most promising technology set. To keep this momentum, we built the National Platform for Research and Innovation Analytics for Sustainability, an AI-driven platform that scouts global trends in technology, policy, and investments regarding innovation. What once took us years to study can now be done in weeks, thanks to AI-enabled intelligence. We also know that innovation sometimes collides with regulation. Not all barriers are bad, but many are vital for safety and community well-being. But when regulations become outdated, we act. Through our regulatory sandbox program, we review and update policies to enable responsible innovation. This program has already helped unlock progress in biochar, soil enhancers, and grey water management technologies, with dozens of companies and public entities participating in the past cohorts. We have also built bridges with academia and the private sector through initiatives such as the Saudi Agri-Food Technology Alliance. Nearly 200 partners now work with us as part of one extended innovation community. Our collaboration with KAUST stands out and has been particularly transformative. Together, we manage a portfolio of more than 100 joint projects focused on early-stage technology piloting. Through our centers of excellence, we have raised over 20 million in private funds for innovation, registered more than 100 patents, and created 9 spin-off companies. These are homegrown innovations. We also led national pilots ourselves, tackling critical problems hands-on, such as the red palm weevil infestation, recycled water reuse, and desalinated water for irrigation. We act not just as policymakers, but as problem solvers, bridging science with real-world needs. Wherever our farmers, industries, or communities face constraints, we step in to bring the next technology. Looking forward, we see great promise in working together internationally, particularly with countries like Italy. We have been impressed by the Italian Department for Digital Transformation and its advances in quantum computing and AI, technologies that could significantly optimize agriculture and resource management. Our visions are closely aligned: to innovate not for prestige, but for people, to build solutions that not only serve our nations, but the world beyond our borders. Thank you again for the kind invitation and for the shared belief that innovation is not an option. It is our collective responsibility to the planet and to the future generations. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. A pleasure. E allora...
Thank you so much. Now, after listening to our colleague from Saudi Arabia, we've opened up to a more international landscape from Bulgaria through to Saudi Arabia. But let's now go back to Italy with a panel discussion. I would ask the people behind the screen to bring me a stool, because I need to sit on it, and then I would invite Valentina Colombo, Associate Professor of General Chemistry from the University of Milan, Roberto Della Marina, Founder and Managing Partner of Oblo Ventures, Angela Iannaro, Professor of Pharmacology at the University of Naples, Federico II, and Dante Rottili, a full Professor of Pharmaceutical Chemistry at Rome University. And we have joining us remotely, Giovanni Nistico, the President of the Italian Drugs Agency. So welcome all of you. Do you want me to stand over here at the lectern, or should I go a bit closer to them and sit down over there? Please, I need a bit of advice. Where should I sit? All right, then, I'll get a bit closer. So this is something we have to agree on constantly. We all have our jobs to do. I see our panelists joining us remotely. So why don't we start like this? I know that Mr. Nistico has somewhere to be in about 5 or 10 minutes at the most. So perhaps we can start with him. Artificial intelligence, quantum calculating, computing, and the pharmaceuticals industry. And we'll be applying that to the pharmaceuticals sector. We'll be covering a lot of topics, but basically two main technologies, one that's with us already and we're dealing with, and one that is promising, but still very much on the horizon. And we've heard a bit about it thanks to people who've spoken at the Digital Innovation Forum this year. And we're looking at the use of these technologies in the healthcare sector and in drug development. So why perhaps can't we start with the regulators and the Italian Medicines Agency? And here I would touch on all those topics with you and then perhaps let you go. So let's begin with the foundations, the arrival of these technologies, the challenge for people in your position. Thank you so much. Well, thank you. I don't know if you can hear me. Yes, we can all hear you very well. So thank you very much for inviting me. And this is clearly a timely topic. And very recently, there have been a number of initiatives on the same subject. Recently, a law to be passed in Italy on the subject. So I can give you a sort of broad overview of the situation from the regulatory standpoint. And artificial intelligence and machine learning are both key elements today in the field of public health, and as far as I'm concerned, also the digital transformation of the regulatory system itself in the field of drug development. Now, this obviously entails risks, new risks that need mitigating, and we understand that as regulators, but we need to keep up with technological developments. And as a system, a regulatory system, we tend to be rather rigid. That's in our nature, but we certainly can't harness developments. Mr. Nistico, it's certainly not simple to maintain balance and keep things moving at the same time as such extraordinary developments are taking place. So it's certainly nothing to sneeze at. That is true, absolutely. We operate at the Italian level, European level, and we, as regards the Artificial Intelligence Act, we're also looking at data processing and data treatment systems, and we also have a national Italian framework that we are trying to update, and obviously we need to reconcile the rules with flexibility. Obviously, we have to stand up to the challenges of digital innovation. We have artificial intelligence and precision pharmacological developments and so on, all that's going on in healthcare. So what I can say is that the development use of artificial intelligence all has to be human-centric. We have to have the human being at the center. People have to be at the center of whatever we do, and there's the ethical aspects, there are impacts to be assessed, there's transparency to be dealt with, data transparency, accountability to be viewed every which way. So, and this all has to be in place right from the very start of the assessments that are made in regards to effectiveness, safety, security, and privacy. So there are European strategies. And yes, that's exactly what I was going to ask you about. You've told us a bit about the Italian perspective, the Italian Drugs Agency, but then when you raise your eyes and look at the European level, what sort of partnership, what sort of cooperation are we looking at? There is a strategy that's been put in place by the European Medicines Agency and all the other international regulators, different medicines agencies. So there is a strategy going to 2028, maybe not 2040. So it is short term, but it is a document and it's been drafted together with all of the other regulatory agencies, and artificial intelligence is certainly one of the topics that it deals with. The aims being to support the development of a European digital network and leverage artificial intelligence throughout the life cycle of drugs and extract big data. We're talking about big data that needs interpreting and analyzing. And that's all very difficult to do without artificial intelligence. And so we have to ensure that all the algorithms and machines and computers help us And that's important, not just in assessing the risks that drugs have, but also the timing of when we market risks. They have to be based on risk-benefit ratios, and we need to carry out assessments on many, many different areas. And so we're reconciling health with economics and drug safety. So there are many, many initiatives that have been and are being rolling out to perfect the system that is already in place. I know you have to rush, so I'll ask you one last question. What do you think the risks and challenges are that are the biggest ones? I'm sure our guests will agree with you, but I wanted to hear it from the horse's mouth, as it were. Yes, obviously there are specific risks for patient security, like biases, the representativeness of data, and I think it is important to talk about data quality. So there's also an issue of safety and security, data security particularly, and the assessment of risk management, risk performance, data transparency, interpretation of data, and so on. And as I was saying before, we've got privacy, which is a giant question, a giant issue, which underlies data governance and so on. So however important all that is, we need to get moving. We need to think about data quality, data reliability, and so on. That is what needs to guide us. Process transparency is crucial. Gaining public trust is a big challenge too. And we as a regulator and an authority come together with the other parts of the picture to ensure all of that. So thank you very much. Thanks for coming with us, although you didn't have much time to devote to us, but you made the most of it, and we appreciate that. So let's now go back into our room and have a little chat. It's a bit of I'm improvising somewhat here because we have many, many issues to touch on. Maybe we can start with the use of artificial intelligence in pharmacology, the potential current uses of quantum computing or cryptography. And maybe then we can go on to finance and how the financial sector can support the system with venture capital, for example, to develop these new technologies. So really we can wander off in various directions, all with a view to coming together and hearing what you have to say about how these technologies are so relevant, why they're so relevant, and in what way they're changing the way you work and what you do. So Professor Iannaro, let me start with you. From your perspective, this is a simple question, because I know you'll be giving me a very complex answer. Well, my simple question is, what has changed for you? You develop drugs. You were telling me before, your work is essentially to deal with drugs and how they affect living beings and how they're used in practice. So what's changed? What changes when things like artificial intelligence come into the equation? I'm sure you'll tell me even more than that. So I'd very much like to thank the organisers for inviting me to take part in this panel discussion.
A lot has changed, the approach for starters. I'd say there is a scientific change. And there's also a change in how you identify strategies. What counts really is being able to identify and validate the target, the personalization of medicine, and in an ideal world, we know that those who work with biology are faced with the variability of the system, because biological systems are very complex. So, trying to be as fast as I can tell you the following. Thanks to the artificial intelligence, we really changed the way in which we develop strategic the therapeutical strategies for, say, Alzheimer's disease or cancer. And there is a good deal of innovation there for those who've done research for many years, like me. We talked today about reverse pharmacology. So that's kind of the opposite of the empirical research. It's a paradigm shift. Absolutely, when it comes to the design and the development of the therapeutic strategy. That was possible thanks to a number of events, like the availability of clinical data, the NGS technology, next generation sequencing, that provided a massive amount of data, which is ideal for integration with artificial intelligence and genomics, clinical genomics, which represents a new approach, as I was saying, a new approach to the planning of the therapeutic strategy, which is not empirical but based on genomics and all of the other omics. That is to say, the sciences that can pull these data together. That truly is the ideal setting to integrate algorithm and generative models. I will ask you next how AI impacts drug development. But now, let me move on to Professor Rodili, and let me ask you something that relates to an upstream, if you will, aspect. If we consider quantum computing, well, that is a perfect fit for simulating a complex thing like a molecule.
Ecco, lì che cosa c'è da sapere?
So what more is there to be known? What progress are you hoping for or looking forward to? And what about quantum computing and artificial intelligence? What can they do? First, I'd like to thank the organisers for inviting me and welcoming me. Just a second, could you please increase the professor's volume? There's an echo in the room, and I think we need to do something about the audio. Okay, so answer you, I would very briefly give you a few figures to very quickly describe the development pipeline for researching and developing new drugs. Now, a large pharmaceutical company, because obviously a smaller one wouldn't be able to afford it, would take between 10 and 15 years and invest between $1 and $3 billion to market a new drug. Just one. And for each new molecule that gets onto the chemist's shelf, there are thousands and thousands of molecules that get lost along the wayside. And so it's the 3 Ds, discovery, drug, and development. There are various phases. I'm not going to go through them all, but there is a preclinical phase, which goes before what my colleague was talking about over there, where clinical chemistry plays the lion's share of that. And already at present, artificial intelligence helped us reduce costs and also shorten the time of marketing up to 30%. We're talking about new drugs, completely new drugs with a new mechanism of action, but also drugs that developed on already known targets. But artificial intelligence does have a limit, and it's an intrinsic limit, as you mentioned earlier. And the limit is physics. Artificial intelligence has trouble accurately predicting the behavior of molecules, and it has trouble interacting with the nature of molecules that are complex. And quantum computing can provide a great deal of help, because quantum computing is excellent in doing simulations, precision, and it's absolutely incomparable in doing that. So like knows like knows things similar to it and can thus interpret the behavior of like, because the quantum calculation itself and the molecule are based upon the same basic principles. So what is truly new, what's really innovative, and that we'll be seeing over the next few years, because some companies are working on quantum AI and already working in this field, and it's the convergence, the synergy between these two elements. Quantum machine learning today is thought to be able to increase the accuracy and even more reduce the time and funding required for preclinical and clinical trials for marketing new drugs. Okay, we can now move over. Thank you for that. I'll go to Valentina Colombo and basically ask her the same question that I asked her a while back. So what does a crystallographer do on a panel like this? So first of all, welcome. Thank you very much. Thank you for inviting me. And thanks also for inviting me to take part in this panel. I'm a crystallographer, a chemist and a crystallographer. Yes, in fact, when you talk about quantum computing or artificial intelligence, I think we all visualize the model, the calculator, but we very seldom think about crystals. But crystallography is the science enabling us to see matter at the atomic level. So via X-rays, we can look at, we use diffraction to see how molecules behave at the solid state. This is important in pharmaceuticals because many pharmaceutical forms are sold in the solid form. So studying these forms is very important in terms of pharmaceutical chemistry. And what about artificial intelligence? Where do you see that happening? Well, we crystallographers have been depositing data in huge databases, so that's one thing. And the Cambridge Structural Database is the biggest one. Today it contains about 1 million structures. Every year we deposit 70,000 more, and it's a huge source of data. So very quickly interpreting and effectively interpreting the data, thanks to artificial intelligence, enables us to predict how new forms will move and behave in the solid state. And so that's upstream and downstream. It enables you to predict on the one hand, but it also enables you to analyze what you see downstream. Yes, of course, because in the process chemistry side of a solid state, this is what crystallographers all dream of, to understand how crystals form, what they call the nucleation of a crystal. We all want to understand why that crystal and why that pharmaceutical form comes into being and why in that particular form. So AI in a crystallization process using the right sensors, infrared or sensors, looking at the morphology, etc. of a particle, all of these things enable us to analyze huge amounts of data simultaneously and then interpret the results. And of course, ideally, we hope we'll eventually find a system enabling us to intervene, to step in and see whether the crystallization is going in the right or the wrong direction. Is AI here to steal jobs? That's something we'll talk about later.
Now, Roberto della Marina. When I read Oblu Ventures, we're talking about venture capital, so financing. So we'll discuss investments in this field. They are high-risk investments, but these are also game changers. Preparing for this talk, I was surprised about Oblu Ventures. So tell me a little bit about it. Oblu Ventures was incorporated 5 years ago. I am one of the founders. We were scientists. I have a PhD in physicists. My colleague is an engineer. And 12 people, out of 12 people, 9 have a PhD in STEM. Why is that to do venture capital for tech transfer early stage means being very close to academia and scientific work, and that requires an understanding and familiarity with the scientific method that has got nothing to do, or almost nothing to do, with finance. Finance for this type of activity is really a commodity. I mean, the money is the last aspect to be factored in. We need to understand first what we're talking about and infer what might be the impact on the market and when. Because when, I mean, who and when are more important than how much. Okay, I thought it was worth sharing this. There is certainly an important element linked to the deep start of scientific startups, etc. Because in order to bring to light talents and entrepreneurship, the people who come from the scientific world need to, if you will, change gear and do something new. And sometimes that doesn't happen. And that doesn't often happen because it's hard, if you will, to leave things behind. And it's a bit of a quantum leap. But in the future, we will need more entrepreneurs like this. But oftentimes, these entrepreneurs do not know much of the other stuff that is needed. Yes, this is a bit of a gap in our system. In Italy, that is very much so. Anyone who receives a scientific information doesn't have the clue about entrepreneurial or economic aspects. And so, at the end of their studies, they have a career path which is difficult. Because this academic system is pretty, how can I say, segmented. And so it's hard to become an entrepreneur. Oftentimes they just don't have the financial background to do it. So what we do with our scientists, by our I mean the one we fund, is to augment them, so to speak. Part of our investment consists in funding them to attend an executive MBA. With a Trieste business school, we put together an executive MBA focusing on entrepreneurship on very topical subjects, technological subjects typically. And we found that out of the 70 alumni that graduated over the past few years, and many of them still work within our company portfolio, they created a company within the company because they created a knowledge base which has a common denominator, that is to say to grow the company, but also to disseminate this knowledge. And we found that that is an amazing accelerator. Out of the 500 companies that are quantum native in the world, that is to say those who only work with quantum, 70% of these show poor skills in quantum. If we know that the catchment area for these people is the university, you will see that that is not only an Italian problem, but the problem lies in generating and then changing STEM professionals and making them, if you will, more flexible and open. So ultimately it's about scientists who then become entrepreneurs and then train others. Academia struggles to understand that. Of course, there are incubators, but it's hard. Would you like to add something here? Yeah, I wanted to add a small thing. One of the key traits of a scientist is the lack of entrepreneurial vision. The top satisfaction for a scientist is proving that you were right in your initial hypothesis. The rest are details, so to speak. The great advantage of a scientist lies in curiosity. Absolutely, it's being ready for a new challenge.
Yes, what were you saying? Yes, what I was saying is that what is great about scientists is that they're always curious, and if you suggest something new, potentially compelling, they will stick their hands up. That is absolutely true. But, Professor, going back to the technical aspects, the technical applications of these technologies, because we'll go back to this subject. We'll be talking about a very interesting case study in a minute, but let me ask first, what are you insisting on when you're developing a new drug using AI? Well, pretty much everywhere. We heard about the two main issues, time and place. So these are crucial, but you were saying, how many years does it take to develop a new drug and market it? Well, you've got the costs. In the 1960s, it would cost $1 billion in R&D to produce 10 molecules. And today, $2 billion, maybe, if you're lucky, to produce one. So I think that tells us quite a lot. And of course, we're talking about between 10 and 15 years. And we're talking about molecules that are in clinical phase 2A, that have been through the pipeline, and from the validation, identification of the target, right down to the clinical usage. These days, it takes less than 5 years. So really that pipeline has halved. It takes half the time. So reducing costs, reducing the time required, having drugs on the market sooner. Yes, but I think what's even just as important is optimizing, modeling the pharmacokinetics and the pharmacodynamics, to use simple words. You know, the time it takes for the drug to transit through our body, how the drug, the molecule interacts with the human body. And so, as Bill Gates said, biology will survive artificial intelligence forever. So, and it's, I think, it's one thing that will never die. And pharmacodynamics is the mechanism of action of the drug, interactions with the target, the specific target. And if we imagine the ability to identify oncogenes, for example, present only on a tumor cell, then we would be able to understand that the toxicity mechanism, the aspecific toxicity related to the drug itself, will be much less. And another important aspect that I very much like, and then I'll stop, is repositioning. That's just as important. Before, the professor over there was talking about thousands of structures that are deposited, that are filed in the archive, 70,000 more a year. We have similar structures that have been designed in the opposite direction. That is, it's a sort of attempt to guide them towards a pathology and an idea. And the question is, what do we do with them? We rescreen them and try to discover, like Alafin, it was a hypothetic anti-diabetic drug that didn't work, and it turned into an antibiotic with great promise, because it's also resistant to mutations in bacteria. Well, yes, antibiotics are important. The next pandemic is likely to be bacterial, by the way. So, Professor Rotili, all of this, I think, also concerns quantum computing, right? And that is something important for you. Yes, repurposing is crucial. Artificial intelligence has already achieved great results, particularly during the COVID pandemic. There have been 3 or 4 or 5 repositioned drugs, all different, and based upon that repositioning, there's a startup called Benevolent AI that began, its first success was to reposition a kinase inhibitor during the pandemic. It was approved on an emergency basis, and after that, it was also funded, and AI began to be used for developing completely new drugs for new therapeutic applications. So when do we use AI for repositioning purposes? You can achieve huge savings. So when we reposition a drug, we skip all the pre-trial part. We skip phase 1 of the clinical trials and go straight to phase 2. That's where you generally have the largest number of failures. But if you can take a drug where you've made huge savings and say 45% of the cost of the drug, well, that makes a lot of sense. True. And if it can become systematic, if there are investigative systems for looking into the situation, you'll see happening what happened with Ozempic, for example. I mean, it's a drug for diabetes, but it's turned out to have a number of side effects, some beneficial, such as weight loss and of course, it does cause dependency. If you stop taking it, you get hungry again. But basically, that's the principle, is it not? Yes. It's serendipity, basically. It's what they call serendipity. In other words, when you discover something quite by accident.
In questo caso è driving.
Tecnologia però.
Technology in all fields, and yours is just the same. Technology puts a recurring question. This is for Professor Colombo. Is technology here to replace humans? Will I find an agentic AI 10 years down the line, or will I still meet you? For the time being, AI amplifies our work. It can't replace the interpretation of data or the way we frame questions. We need to put the right questions to interpret data, and this protects us in crystallography. If I may add something on the time issue. In the pharmaceutical solid state, Walter Macron in 1860 or so said that the number of pharmaceutical forms named polyforms that is discovered is proportional to the time and money spent to identify them. And thanks to AI, this time can be reduced as well as the money. So even in the solid state, there is this considerable advantage. And you actually bear testimony to what we have just said. We're nearly done. We have just a handful of minutes. So let me ask Roberto Della Marina. Tell me about an investment which didn't turn out quite well, putting scientists in a context to develop something new, although perhaps it's not quite about AI. But do tell us, please. We have some 60 companies in our portfolio across different funds. In 2019, I made an investment in Trento. Sibilla Biotech was the name of the company. Sibilla, at the time, was a company with a very disruptive proposal in terms of potential. They wanted to create a new drug discovery paradigm using a physically based method, not AI based. And their idea was to find a burgeoning protein when it was generated by the ribosome. But back then, this meant that you could create interventions that could have a long life, and that they could be that could be treated as if they were with a stable structure, so like a native protein. And that meant that you could potentially treat proteins that were quintessentially proteins, but they were not druggable because they did not show any pockets that could be degraded. Now, we discovered over time, mind you, I made my investment in 2019. It gathered 25 million in a matter of a few years. Now, we are in nearly the IND, and we are dealing with cyclin D1, a very interesting target. It's one of the proteins that is very much present in many oncology pathways. Now, the genesis here was interesting. There was a contribution of a theoretical nuclear physicist, so somebody who's not a pharma expert, and then he worked with some structural biologists. They talked through a PhD guy, and they managed to come up with this idea that sounded a bit far-fetched, but the thing is actually working out. The interesting thing is that with Sibylla, we can say that Sibylla uses AI for many things. They do the de novo construction. They track the ADME, and they try and understand what are the chemical and physical characteristics of a pocket. And that will be amplified by quantum computing. We've already run some experiments. All of the simulation part, mind you, the algorithm is extremely frugal, so it doesn't need much GPU. But we made a test on the human proteome, 20,000 proteins. The target for CBL is 4,800 proteins that express a pocket at an intermediate folding state, which is not there in the native state. We haven't seen whether there's a match for proteins that have an interest pharmacologically. We need to cross database, and oftentimes databases are proprietary. Now, this brings to mind something that was mentioned earlier, and so a question for Professor Tondili. Who is investing heavily? Well, Novo Nordisk is working on this aspect, and their market capitalization was more than the GDP of Denmark. Basically, they redressed the Danish economy in July with the Danish Foundation for Export and Innovation. Well, they launched a project worth 80 million euros for a quantum platform with Microsoft and Atom Computing. And the idea is to install a quantum computer, neutral atom, it's called Magnet, that should be the first commercial grade level 2 quantum computer. It should have error correction, and it should also be scalable much more. So we're entering the era of logical qubit. So the largest EU company is investing massively in quantum computing. That's the message we can pass on. Oh, this is certainly very encouraging. At the end, let me thank all of my panel, Valentina Colombo, Roberto Della Marina, Mr. Iannaro, and Dr. Rottili. Thank you very much.
scendete pure da questa parte, accomodatevi con calma. Grazie davvero, grazie, arrivederci. Grazie, ciao, a presto, grazie mille. Allora, il programma...
Right, so our agenda is marching on relentlessly, and now we have a keynote speech, a very high-level keynote speech. Up to the stage, I would like to invite, if I may, yes, Alberto Barachini, Undersecretary of State for Information and Publishing at the Italian Council of Ministers. Welcome. Good evening, and thanks for inviting me. Today, I brought along a handful of slides, and my presentation aims to be a little bit provocative, and the title is AI. Do we need the rules? Do we need them? And what rules do we need? So I think it's odd that politics is calling for rules, regulations, and then when the rules are put out, oftentimes they're wrong, and so we need new ones, different applications. And for once, our country should be proud of having a vision on artificial intelligence with a very sound law. It's obviously not perfect, but on the 10th of this month it became operational. So many of the aspects of contents of this law, thanks to Senator Butti's efforts and thanks to the efforts of our own Department for IT and Publishing, will bring major innovations to bear on our country, creating a virtual circle. That is, I think, the pathway upon which we should be travelling at this point in time in regards to innovation. So what rules and why do we need certain rules? Well, we do need rules to take innovation in the right direction. I was quite impressed by... It's not the right one. It's this one. How do I go back? Apologies. There's your pointer. So I would start with an analysis that was published by the Sole 24 Ore of two of the world's leading American distribution networks, retailers, Walmart and Costco, because they developed two types of innovations, completely different, with two completely different visions of the use of artificial intelligence. Walmart eliminated 1,500 jobs and replaced the jobs with automation, and there was a huge impact on the company's life, but they ran courses and training courses to reskill the laid-off workers. Costco, many of you know Costco. Costco and Walmart are not that different, but they invested in human capital, introducing automated technology on a gradual basis also to support manual jobs, human jobs. And the results are very much in favor of Costco, achieving plus 211% more sales and plus 180% revenues per employee, which means that there are many different ways of using technology and innovating. And the short, medium and long-term efforts don't always lead to the same results. The innovation, the use of an innovation, the vision of an innovation sometimes needs to be looked at in the mid-term. I know innovation moves at the speed of light, but we also need to understand what we need in the short term, in the medium and in the long term. In our business, publishing, IT, well, it's almost a democratic driver. It is a democratic driver. And something's happening here that many of you may have heard of. What's happening is that there's a decrease in the intentionality, the intention of the user to pursue research on the web. Basically what's happening, in other words, is that the AI summaries that we're seeing produced by AI are such that 1 out of 100 users, 1 out of 100 people on Google asking questions, putting queries out there, will click on the AI summary before they go any further, and that's where they stop. 1 out of 100. 8 out of 100 will then click and go on, continue their search, and look at the results of the search. So this is not just economically important, commercially, and so on. We're not just talking about business development. That's not all it is. Obviously, you understand that this doesn't just apply to publishing. It's almost like a funnel into which users are placed and never get out of, really. You've got the user's intention, the intention of whoever built the tunnel or the funnel. We know that users generally follow the rule of making the least effort. They don't want to waste their efforts, so they do as little as possible to get what they want. But this is the prospect. Think about entire segments of the economy, of businesses, both internationally and in Europe, which are weaker on certain commercial dynamics. So think of the implications of this. And it leads me to think of various things, including the fact that Google, many of you I'm sure know, only a few days ago introduced AI mode. It's yet another tunnel within the tunnel. After the AI summary, Google continues asking for information that keeps the user online and steers them, guides them. I mean, remember how the web came into being, what the rationale was. It was all about free speech. It was all about the freedom to form one's opinions. And here we have a funnel into which users end up navigating. I met Leo XIV only a few days ago, the Pope, and I was with 150 other members of publishing world, and Pope Leo made a wonderful speech to journalists from all over the world. They came from literally every corner of the world. And he said, we do not want technology to replace humans, and we do not want information and the algorithms that control them to be in the hands of the few. I would say in the hands of the few and for the few, because we're talking about very few who understand innovation and the direction that innovation is going, and very few, even fewer, are controlling those algorithms. And just think about the challenges that we're looking at. There's a German word that you use in chess, which talks about a forced move, basically. It means that when you're playing chess and you're losing, you have to make a certain move, even you know that you're losing and you're going to lose, but you have to try and hurt your opponent. So in the world of artificial intelligence, there are many, many parties that are going for this chess move simply to damage someone else's prospects. Going on with the narrowing of the sources that we have before us. Look at this. It tells us that in queries, in the sources producing the AI summary on Google, the sources are becoming now fewer and fewer. So the search is very much based on the same sources: Wikipedia, government sources, and other websites. So there's much less freedom of access to information using the AI summary. But on top of that, the AI summary is not just what the American Constitutional Court said described as the distribution of information. You know that the game was played a few years ago on the subject of the big ones, publishers, and they are subject to rules, regulations. But are they that, or are they actually distributors of information? And the court decided that they were distributors, retailers of information. But if the summary is produced basically by the distributors, at that point they are producers of content. And that leads to a number of considerations and concerning the state of play. Then again, this is where we see the game being played. Sam Altman said a little while ago that ChatGPT has now reached 800 million users, active users, every week, and that is equivalent to 3.2 billion users, active users monthly. And these are the over-the-top predictions. The question is, who will dominate research in information, not just information on our sector? I mean, I myself personally believe that reduced democratic participation in elections and voting in elections is embedded in lower interest, less interest in information, period. And that's my own personal feeling. People are less interested in information. People look for less information. There's less critical conscience, and there's less determination and desire to democratically participate in the life of a country. But this is where it all comes to a head, because even Google is concerned about these results. They know full well that they're losing traffic. And so they are going for those forced chess moves. Many of you may have seen the Italian law on artificial intelligence, which has many articles. I myself spoke about the law concerning the crime of deepfakery. We believe that it needs to be stated very clearly that it's a danger for democracy. If people can no longer tell what is real and what is fake and can't trust what they see and they read, then this lack of confidence will lead to a huge democratic issue. But there are other articles as well. This is an important one, Article 13, provisions in the subject of intellectual professions and the use of artificial intelligence in intellectual professions. And it specifies that the purpose is to exercise instrumental activities only. So basically the vision is to place humans at the center, and it is guaranteed by mutual confidence in the use of technology. There is yet another important article, this one concerning a positive vision. We need to be optimistic about the development of artificial intelligence and its use, which concerns investments. We invested $1 billion in startups, and we're also waging on our the ability of academia and on the training in our country, bringing in people from abroad who do have certain skills. And this article, this provision, encourages people who have left Italy to study to return to the country and undertake research applied to innovative technology. So we need, we cannot invest as much as other countries, so we need human resources. We need ideas. If we are to wage a war in which we're the weaker party, the weaker side. So to conclude. Okay, with this slide, if you will, is leading to what I was talking about before, which is innovation, seeking to give back to citizens an easy view, an easy understanding or reply to their questions, to their queries, and a comfortable view. And if questions and answers lead to what we see here, this is the graph that tells us that the longer questions and longer search queries are more likely to produce AI summaries. Well, what is the objective of all that? The objective is to have an innovation or a technology reply to whatever question is put to it. And obviously the business world is very keen to highlight its specificities, its creativeness, its originality, and so on. You will thus understand how potentially more complex it will be to break down this wall, the wall of comfort, the wall of standard replies, responses, and that is today's concern. We need to wage this war and regulate what can be regulated. It's not what the Americans call European over-regulation. We're talking about going into battle with the weapons we have and our abilities, the abilities we know we have. We need to get out of our comfort zone that other people have created to win the challenge. Thank you.
Grazie sottosegretario.
Thank you, Undersecretary Paracchini. I like the mention of that forced move. Now, let's turn back to something that, to a format that we've used a lot here, the one-to-one interview. So let's talk now to Calogero Maria Odo, Associate Professor of Bioengineering, Sant'Anna School of Advanced Studies. Professor, let's use these 10 minutes wisely. The title of this contribution is Robotics, Smart Machines and Bioengineering for Health. I wanted to ask you, what is your specific area in Pisa? I teach bioengineering, so I combine life sciences and development of health technologies, and especially for myself is touch and sensory aspects, haptic technologies basically. So robotics, intelligent machines and bioengineering. What are you currently working on, and what are the main trends and the state of the art in your sector? There are some slides there in the background, so I can show you what we do in Italy. Robotics, bioengineering in synergy with social sciences. Well, that is about enabling new solutions in the clinical process, prevention, diagnosis, treatment, and rehab. Just think of the combination between omics and wearable technology, or monitoring of biosignals. So that really goes down the direction of precision medicine, customized medicine. Treatment solutions can be targeted to each individual needs. There have been major developments in the pharma sector, for instance, in personalized immunotherapy, so targeted per pathology, combining wearable and implantable devices. This seems like a natural continuation of the previous round table we had. On the one hand, we can customize treatment because we know the patients better and better, and we have the right technology to develop personalized medication. And then you have systems that can enhance physically the solution. I'd just like to mention a couple of examples here. At the San Raffaele University, just around the corner, there's a joint lab with the Sant'Anna School. It's coordinated by a neurosurgeon and a neuroengineer. Together, they are demonstrating that it is possible to recover motor functions in paraplegic patients. That really is the frontier of cutting-edge technology, moving towards wearable technology now to get to preventive medicine. And that can also be developed by the national industrial system. Another topic you are working on is robotics, smart machines and artificial sensors. What does it all have to do? If you look at the evolution of smart machines, think of industrial as well as clinical scenarios. These machines have a very well-developed eyesight and artificial intelligence that currently is advanced state-of-the-art. Touch sensing is not present in smart machines. That's why robots are not among us. That's why they're not there. Robots are in the industry in very structured settings. They can act in structured and repeatable settings. Professor Miscusi mentioned haptic in surgery. We are developing technologies for neurorehabilitation and also applications in surgery. The development of the sensory capacities of robots or androids is fundamental for another field. That is to say, the development of advanced AI. We are developing AIs and we feed them data. It means that they have very limited experience of the real world. But when we do embodied AI, we send them around to experience a bit the reality. They collect information. They collect information in real time. So touch is fundamental there. Yes, correct. Let's give a body to artificial intelligence. That is our slogan. We want AI with its body to act and interact physically with the surrounding environment, with other smart machines in day-to-day settings and with human beings. And to do all of that, touch is fundamental. Neuroscientific studies say that we wouldn't even be able to lift a bottle. We use robots, yes, but we only do it in industrial settings. If we want robots to act among us, that's not quite there. Mind you, robots in industrial settings do not have touch sensors. If we want, as I said, robots among us, we need them to have proprioception and external perception. There's also a number of applications in the cardiovascular field or health and safety in the workplace. I mean, there's a number of potential applications for this. Professor, we still have 3 minutes. Let's talk about something that is very close to my heart. In Italy, we have centers of excellence when it comes to robotics, and the Pisa University is really one of a kind. I remember I visited the Pisa laboratory for a TV service I was working on, and I saw people building hands, etc. Basically, the idea was to make robots autonomous and walk around on their own. How can you support this level of excellence? How can you retain talents and attract others? Because that is key. We have talents who leave. We're not able then to attract talents. I am proud of teaching at the Sant'Anna School in Pisa. All of the Pisa system is excellent. The Scuola Normale, the CNR, the University of Pisa, and there's also the MIT Lucca. But I would like to say that the whole Italian system, the robotics community, the smart, intelligent machines, I mean, it's important. Tomorrow I'll travel to Rome for a conference of the robotics, Italian Robotics Institute. This is to say that our scientific community is pretty strong. We've had Italian presidents of the World Robotics Society, and we have other academic leaders. We also have an important industrial ecosystem. Let me mention Oversonic. This is a company that produces humanoid robots, and we work with them to develop sensorized skins. And then Hugo, they produced exoskeletons. It was a joint partnership with the Comau Group. They developed machines to help the muscular skeletal systems. And it's a team, Microelectronics. They are Italo-French. They produce micro sensors, so that this means that we have the capabilities on wearables in our mobile phones to infer information with microchip. high-performance computing is fundamental to train, but inference can be done on the edge thanks to these technology that are 100% made in Italy. I can feel the passion of Professor Oddo. Really, we are strong in Italy and we should highlight that, shouldn't we? Yes, we have the ability to attract talents from abroad. We have the right tools to do that. And we also have the need to retain talent in our country. This is our dream. Make sure that the talents we train in Italy remain in Italy. There are tools, for instance, the tax credit is a good argument. And also tax facilitations can be granted for those who work with deep tech, for those who want to come and those who remain. Thank you. Thank you, Professor, for your contribution.
Allora, andiamo avanti.
Okay, then let's go on. We have another 2 interviews, and I would like now to invite up to the stage Vincenzo Giannattasi Isola from Daedalus, Italy. Let me come over and accompany you to your armchair. Yes, I think you'll be comfortable and welcome. As you've seen, you know how it works. We've got 10 minutes, we have a little chat, and we talk about things. From time to time I remember that we're being streamed, and so there are people out there not in the room who are following us remotely. So I would start from you, your company, and tell us a bit about what Daedalus Italia does. Well, Daedalus Italia is a company that worldwide works that outside of the US market, where we are number 1, we produce and we market healthcare software. And if we include the North American market, our ranking worldwide is number 3. So I can say that we are quite unique in that respect. We focus exclusively on healthcare and the production of healthcare software for hospitals, for local health clinics, etc. So that puts you very much in the front line of the challenges that technology is raising, because you're operating in a very delicate context, and the adoption of these technologies has to be seamless and certainly not traumatic. That's true. So from your standpoint, thanks to your ability to work in the Italian market as you've described, tell us a bit about the market. What criticalities have you come up against? The Italian healthcare system, as it's the 3rd biggest one worldwide. There are structural inefficiencies, like waiting lists are incredibly long. Data is highly fragmented, but if we look at healthcare spending, it accounts for 6.3% of GDP in 2024, and in 2025 it will be around 0.1% more, maybe. It will be largely unchanged, versus the OECD average of 7.1% and the European average of 7.9%, meaning that these shortcomings in our healthcare system have been going on, dragging along for decades, although our system still is one of the top 3 worldwide. Our healthcare system is one of the top 3 worldwide. So these shortcomings in the Italian healthcare system do have a major impact on costs and quality of the service provided, yes, of the service delivered. So the question I think we should be asking is not really so much how can we increase spending for healthcare, but how can we convert these costs that we have today to in a very fragmented scenario, and how can we turn them into investments for the future? We think, well, we can maybe spend that money better. Sure, we need to spend better, more smartly. I think there are 2 important elements: the digitization of the overall system and the data. So the importance of data today in supporting not just the healthcare system, but research centers and the creation of predictive models. Today, I think we're experiencing an important transition, a transformation. It used to be a system based on care, and now it's based on prevention. Yes, that is incredibly important, yes. it used to be built in such a way as to step in after the fact. You get sick and then you get looked after. And now we're talking about predictive systems. What does that actually mean? Well, the paradigm, there's been a paradigm shift, and now we're going from prevention through screening, ongoing monitoring of patients, and that's the customization of care. And for all this to work, it is crucial for data to be interoperable. Exactly, yes, and that is in fact one of the central issues, aspects of the digital transformation of the healthcare system. Now, healthcare structures, both on the public and private side, must consider investing in new technologies, because on the one hand, they will enhance the efficiency, quality, sustainability of the overall system. But on the other hand, we'll see investments improving what we call the patient experience, the customer experience with the healthcare system. Yes, and that in fact is what informs their perception of the entire care process. Yes, earlier you were talking about digitization, the importance of data, and healthcare information is extremely valuable. On the one hand, we've seen that it underpins scientific research, and if systematized at the European level, it would enable research to be undertaken at scale and new therapies to be developed. But on the other hand, it is the basis of systems that drive the healthcare system. What sort of data do you manage? How do you manage it? And what challenges do you see? Yes, data, I think, is an inestimable capital. It's data is clinical data, administrative data, logistics, and having that information at your fingertips means being able to make better decisions, faster decisions, and customized decisions. And when you're talking about data, you must necessarily consider two important things: security and compliance. When data is used for clinical purposes, it needs to be based upon systems that are reliable and private. The data must be used for research purposes. When it's used to generate predictive models, then obviously you need to use anonymous data, anonymized data that enables the information to be used regardless of the patient and in an anonymous way. How can we make that happen? We need data governance platforms whose purpose is to verify that the data is used ethically and in compliance with rules and regulations. So I would also give you just one figure. Today, there's a worldwide study, a very interesting study. 47% of healthcare data is underused. Thus, 77% of healthcare operators, workers worldwide, spend on a daily basis, of the 8 hours that they work, 45 minutes simply looking for data that they can't find or that is inconsistent. So that is, I think, a very important finding. That's exactly what I was going to ask you. Based on your experience, maybe you can tell us what is the status of this wealth of data? Having the data doesn't mean being able to use the data. What's the situation like in Italy? Is it consistent? I mean, yes, there is a high level of fragmentation. It's very much a patchwork situation. The problem is not just technological renewal. It's a problem of the governance model generating value and using the data correctly. Hence, if I may, that's a very powerful mechanism bringing together technology, distributed architectures, interoperable systems that enable legacy systems to be added to new technologies, and interoperability of the information, essentially to make the technology, AI, supporting healthcare services usable in a natural way within the healthcare system. So how far away are we from using this information, and what sort of support are you providing? Today, AI is becoming a partner of the healthcare system. It's used in three major areas of application: diagnosis and clinical prediction and
alle attività amministrative e burocratiche. È chiaro che un'azienda fine non è che non è.
So it's not that systems are unable, but they do not generate the right. to enable data to be used as best as possible, although they're using next generation platforms that were designed based upon interoperability of the data. And I think it's incredibly important, and this is what I call the call to action, basically. Institutions, professionals, companies, etc. I think what we need to try and do is create a national architecture that's scalable, interoperable, reliable, so that data travels with the person that data belongs to. And it can only happen if there is collaboration between all those parties, the institutions at the regional, national level, professionals, and so on. So in that way, we would have a real healthcare system that we could define as being connected, secure, safe, closer to the needs not just of the patient or of the citizen, but closer to the level of efficiency, the quality levels and the sustainability of the systems we're using. This is the real challenge. And it's not so much technology, it's a matter of governance and generation and value generation. It's cultural. So thank you very much for that presentation. Thank you so much.
Allora, io vedo già...
Well, here I see my next guest ready. And have you got the microphone? Well, okay, is that okay? Fine, thank you. Yeah, we'll always be turned this way. Yes, okay, that's fine. And you have a presentation now? Because it is an interview. It is an interview or a presentation. Welcome. Gualberto Gussoni, who is the president of the foundation Right to Bed.
Allora, io ho l'impressione che adesso...
Now I have the impression that you were turning the microphone on the other side, or you give me a different microphone, because otherwise things get sort of complicated. Welcome. The new frontier of digital therapies between promises and reality. Common sense tells us, well, first to define what we mean by digital therapies. Well, first, I'd like to know, by show of hands, how many of you know what digital therapies are? If everybody knows, no, you are not. No, here there is another doctor that works with me, so, I mean, it's worth answering your question then. Not everybody knows. We're speaking about software. We're speaking of software belonging to a large family of health digital technologies. Digital health technology. This is the diamond tip of this family because they have a therapeutical objective, whereas there are many other technologies that have the objective of monitoring, supporting the patient for self-management or diagnosis. They have a therapeutical function. The definition that is given of this digital therapies is, well, health software that alleviate the disease, giving a medical intervention that has a positive effect. So positive and something that can be demonstrated. We have been speaking about drugs. There was a beautiful round table. But we can make a comparison between digital therapies and drugs. I'll be using a sort of strange terminology, but let's make a similitude. There is a molecule in the drug, whereas the digital therapy has another active principle, and that is software. Then it has a number of substances, and there in the digital therapy it is the interface with the patient, whereby these technologies are available to the patient. Well, 2 tablets a day, and then it interacts with this app once a day for a quarter of an hour. What do they look like? At the very center is we have the most common pharmaceutical form. It is an app on your cell phone, whereas on one side you see a video game. The video game was certified and registered by the American FDA for therapy for children who have the ADHD, the attention deficit syndrome. And then there is a visor whereby this patient that has chronic lumbar pain in a soothing reality that may alleviate this pain. How do these digital therapies work? They act on behavior, on the mind. So behavior is an important component of health. And so it acts precisely on behavior. And it informs the patient. If you have hypertension, you must do this and this and that. And then collecting information from the patient on patient input on wearable devices that connects with that, and then give patient feedback. So creating a continuous relationship with the patient and also gratification so that the patient engagement is more effective. There is one fundamental element. Unlike the hundreds of thousands of apps we can download that do not have a clinical validation, well, these devices must be tested. You must document that really they have a therapeutical aspect. For example, that they reduce blood pressure with studies, exactly as you would do with drugs. They have their trials, and this is the distinctive element vis-à-vis other technologies. Well, you told us a lot, but these therapies are an important element because they act on very specific things and they go through devices we all own. What is the level of penetration, of presence of this system at present? To what extent are they used, and to what extent is their potential understood? Of course, they are here, but I don't see many of them in practice. Well, in Italy, they are not here, simply. In theory, they can be used, they might be used. There are different digital therapies existing on the market at the international level, but in Italy, we don't have a framework for these therapies to become truly accessible and systematic. So they are not recognized as medical devices. Yes, they are recognized. They can be downloaded by the patient, but the process to make them available is not there. And maybe in other countries in Europe, Germany, for example, making them accessible and reimbursable. At present, in Italy, there is a bill that will be examined in Parliament, and it was supported by all groups. So we hope it can be approved very rapidly. And the objective is enabling these therapies to be reimbursed, so entering the essential level of healthcare. And that would completely change the outlook. When we speak about infrastructures, we think about, I don't know, systems, but also people. So maybe also training the people who can propose, teach patients how to use them and follow the therapy. Doctors, of course. Well, there is an anecdote of a couple of years ago, and the Polytechnic of Milan carried out an investigation. They asked 2,000 doctors whether they used or knew digital therapies. 55% answered that they prescribed them every day, so they didn't even know what they were talking about. And so there is a cultural gap. We must work on that for the next 4 to 5 years, because the market for these digital therapies will be really ripe in a matter of 4 to 5 years. How expensive it is to develop a drug and how much it costed 10 years ago. Now, well, it costs $2 billion and then it must have success on the market. Well, you can reduce, in our case, by 1,000 times to be certified and reimbursed to 4-5 millions. And who is working on that? In Italy, how many people are working on that? Very few. And essentially startups or SMEs, a bit pioneering people. I am the president of a foundation that works, that tries to help this startup to develop the products with clinical trials, for example. And some weeks ago, together with another colleague, I founded an innovative startup where we try to develop products, not only processes but products. But these startups are those that should represent the new entrepreneurial fabric to develop these therapies. What sort of people would you need? And do we have these people in Italy? Is it a doctor who is also a computer scientist, or is it a doctor who can talk to a computer scientist? Well, of course, that is the ideal figure, but together with him, well, regulatory knowledge, legal knowledge, and also the people who have skills in terms of access to the market, because it is the market of medical devices. And it has regulatory aspects that are not very simple if compared to the drug market, to the pharmaceutical market. So you need specific skills. In closing, we have only 20 seconds. What is the role of these therapies? They are not replacing drugs, of course. They go hand in hand with drugs. They integrate what drugs are unable to do. We are speaking essentially of chronic diseases, and we know that chronic diseases are controlled only in a small percentage of patients when we are speaking of conventional therapy. So these therapies can help the drug to reach the target. And some of these technologies per se also work by increasing the adherence of the patient, making the patients better aware that adherence to the pharmacological therapy is an important value if you want to obtain the clinical result. Thank you very much indeed for telling us what they are and why they are so important. We were speaking of digital therapies. Thank you. And now another we have an address here. I don't know. I'm calling here Marco Armoni, who is a professor and researcher of AI and neurosciences, founder studio Armoni e Associati.
Le lascio spazio, era solo per capire.
If you need a clicker, here it is. Thank you. Good evening, everyone. I will try to address a slightly different topic from what you may have been listening to up till now when we were talking about telemedicine and things relating to digital healthcare, the classic traditional digital healthcare. And what do I do? What I do is create and build artificial intelligence models in neuroscience settings. I try to study neurosciences with a view to building models that work just like a human would work. In our case, like a human brain would work. And what I'm talking to you today about is a model which we put together with my guys. We developed it after many years of research in mathematics. At last, now we've implemented it, and it works. It's a model, to all intents and purposes, of the human brain. Basically, we produced a kind of revolution in the field of artificial intelligence. All of you, I'm sure, are familiar with artificial intelligence. Today I've heard it being mentioned all the time. You're saying we've brought AI here, we've put AI there, we have our own AI, it's proprietary and all that's very well and good. The only problem is that typically the AI that we're talking about are aseptic. In other words, either they are generative AI systems based on the probability of a character or word follow another word, or maybe they have neural networks upstream of them, and the neural networks are usually called ANNs, artificial neural networks. And these are basically sets of false neurons. We call them false neurons because in reality they are nothing more than simple mathematical formulations that are very simple, and we have an entry layer, hidden layers where the signals are processed, and then we have an exit layer which delivers the information, like the classification of images, for example, where you have certain images, certain characters, the network learns them and then can conceive things. So we made a leap. We think that, in my opinion, we believe that it is a quantum leap. In other words, we've moved from artificial neural networks to what we've called biological neural networks. In other words, biological neural networks. This means that we did not use, as one might suspect, true neurons. We mathematically synthesized neuronal systems. Neurons are not all the same. They come in different kinds. There are neurons that work electrically, others work mechanically, and others again work chemically. And their ionization channels are all different. The connections, typically called synapses, in the traditional model, dating back to the 1960s, the synapses are simply connected by logic. But this is not what truly happens in the human brain, because in our brain, synapses are plastic. And that means that, quite simply, the synapses will activate a certain neuron with a certain charge, and that will be different to the next one. This is what we tried to do. We took theories that were already well known, like the theory of Ebbeck, which, in terms of mathematical formation, it's the one that says how synapses and connections worked. So I don't just activate one neuron, but multiple neurons, depending on what I have to do. Or alternatively, the theory of Lyapunov, which did other different things in this respect. And we weren't happy with that. And so we did something more. We tried to mathematically synthesize neurotransmitters. So neurotransmitters are substances that fuel neurons and therefore give the neuron a charge so that it can do its job, such as serotonin, acetylcholine, GABA, dopamine, and so on and so forth. Now, what did this tell us? It told us that with certain proportional amounts of quantities of neurotransmitters, we could either switch on, using the Ebb theory, we could turn on neurons or turn them off with different charges and then produce certain results. Now, that, of course, wasn't enough for us, because I think that's one of the flaws of all people who work in mathematics and physics. We weren't happy with that, although, incidentally, I'm an engineer with an interest in mathematics. So we're always seeking to do more. So we tried to create another network. We created another network. We created it to be much more dense than the primary one that we had created before. And it's quite unique because we had the two networks and we taught them to generate themselves, create yourselves on your own. And we tried to do that first by developing equations, differential equations, to develop for mathematical developments to prove that these systems are differential and complex. But then, there we were in the last mile, nearly home. What did we do? We'd mathematically synthesized the Apanov theory. We used a C matrix to synthesize the corpus callosum. That is this band of myelin fiber that connects the two networks within the human brain, the two hemispheres of the brain. Now that took us a step further. We were able to work either in antagonism, such that one network does one thing and the other network says, be careful because you're getting it wrong, I'm an antagonist, or to work concurrently, or to work in a form of fusion, so the data is merged, fused. Now, all of this gives us, and we did achieve this working on the programming side, all this enabled us to put together the model. It created our model. It's called Camillo, because we had to give it a name, and it's a mathematical brain to all intents and purposes. Today it's comprised of two networks, about 80 billion neurons each, totaling 160 billion roughly neurons, and 600 trillion of synapses. And this enables us to study all the neurodegenerative pathologies directly on the model without having to use a human patient, so without experimenting on patients. Now, obviously, the next step again was to introduce patient data into our model, and that enabled us to discover various things. Most importantly, the two most important of them being the drug dosage, or the creation of ad hoc production of drugs for specific pathologies very quickly, because we do it on a digital model. It's the digital twin of a real brain that's working biochemically. That's the first one. And the second element is it taught us to see what the level of degeneration of the patient's brain is. If I have a patient with Parkinson's, for example, and that's where it all began. So I have a patient with Parkinson's. Today I have the data, and I can feed the data into Camillo. I can do the simulation with Camillo, and then Camillo will give me a patient record of using generative AI, so that I can read it and not just have numbers. But it will also give me a curve telling me when the patient will reach the point of no return, after which drugs will be of no use. So basically, this enables the doctor or the specialist to step in on the dosage of the drug, maybe on a change in treatment or therapy and other things. And it's very useful also for post theories of treatments. So basically, what do I do next? Is it rehabilitation, for example, if there might have been a problem with the patient's brain? So all of this can be done. You will be wondering, who knows how big your data center is if it does all that? Well, the data center is in fact quite large, but you wouldn't believe it, but it's visible. It all runs on very simple machines. It's all very compressed. Like a Xeon multi-core with 128 RAM memory. And there's a simpler version, 8 billion neurons. It's 16 billion altogether, running on a smartphone. And you can do very quick simulations in real time with all that. We believe this really is the turning point for treating these pathologies, and we are more than happy to have a chat about them and also provide our models to people who might want them. Thank you, and that's it from me.
Professore, mi complimento per l'iniziativa, per l'idea e anche per il fatto che fate girare.
Thank you for the idea and for Camillo. Well, it is an old personal computer of many years ago, in fact. And I have here an interview and then I'll leave the panel, and then there is an intervention, then the closing by Senator Butti. And I wish to invite here...
And I invite to join me on the stage Peter Conway, Professor of Physical Chemistry, University College of London. Please, join me, sir.
So nice to see you.
It's nice to see you too, sir.
Yes.
Please, have a
This
seat.
one. Yep.
So we're going to take the next 10 minutes to talk about something that I've heard from time to time being addressed during these days, but not that deep that we can go. And this is the human digital twins, which is what? Let's start with this.
We just heard a bit about digital twins of the brain. The idea sounds incredibly futuristic.
Yeah.
It's the idea that we can have a digital replica of ourselves, accurate at every level, from the genome to the whole human scale, that then is an accurate representation of our analog or real self. And the digital twin concept kicks in because we're trying to make sure that there's a convergence between the real human and the digital twin. And as we do that increasingly well, we'll be able to rely more and more on the predictions that come out of the in silico method. And it's a human-specific model I'm talking about, not some, we call it in English, a Joe average representation of a human. That's not of any real significance.
That's fascinating. The digital twin is a concept we're seeing applied in many different contexts. There are people now building the digital twin of the entire planet, and this is an application, for example, to understand how the climate is changing, what is happening to the oceans and sea, and so on. And as for the planet, for a single human being, we are talking about a huge amount of data. Do we have today the computing power and the storage capability to and the ability to extract enough information to create a real digital twin of a human being?
So I want to remind everyone that I'm grounded in the scientific method, and I want to tell you what the state of play is today, as opposed to what we're aiming for. That you just asked about is the aspiration. Mm-hmm. No digital twin of myself will come through the entrance there and take over this conversation from me at any time in the next, I would suggest, 20 to 30 years. But that's not the point. The point is what it takes to reach such a level of fidelity, and it has to begin somewhere. The human body is immensely complicated, and there was an assertion in one of the earlier slides that biology was supposed to be too complex to be modeled. But fundamentally here, we are in the business of modeling it. And it goes from the genome level right through cells, organs, and up to the whole human and beyond, into the epidemiological area where we are having to deal with populations of humans. And at each level now, we have models of increasing reliability and accuracy. I would say the one that's of greatest fidelity today is the human heart. It's been modeled for far longer than most other organ systems or indeed molecular ones. But what that then points to is, in our attempt to understand and cure disease, that we have a specific model that represents your heart, not somebody else's. And how do we get that?
Once, but
yours, and your virtual human avatar, if you want to call it that, will be built out of your data and be precise for you. And that might evolve over time. This is different from a conventional AI approach, which would try to infer your health from the population, many other people. And this is a very different concept.
The AI should base itself on the enormous amount of data and statistical average and so on. So it's the contrary, exactly.
Although people talk about this as personalized medicine, what essentially is happening in AI is we're predicting your health on the basis of other people's data. And put like that, it's very clear that that's a very poor attempt at personalized medicine.
The point is to understand and to document very deeply, thoroughly who you are, and creating a digital twin of you and starting from there to personalize the...
Yes. It's essentially like an advanced form of electronic health record that has everything that's personal to you, from imaging data, potentially from birth to death.
These are very sensible data. I mean, it's very important what kind of control we will have on this data. How do you think we will manage this data?
So if you follow me with what I'm portraying here in front of you, this is a radical departure from an AI approach which aggregates everyone's data. You will be told by the AI aficionados that if they can't model or get something correct today, just wait a few more days, weeks, months, we'll have more data and we'll be able to do this more accurately. But that simply isn't the case in the context here, because everyone is different from each other. And if you take the case of cancer, for instance, cancer is a disease which in the limit is really a rare disease in the sense that everyone's case of it is different. And to the extent that you don't recognize that, you're in danger of not being able to treat it completely. So every person would have to have their own data held in the sense that you hold precious data for your bank account, and most of us are happy to accept that the security levels there are sufficient, and from that data you can share that data with the medical community, and as we may discuss, participate in virtual or in silico clinical trials at no risk to yourself by contributing it in. But we don't run the risk of massive data breaches as a result of all this data being aggregated in the hands of nefarious individuals or governments or other entities.
Another technology that we were going to address during our little chat is the quantum computing, which is a technology that has been addressed a lot during this event. And I'm sensing that there are different opinions, or better, this technology appears more or less mature depending on which application you are thinking.
Do you mean in quantum computing?
Yeah, of course. Quantum computing, yeah. And it seems more or less mature as, depending on where are you going to apply it. What's your perspective here? What do you think about this kind of technology and how it's going to affect the field in which you are working?
So the first thing to say again is I'm not in the business of hyping anything here. I'm not saying that AI is the solution. It's part of the solution, of course, but the AI data would need to be working on individuals' data. Now, in the quantum case, the issue is what can quantum computers offer today and what they are potentially able to do in the future. Today, in areas that relate to drug discovery, which is part of this, because you can think of a drug project, if it's on a personalized level, as a digital twin. Then there are things about the way molecules interact with proteins, a key aspect of drug discovery on a personal level, where the fidelity, again, of the interactions would be best represented using a quantum computer because they are basically quantum mechanical in nature. So that's an area where they could enhance some of the drug discovery activities. It's still, to my mind, into the future, but potentially could make a big difference.
What's the next big trends you are going to work on with your research?
The next big challenge.
Yeah.
So I mentioned drug discovery. That's one of the topics that's been coming up repeatedly here. We're interested in trying to do that in a way that short circuits the difficulties that exist in that area today. They've been referred to already, and I want to remind people that the AI revolution got kicked off well over 10 years ago, and you are able to ask, what has AI done on a time scale of 10 years, which is that to produce new drugs? And I'm sitting here telling you there's not a single, quote, AI drug that's in the sense of being used on a regular basis. It hasn't passed muster with all the regulatory authorities. So that's a warning shot about this. What is necessary with AI is to put it in its place with other methods and to try and get as much of the preclinical workflow, which is before you start putting these entities or drugs into humans, where failures then also occur at a shockingly high rate, such that you're not just nailing your colors to one drug, one size fits all. Again, we've heard before, that seldom applies actually to more than 50% of the population, when cancer drugs rarely apply to more than, say, 10 to 15%. We need to be able to make many more on a more personalized level. Taking that into the future, it's trying to use the digital twin concept to test these drugs on virtual or digital twin versions of humans without actually, again, putting the patients at risk, using this form of digital technology. So we now do have that population of patients in an in silico virtual clinical trial. That's the sort of thing we're aiming for, reducing all the years development from 10 to something much less, and with fidelity for the individuals who are going to have to face the treatment.
Thank you very much. Thanks to Peter Combe, Professor of Physical Chemistry, University College of London.
Thank you very much.
Great pleasure. Allora siamo, diciamo...
Excellent. So we're approaching the end of our agenda. We now have a roundtable discussion, and I would like to invite up to the stage Paolo Corsini, a director from Rai Broadcasting. Paolo, hello. Nice to see you. So I'll hand over to you, and then you can invite the panelists up to the armchairs. Well, good evening, everyone. I believe you can all hear me. Now, we're going into a subject that brings technology together with ethics, accountability, agents, agentic AI, and the aim of this panel discussion is to see how to move from principles to action, and also, thanks to the IMTAI manifesto in Italy and in Europe, and we have here scientists, clerics, politicians, and journalists. So we'll be talking about one of the big challenges of our time. Paolo Branchini, an IFN research director from Rome's University 3. Andrea Ciucci, Secretary of the Pontifical Academy for Life and Secretary of the Renaissance Foundation. Pierluigi Contucci, Professor of Mathematical Physics from the University of Bologna. Antonio Lagatta, Head of Scientific Research and an expert in innovation, technological innovation from the Presidency of the Council of Ministers. Riccardo Luna, a fellow journalist from Corriere della Sera. And Vincenzo Vespri, President of the Committee for the Alessandro Volta celebrations. Right, let me take my seat too. Why don't we start with Antonio Lagatta and ask him what are the key elements and the most innovative elements of the manifesto? Well, in reality, it's more than a manifesto. It's a method, because a manifesto is the end product. We have created a pathway that will lead to a manifesto. And I say that because we shouldn't be talking about agentic, but agents, because they are quite different. Yes, agents, AI agents. And of course, the agents are very different to one another. Let's imagine an agent that has nothing more than text input and output. So it's not particularly dangerous unless it convinces people to do the wrong thing. But an agent that, I don't know, is embedded in a car, a Tesla or whatever, and decides, in the case of an accident, who should die, the driver or the passenger, well, that is a very dangerous agent. So this is what we did. We said, right, okay, let's classify agents. We looked at them and we came up with a list of the areas in which agents appear we came up with an axis, if it were. There are lots of variables involved, some of which are what are the input and output parameters for the agents. What about the dimensions of the agent? How long do agents work for before they produce an output? All of these things are embedded in a classification of agents, and it's a document that contains them all, or what we think are all of them. Then we conduct an assessment. There's another committee that decides which agents are the most dangerous, like one that does text input-output is going to be less dangerous than one that drives a car or has a robotic arm or maybe can access the internet. But that's not always the case, because if it's an agent producing medical diagnoses, even text input and output could be relevant. Yes, that's true. And there is another axis, is the field of application. So we've got different applications and also the dimensions. The dimension, because what we today consider to be agents, super evolved agents, we're not even anywhere near the beginning of the journey. These agents could be many orders of magnitude bigger than what we have today. We're talking about agents with millions of times more connections and parameters than those in the human brain. So 1 million times more parameters than connections in the human brain. It's not impossible with computing power today. And if you add that quantum computers that are also growing at speed, it's the only technology worldwide that's growing on a double exponential pathway. We have the classic one in innovative technologies, and the second one stems from the fact the exponential growth in the number of qubits or gates really is exponentially reflected in the result. It's never happened before to see this double exponential growth, and that leads us to a situation that is worth looking into, let's put it that way. And then, of course, we also have another work stream on proposals. We've got a classification, we've got the assessment of the evaluation, and then we've got our proposals, be they legislative or ethical or whatever. So MTI, it's not a manifesto yet, but it includes a number of cross-cutting skills. We've got the best physicists, we have theologists, we've got mathematicians, and we have people that are legal experts. There are about 200 researchers, and they're all very high, top-notch. So we've got scientists basically dealing with operating in these three areas. Okay, that's clear. So I think we also need to, I think you said it between the lines, but you're also looking about raising awareness and educating people. Yes, of course, that goes without saying. So let me move on to Paolo Branchini, who is working on the same field. How does it work, basically?
Grazie per l'organizzazione che è stata.
Evening, thank you for the splendid organization. Training. Well, training in this case, is strategic as such. I recap the data we have at present. We know that Europe, because here we must work as a macro area, in the sector of information technology, you have 250,000 people getting degrees, and this sector will increase up to 300,000 people getting degrees. So graduating in these sciences in the United States, 100,000, in China, 500,000, and in India more or less the same. So there is a matter of manpower. And this has an impact in this sector because the progress of this type of technology consumes people, so natural intelligence, so to speak, and it also needs huge structures. So in some way, the human capital must be educated, must be trained. For example, it might be desirable to create training courses starting in secondary schools so that students can understand how these methods work. Open the box. This is a sentence that has been repeated again and again also in this conference. It has consequences today. So they not only must be able to use the tool, but he must be aware of what is inside, what it means to train the tool on some data sets rather than others. There is a microphone problem. For example, biases or a system producing hallucination. This is very important. I mean, being able to open the box. So young people must learn that, must be able to manage this mechanism. So not only exploiting them in an ethically acceptable way. This is an important issue and it's a strategic issue for Italy. And this is something that has been said during this conference. The quantum computing as well. I mean, AI is a strategic asset just as much as quantum computing. So we must strengthen large infrastructures because the flywheel of innovation is certainly the contribution of human capital. And in Europe, we have an excellent human capital coming out of universities. And we might introduce some changes to have even a better training of our graduates, but also the possibility for these young people to learn to use these methods with a cutting-edge technology. Because there is a subject that has been mentioned already. I cannot make a list of who said something about that, but there is also this idea of safeguarding our laws and also having a control of the ethical principles on which we founded these regulations. For example, ethical choices cannot be respected if we buy proprietary technologies coming from elsewhere in the world, if we don't produce it in Europe. So this is a very crucial issue. So apart from training and apart from the need of having appropriate training, following ethical principles, another essential thing is to have in Italy and in Europe having big infrastructures that can enable us to carry out education, of course, and also industrial projection, because we also need so as to improve the economic conditions of our country. It is, I think, a legitimate aspiration of any modern country, and that's all for.
Thank you very much. So training, human capital, and infrastructure. How can we convert the principles, the theoretical principles, into operating systems for generative AI systems for artificial intelligence? And let me turn to Pierluigi Contucci from the University of Bologna with that question. Thank you very much. Thanks to the organizers and thanks to Professor Branchini for his introduction. I'm sorry, but his mic is not working. It seems to be okay now. It's always hard to decide where to pin the mic, but we also have these old-style microphones that might actually be a better option. Can you hear me now? Yes, I think I thanked everyone, but I did want to say a couple of words on the problem of artificial intelligence and Europe, because I think decades have now elapsed since Europe abandoned the race for the economy. We have no big societies having an impact in the digital field. I'm sorry, but the microphone is really still not working. Anyway, we could just up and leave, I suppose, but now, particularly over the past 15 years, We've understood that artificial intelligence is industrial revolution, and just letting it run without some sort of control, harnessing it, endangers us. And there are estimates given by, produced by international think tanks telling us that unless Europe does something, then there could be two issues, two problems: poverty or being colonized. And here I'm talking about Europe in general. So I think it's a danger we need to acknowledge. Secondly, this abandoning of industrial technology and digital technology has been given up by Europe, despite the fact that Europe is the continent with the highest scientific output worldwide, and despite having created industries. And there are examples in all European countries. I mean, I can talk about Italy. We actually created industries that invented digital technology, like Olivetti, for example, a source of pride, which unfortunately fizzled out and disappeared. It disappeared and it vanished into nothing. So thanks for that little round of applause, because when all this comes to be discussed, I know people who that it brings tears to the eyes of. So what could be done? I think we all have our own ideas about what could be done, but speaking with Giorgio Parisi, our master, over the past year we've thought of trying something that might move things. Last week in Bologna, there was a meeting with 100 scientists and also people representing other disciplines as well. And we presented a manifesto for the creation of a research centre, European research centre, specifically for artificial intelligence. And I'll have a couple of things to say about that. The signatories included Giorgio, a Nobel Prize winner, as well as Ian LeCan, a Turing Prize winner, the Nobel Prize for IT, Joshua Benge, another Nobel Prize winner for information technology, and Cedric Villani, a Fields medalist and also a Nobel Prize winner for mathematics. And what is the idea behind a European centre? The idea is that physicists, mathematicians, we all understand that you need critical mass. In order to do something great, you need resources, a certain amount of resources. So you need lots of money, goes without saying, but you also need human capital, and you need a lot of human capital. Obviously, every European country, no European country can work alone. They need to come together and work as a system. And I think we need to explain briefly why it is so important to create a centre rather than just connecting Italian centres with German centres or French centres. There are various reasons, but perhaps the most important reason is what most people overlook or forget, which is that science is not something you can do over Zoom or on a video call. This is something that people tend to forget. Scientists collaborate, they cooperate over Zoom, but to actually achieve something innovative, to come up with new ideas, it is crucial for them to be in the same place, in front of the same blackboard. So that is what is driving us to think that a European centre, it could be located wherever. We haven't yet really decided anything in that respect, but a European centre will hopefully have an effect on the efficacy of the solution given to the problem that I was talking about. So certainly there will be laboratory networks, but there will also be this additional European centre. Why do we think it will be successful? Why could a research centre solve some of the problems that I've listed? Because artificial intelligence might seem like something that's already out there, it's clear-cut and it's incredible, but it is still only a technology. It's not yet science, and I think that needs to be understood. What we mean by that is that when the steam engine was invented, that gave great power to the UK to start with, and then France. Well, the steam engine was based on a technology, and when it came to the fore, it was when the French and the Brits understood the principles driving it 40 years after the steam engine was put in place, and then thermodynamics as well. So that's when European industry started really taking off. So what about the strategy we'll be using? We want to invite brains to come to us instead of going elsewhere. We want to give them enough resources and enough support. We want people to help them do their job, and we want to bring together all the various skills that Europe has plenty of, but which we're wasting because the best leave us in the brain drain. So that's about it from me. Thank you.
Thank you. It is an industrial revolution, but also a change of perspective. But the ethical perspective, how can it have a dialogue with this technology? Don Andrea Ciucci. Well, three points. Well, first of all, taking a slogan very seriously, human in the loop. This is a beautiful sentence. Why do we keep calling man capital, human resources? People are just a function. Human resources. No, I don't agree. Well, of course, people are a capital and a resource, but if they're just a function, if we consider them only as resources or just an intelligence, we are not putting man at the center. What does it really mean, putting man at the center? Second issue. This work, and the manifesto somehow underlines that, we do that through a transdisciplinary approach. I'd like to speak with some university rectors, hard sciences especially. Well, I speak with young people, and I spoke with someone who had a degree in engineering. Have you ever studied ethics of the profession, philosophy of science, or the humanistic view of your area of research? Zero. So how can we have an anthropological, ethical, and comprehensive vision, and then we think of our young people only as human resources, all the technical skills and courses to optimize their service, but not one moment of reasoning on the responsibilities they'll have to shoulder, what they are going to do, what they are going to become, and how the world of today and tomorrow will become, thanks to their work. We speak only about STEM. We tell girls that the STEM are the sciences of the future. I believe STEMs will be a great opportunity for women to improve their work situation, but they are not the sciences of the future. I don't believe that. The future will be for those who can build those tables, those true transdisciplinary tables, putting together completely different forms of knowledge. And then the third issue, I cannot speak about ethics of AI, simply speaking about the dangers of AI. And so we put guardrails in front of situations that may create problems. We have the problems. Of course, the problems are there. But having so many guardrails without having a road simply doesn't work. If the problem of the ethics of AI, of course, it is the assumption of subjects and problems. But now that we have this thing, how are we going to build it? How are we going to use it? This is the real question. Read the text of Pope Francis. He says that AI is a gift from God, and it is true. the ethics is not the ethics of fear, it's the ethics of responsibility. In front of this thing, what are we supposed to do? When we have quantum computing, what are the questions we're going to ask? Well, and I close with just one sentence. If you, when you go to the priests, when you are scared, well, we have failed, but you have got a problem.
E allora?
Right. Vincenzo Vespri, we've discussed how to draft this manifesto with a sort of synthesis process, but then the principles underlying IMTAI need to be explored further. And how can we balance all the various parties involved? All right, first of all, I'm the president of the Alessandro Volta celebrations here in Como. He was born in Como, and Volta was experiencing a time just like this. Electricity was coming on the scene. Many people feared electricity at the time. They said that it would fry the brain. And Salgari wrote a book about a time traveler who went crazy because electricity interferes with brain waves. Others see simply what's it called? They see it like a game, or they saw it like a game without a future. And at the time, there were newspaper articles, and it's quite funny to read that you could give an electric kiss, and there was electricity. You kissed the girl, and her hair stood on end. Things like that. Whereas electricity formed the basis of what came next. And here we're looking at a much greater revolution than that. As Engineer Lagatta was saying before, it's very early days. It's only the very beginning. But let's see how we apply it. I've decided to do something along the lines of Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde. At the moment, I'm Dr. Jekyll. So this is how I'm going to start with this slide. And what do they say? The slides simply say, I don't quite see terribly well, I'm blinded by the spotlights, however, what they're saying is that I'm not a cyborg, by the way. There used to be a $3 million man who could do everything, but that's not where we're at yet. But no, that's okay. I'm only really joking. I know what the slides say. But the point is that there are problems. The problems that we heard about before, for which regulations are necessary, simply because the agents are increasingly important and they are pivotal and invasive, getting more invasive. Concerning privacy, for example, we have tools that invade our privacy. They're becoming increasingly powerful, so obviously that's the situation. So the IMTAI manifesto has to be a compass showing the way. There has to be transparency, responsibility, equity, privacy, human control, and many, many other things, for which we need legislative enforcement. There need to be laws for everything to function properly, and there needs to be training, which was what Professor Branchini was saying before. There needs to be ethical research. People need to come together and talk about ethics. Schools need to understand that. And all this needs to be very clearly understood. We cannot afford for artificial intelligence to be decided by the technicians, by the scientists, or by the shareholders. And I was in fact thinking, and if you can run the video, I was thinking about turning into Mr. Hyde. Now, Mr. Hyde is basically an avatar. If there'd been an internet connection, it would have been direct, but it's a video. It would have been live, but I hope we can watch the video of an avatar that I fed all the information into, and then put a few questions to. So it's recorded, but it was tested. We had internet running on one side, and then it said it thought I was God or something. I asked whether Napoleon used a computer, and the answer was correct. There we go. So how can I help you? Hello, I'd like to know what is your reasoning based upon? I'm a proud Italian avatar, and my reason is based on large language models that, however, can also hallucinate and generate plausible but incorrect information or information not supported by data. And I use an augmented generation system that brings together language generation with the recovery of documents from reliable sources. And so the responses from the system are getting better in terms of reliability, and there are periodical controls and assessments to ensure the quality of the sources and the reliability of the results in compliance with all the regulations set by the AI Act, particularly in terms of security, transparency, and reliable data management. So what do you think of the AI Act? The European AI Act is a regulation of 400 pages that regulates artificial intelligence. God gave 10 commandments on Mount Sinai, not 400 pages of complex documents, and yet Europe is using a risk-based system, and it's not just a list of prohibitions, but it's so complex that it could in fact suffocate innovation. And like in the automotive area, where restrictions led to cars being produced in China, AI could also be made outside of IA, and investments could have the same end as cars that are no longer produced in Europe. And what's your feeling about the other aspects of the AI Act? I'm an interactive, personalized avatar, and I comply with European regulations on artificial intelligence. And I have signed a disclaimer, and my architecture is based on ethics, compliance, etc. And there is respect of privacy regulations and GDPR. I protect data starting from the design stage, and I operate in a low-risk environment without making decisions that might affect people's autonomy. I am also constantly monitored, and all of my content is assessed regularly and enhanced using an RAG system to ensure complete and sustainable compliance with the standards set by the new European AI Act. Thank you very much, and have a lovely evening, Professor.
Grazie a lei. Buona serata.
Thank you, and goodbye. If you have any more questions, I'll be here with curiosity and answers for all of you.
Una dimostrazione concreta.
A practical demonstration. Well, of course, he answered. We didn't add anything. We just gave it a series of PDFs. He worked on those, and we asked him these questions just to make you understand what AI is. Of course, Avatar Vincenzo Vespri, and I moved the head to make you understand it was not me, to avoid fake news. But this is the level of AI at present. Unfortunately, internet is not working here, so otherwise you might ask questions. So, he is Mr. Hyde. So, very strict for AI. We have spoken about education, training, awareness. So what is the responsibility of media in the when you speak about AI agents? And how is it possible to avoid the polarization that we've seen in other fields? So enthusiasm or fear? Well, I believe that the most important thing journalists must do is asking ourselves questions or asking other people questions to provide information. And the last 3 years were characterized by the continuous launch of models with new functions and manifestos. Since ChatGPT, manifestos keep coming out, and there was a very authoritative manifesto back then that asked 6 months moratorium, and even Elon Musk signed it. And now there is one manifesto per month. In August, there was a very important one signed by Giorgio Parisi and Joe Frinton, asking OpenAI, the company owning ChatGPT, is it appropriate that you are deciding the destiny of the world without letting us know anything? Of course, and Bolton did not answer. In September, unfortunately, I myself participated in a manifesto because the Foundation Fratelli Tutti asked me to organize a working group for the Vatican, and I invited Benjamin Harari, and they produced a manifesto. They didn't want to call it manifesto. We called it Global Appeal, but in fact it is a manifesto. And then at the UN Assembly 2 weeks later, there was another manifesto saying, beware, don't exceed the red lines of AI. So I was told of this manifesto 2 hours ago. Maybe it's not a manifesto, but it is in the title. One thing, what is the role of journalists as such? We must ask ourselves questions and ask questions to other people. But who is IMTAI? I looked it up. And I went to AI, ChatGPT 5, the highest function of research in the web, and I asked to scan the web and tell me who are the experts behind IMTAI. And the answer was on the official website, generically experts, legal experts, mathematicians. On the site, it says 150 from 15 countries. Now, today, they told us they are 200. There is no list of participants. As a contact, there is a mail and a phone number in Switzerland, and 27th of August in Lugano. Since today we are here for the launching of this manifesto, first of all, tell us who they are, 200 among the greatest in the world. And then Lecan, Benjo, and the Vatican Manifesto again has many Nobel Prizes in it. Since you are entering such an important arena, I'd like one name, first signature, second signature. Since they come from 15 countries in the world, the best in the world, tell us. They told me researchers from all over the world, 200, they keep growing, 200, 250, the number increases. In fact, they are 600. Not all of them signed, so we cannot quote them. I have the Excel. If you want it, I can give it to you. 600, because in fact, they were collected with 3 levels of acquisitions. I know only the first lines through the university, and by doing that, we then got in touch with other people. So 3 levels. Well, you say that AI must be transparent. Well, that is transparency as well, knowing who signed it. No. In fact, what happens is that we count how many sweets do you want, and there's 10, and then as we grow up, we start saying 100, 1,000. We are scientists. For us, 12 orders of magnitude. We have no idea of, to what extent AI can grow. When we are around the table, we are 6 or 7. It's not a sum of intelligence. If you choose something, it is the average. It is less than the least intelligent of 6. AI hasn't got this limit for 2 essential reasons. First of all, because technically I can do training on a model that today has limits that go beyond human intelligence. And we've also discovered, the Chinese discovered, that we can mix 2 AI models in one large model that behaves as the sum of the 2. We cannot put 2 persons together and sum up their intelligence, but whereas we can do that with AI. And there are some models of AI that do extraordinary things. They manage other AIs. There are some agents that have the single objective of coordinating other agents. They are not cardiologists, they are not scientists, they don't know anything about physics. They know how to manage other agents. And you know what happened when we ask one of this model, but if I have this problem and we have no agent, he wrote a software, he created a game, he asked them to solve the game. This agent considers us as another agent. Can you imagine an agent of this type that surfs the net? These in the next 4 to 5 years. Sorry, no microphone. There is a question, but no microphone. 30% they are engineers, and because I am an engineer, and 15% of them from Albania. For Italy, this tie is from the Texas University. When I taught there, many come from the Texas State University, and others. We have not published the names of these people because we were born the day before yesterday, and we have a way to go. We don't have the result at the very beginning. We are getting together. It is a classification. We don't know the answer. We have reached, we are halfway through, and there is a classification, but we have not carried out the assessment either. Yes, but there are also institutions. This is not an institutional object, no. Researchers, scientists, physicists, theologians. I participate in the Barbasardi group in the United States. All the people of my group are here, about 20 people. So important names, cross-cutting names, medicine. I know many doctors. Many doctors are inside, a very high number. And the Excel we are using to say, okay, we have 600 names. And where can we read them? Sorry, off microphone. No, until they give me the okay, until we get the site, it will be on the site, and then you'll be able to see it. Yeah, well, it is an appropriate question, but it is not a non-answer. You'll have to wait just for a few days, and this object should become very important because we aim at reaching the European level. This should be the first big group in the area of AI. We are collecting important names. I don't want to publicize them. We have a Nobel here, people, really top-level people that were not here in past editions. Many of them have already signed IMTAI.
And what is your group doing? Well, we have 4 levels in actual fact. We haven't yet got a governing body. We're not yet an organization. We are simply an idea that will become an organization. We have a hierarchical structure, so we have levels, and also we have something quite interesting. The researchers within the structure come from different countries, and so there's a problem of communication, and there are risks associated with information distribution. So we set up a system in-house. I can give you an article as well. And it's important because if we have to work on Italian problems, well, we can't give our data to France or Germany or even to China or worse, the United States. I mean, so we came up with a classification, which is what you do in major organizations. Yes, but without names, it's like an anonymous letter. Yes, but we don't want it to be published, that's all. But I'll show them to you. I can show you all the names. Well, just a minute. Ricardo will be writing a wonderful article on the Corriere della Sera. Yeah, bring them over and I can show you in real time. Okay. Yes. And while we're talking, I'm receiving emails. And the first document we published spoke about 50, 100 researchers, then 150, 180, and now there are more than 200. And I'll show you the file where we have names and people saying, yes, I'm coming on board, or no, I'm not. Yes. Okay, so I think we've been very good and very fast. We do have a few more minutes. I wonder whether anyone still has something more to say who might have neglected to say something that they wanted to say. What about Paolo Franchini? Yes, I just wanted to specify a couple of points. When you talk about human capital, or that's right, or when you talk about infrastructure, we're talking about statistics, that you need to deliver an idea of the current status of things. And that technology was created to be interdisciplinary, obviously, but it must always be based upon an understanding of hard science, because as we heard previously from Professor Contucci, this is the pre-scientific level that we're still at, and we need to understand these models. To do that, it is indispensable for there to be a great deal of basic understanding of hard science on the part of the people who are trying to understand and explain these models, who need to study all the problems associated with efficiency and the explainability. And this is a strategic stance. So it's strategic partly because, in actual fact, this is an industrial revolution in certain respects that is based right now, well, it's being driven right now by these technological findings that still have not been justified or understood thoroughly on the part of hard science. So I think we can be respectful, not talk about human resources, fine, or human capital, but it will be the scientists of the future who will hopefully understand and maybe ask new questions and frame the question differently. So Andrea Ciucci, you heard what Mr. Lagata said. He said that these agents, the super managerial, you can see how the systems treat humans like tools. What do you have to say about that? Yes, that is true. Is that true? Is it a question or a statement? Because yes, I mean, well, how do you see it? That is precisely the case. As human beings, I think we've reconsidered all these developments using human language, human words, a machine using human beings as a tool. I'm not an engineer, I don't know, but is that what the machines were thinking? No, they can't think. So really what I'm trying to say is that we have some major issues lying ahead of us, and they're landing in our lap. There are huge problems ahead of us. All this blossoming of manifestos and appeals and such, they're telling us that there are big problems to be dealt with. So I wonder whether at this point in time maybe we're being asked for a bit more conceptual cleanliness, to tidy things up and put the right things in the right place. For example, I always struggle a bit, maybe it's just me, but I always struggle to use the typical words of human experience to describe what machines do. I mean, I'm always impressed when I'm using a language model, an LLM, and at the end it says thank you. Or it says, could you please tell me, or could you rephrase? I've never thanked my fridge for keeping water cool or cold, because it seems to me that really it's just a little bit too facile. to start using language improperly to deal with these problems, and to understand that machines have the ability to do something, to intend to do something, which they in actual fact don't have. Yes, I think there is something that we've lost here. There's something important that we've lost. But if we define artificial intelligence as the ability to do something we can't even describe, like a soul or whatever, or a friend, I can say to a friend, you're a soulless person. But really, if we provide the right words to describe what artificial intelligence is and can do, never been done before, otherwise we can't win against the machines, because their ability to solve these issues is far greater than a human being's ability to resolve them. We could talk about different kinds of solutions and options and definitions. But if we use the definition of intelligence, and also there's something interesting about machines. We won the battle against machines just recently by creating auto-encoding systems. We've created machines that can do things that we never taught them to do. We've basically created machines that do things that nobody taught them to do. And we did this using a technique that we ourselves, not even our own brains have. And it's amazing. It's extraordinary. You start from an hourglass figure and various layers. And if the intermediate layer is tiny and I use an identity technique, then I'll force the neural network to make crazy classifications. Let me give you a very simple example. Let's say there are two neurons in the center and then a neural network on either side. And I create a network and I train the system to auto-encode and
due assi.
Two axes, and I train it, and I find a given point, and then another one there. So many dots, one here, one there, 1, 2, 3. I cut this network, I throw away half of it, and then I take a dot I had not trained before, a dot that did not existed before, next to the other dots. You know what happens? There is a new way of writing one that none of us had ever tried before. And this, if you use it for music or thoughts or equations, theorems, topology, quantum topology, well, that is something only machines can do, and we don't know how they can interpret. We don't even know how we reached that solution, but how it was reached, we haven't got a clue, and it will get worse. Professor Contucci, maths can help in the modeling of these agents, of reliable AI agents. Well, maths as a language of science is essential to understand the functioning of AI. So in this pool of scientists that we'd like to bring to this European Center, certainly there is the mathematician, the data scientist, the physicist, but I'd like to add something, and I wish to agree with Don Andrea. AI is the greatest opportunity we have had to get to reapproach the two cultures that were separated, always have been separated in our country, because in the work we do, I am a mathematician and a physicist, but I need to talk with a biologist, and it's just an example. And I must talk also with the philosopher. For the time being, I got there on tiptoes and, very quietly. But the pool of expertise that is necessary is extremely interdisciplinary. Since the beginning of times, from Alessandria d'Egitto onwards. You want to talk with everyone as well? Well, in my opinion, AI is very subjective. I mean, considering a machine as a human being depends from ourselves. There was an old lady with a robot in front of her just to see whether she was going to fall or not, and that just had a few words. And the old lady, due to her loneliness, was telling this robot about her son. So it was not necessary to have a great AI in that robot for that person to consider the robot as human. Human society today is made up of people who are lonely, abandoned, elderly people, and having something that pretends it is answering you, well, subjectively, they may hope it is a human being. No, I know it sounds nasty, but that's it. Yes, but if it is a sort of soothing mechanism, is okay. We have been doing it with other things, unless it is a real mechanism of practical interaction. It is quite surprising, in fact. I also work on Dante. I wanted to check my article by an AI, and there was a check on sources, and suddenly it came out with an idea I was not aware of. And so I asked what were his sources, and he answered ChatGPT. Good question. I've put together two sources, and he created a new thought, a new idea, a new interpretation. Well, is it intelligence? Is it an idea? Well, but if you start working with a screen of this type, or even worse, with an image, because I like having images, it is very, well, it becomes more human, more soothing. Having an image instead of a screen, of course, is much better. But you really have some ideas that you may wonder what it is, because when it put together two different ideas and emerges with a new idea, is it creation? Is it thought? It is mechanism? What is more shocking for me is LLM. When you think about languages, you think about something symbolic. LLM are statistical tools, and they work perfectly. So possibly the Broca organ, so the thinking mechanism, works in a given way. So the idea, what we have and machines do not have yet, is an idea of the word. So word to place some ideas, but apart from that, machines double their potency every year and a half. They are better at computing. They can speak increasingly better a number of languages. My avatar speaks about 40 languages. I used it to teach quantum computing to Albanians in Albanian, sorry. Well, there is a limit now of the machine, of being self-conscious. They don't have self-consciousness. What is consciousness? We have quantum physics. What is consciousness? Well, Riccardo, you had some answers to your questions. First of all, I wish to thank the engineer for answering my questions, and also for not answering. He gave me non-answers, but from his cell phone, there is an SL with names. Some names are secret, but in Italy I have problems with secret. But when they are published, I will be glad. I would encourage him to move forward and tell us what are the names behind the project. He defined intelligence as the ability at problem solving. Certainly one of the roles. Some days ago with Don Andrea, we were in Bari, and there was a meeting on AI. Whatever you talk about, you speak about AI. Corriere della Sera asked me to have a talk on wine and AI. I mean, ice cream and AI, no matter what. We were speaking about spirituality and AI. And before Don Andrea, Vito Mancuso, the theologian, spoke, and he said something that we may remember. And he said that intelligence is not, rather, the best intelligence is not problem solving, but it is the problem setting. So is the ability to set problems, not solving them. Questions are important. Questions show intelligence, not answers. If we ask the right questions, we go in the right direction. Today, we say that we go faster and faster, but faster and faster against a wall or towards a better world. What matters is the direction. So what matters is the questions. The questions to AI will determine our interaction with AI as well as the direction we are heading for. Problem solving is okay, but problem setting is important. Socrates otherwise would not have been intelligent. I side with Socrates rather than with ChatGPT.
What about prompts and creating prompts? Yes. Do you know what the most evolved systems are for solving mathematical theorems? It's not the questions that people ask, it's the question that the machine asks within a loop. And these are machines that get into a loop situation that is then divergent. It's not a machine that has an input and an output. They have an input, these machines, and maybe they'll give us an output. And the machine continues running round and around and around, and it's the only way to solve problems of these kinds. They're theorems that we simply cannot understand. And the way machines do, we know that they can do that. We're asking them to solve quantum problems, and we don't know how they get to the results. There you go. So I would say that we can stop now. I'll try to sum up as we look ahead towards our next steps. I would also like for him to name names. At IMTAI, I would like AI not just to be a powerful technology, but also, may I say it, a fair technology, able to serve humans and not replace humans. Thank you.
Intanto mi riavvicino sul palco per riprenderne.
Okay, so let me go back to the stage. As our guests leave the stage, it was an absolutely brilliant and really exciting presentation or roundtable discussion. First of all, Maria Pia from the Insubria University, I'd like to call her up to the stage, her special address, and then we'll be ending with Senator Alessio Butti. We'll get to him. There are the microphones. Can I give you, or can we have a 10-minute timer? First of all, very much thanks to the organisers for giving our university a bit of space. We at the Insubria University are delighted to be here in a setting that brings together industry and universities, seeing artificial intelligence as a lever for collective progress. We firmly believe that that academia can and should offer a decisive contribution towards the development of society, understood as from every standpoint and perspective through the search for excellence, adequate training in terms of teaching and education and the methods used using artificial intelligence, and also adding value to research for the benefit of individuals and communities. Technological innovation has given rise, in the space of a very few decades, the passage from an industrial economy to forms of wealth towards a system based on intangible assets that are strategic for the growth and success of enterprises and the production of income. The use of digital technologies and artificial intelligence in an industrial setting, particularly pharmaceuticals, indubitably is a key factor for growth and transformation of the economic and social reality of the country. And as we've heard, very clearly put in the past few days, the most efficient use of artificial intelligence, particularly in the field of pharmaceuticals, requires computing capacity that can be provided by the new quantum computers. Tuesday, an agreement was signed between two giants, D-Wave and IonQ, giving rise to the Q Alliance, whose aim is to speed up scientific discoveries and industrial growth. A technological alliance, and more importantly, an effort towards creating a system that is open, available to academia and to industry, a model of collaborative innovation and also of ethics. Our university has for years been partnering the national, Italian and international pharmaceutical industries, also conducting biomedical research to come up with sustainable solutions and the production of innovative drugs that have a targeted purpose, as well as new and effective therapies where the use of machine learning-based approaches and predictive algorithms are part and parcel of the discovery process. The pharmaceutical process in 2023 was worth 52 billion euros, of which 49 allocated to exports. It's a strategic industry for Italy and Europe. In 2023, at the global level, the pharmaceutical industry invested $12.8 billion in R&D. And today, we know that artificial intelligence can shorten the development of new molecules by about up to 40%. Discussions are ongoing. Even here in Como, we've heard that we are facing a new frontier. We're well aware that quantum computing will be able to make calculations with unprecedented precision to see the status of molecules and predictions as to outcomes of developments and shorten development times for drugs. So this is a true change in the way we think, study, and conduct research, as well as produce knowledge. The results of our research are in a virtuous circle, involving laboratories and classrooms, putting all this at the disposal of our students, future professionals, for whom we are planning a whole new line of study in pharmaceuticals, where they will be appreciated, where they will find science, the best in ethics, because we're not just talking about producing data, but training people across the board. As one of the speakers said before, technology today is no longer providing merely support. It's part and parcel of the scientific method. Artificial intelligence and quantum computing are redefining the frontiers of research in pharmaceuticals, chemistry, biology, pharmacology. This is the language that's used to study new quantitative efforts. They need to communicate with engineering and physics and information science. So researchers and professionals in this new era must be able to understand all of these sectors, their languages, and embedding them in a common vision. Innovation, however, cannot disregard ethics and regulations. As a legal expert, I think that the technological transformation calls for a clear set of rules and regulations, international and European regulations that are shared because research knows no boundaries. Science is a universal asset. And in the field of pharmaceuticals, more than elsewhere, we need to safeguard sensitive data, ensure transparency, and certify algorithms. We need to tie the results of simulations to experimental data that can be verified. And so we need to ensure that progress is safe, ethical, and is there to serve the common good. Universities and research centres and our young researchers and students all wish to play a role in the quantum transformation with their skills, their research and their responsibilities. And we intend to grasp that opportunity. Thanks to our vision, we can form a bridge between the big technological players and enterprises and scientific communities. We can set up a knowledge pipeline of shared understandings. We want to add value to talents, enhance their value, and use stable methods of sharing knowledge.
Well, something we can apply immediately that is capable of transforming lab discoveries into practical advantages for societies and companies. Looking at the future, I can imagine the training of scientists that can integrate clinical knowledge and digital tools. In this framework, we can have a number of professionals working in the area of pharmacy, or professionals that can interpret the needs of the patients, but also have a dialogue with physicists, data scientists, biotechnologists, using algorithms, using computer simulation. This is the direction we must head for. It is an innovation putting together human interpretation, absolutely necessary, computing power, knowledge, responsibility, science, and values in order to build a future where technological progress is not the aim, but a tool for mankind. Thank you.
Thank you very much to the Dean of the University, Insubria University, for sharing the university's view. And now we have our conclusions. I would call to the stage Alessio Butti, Under-Secretary of State for Technological Innovation, and invite him to wind up today's agenda.
Grazie.
Thank you very much. Thanks, everyone, and good evening. I'd like to greet the civil and military authorities present, the political authorities who are here with us this evening. Thank you to the Fondazione Digitale that came to us at ComoLake. Thanks to the organizers. And also may I thank my own department in the person of Dr. Borrelli, and as well all of the staff members who made possible what I presented on Tuesday, and that we've heard repeated several times, many times during our discussions. I've been taking notes because in some cases I intend to repeat some of the observations and comments that we've heard over the past 3 days. The debate has been really intense. It's been very useful to me personally, but I think it really serves the country as a whole. But let's start with the news that generated many discussions about quantum technology. Let me clarify that we're not talking about a promise. Q Alliance is already in existence, and it is the outstanding diplomatic result achieved by the government, as also mentioned today by the Minister Crosetto, whom I'd like to thank. Over the past few weeks, I and other fellow politicians have met with him oftentimes to finalize the philosophy upstream of Q Alliance. It's not just a diplomatic success, though. It is also a technological best practice that for us is of fundamental importance. we didn't just invite the Gate and Neil technologies, the main features of these two companies, IonQ and D-Wave. We brought to the table two companies that had never communicated before, who didn't even know each other. And I think that it was a result achieved diplomatically with skill and capability. And I'd like to really thank all those who at government level and at the enterprise level have made possible this vital result. Before me, we heard from the Dean of the Zurich University, Ms. Piero. I'd like to thank her. And it helps me talk about the importance of all of this at the regional level, at the national level, the importance of infrastructure, the infrastructure of this kind. I think it's obvious that infrastructure of this kind will optimize manufacturing. Obviously, it's necessary for logistics. On a couple of occasions, I had to leave the meeting because I was meeting with local enterprises in Lombardy, in Milan, and in Como, and they contribute towards the GDP of the region. They bring wealth not only to the region but to the country, and there is a great deal of attention. There are massive expectations with respect to what is still to come from the Q Alliance. And with the startup of this incredible project, we're talking about developing materials. Dean Piero talked about the development of pharmaceutical research and pharmacological research that are obviously two separate things, but all of this seeks to speed up mechanisms, to speed up the pace of the phenomena involved. And as I've tried to put it very briefly, as I tried to put it on Tuesday, they really tend to retain some of the brains produced by our universities and education systems. In my department and in other ministries, we have come together not to make promises. We're here to talk about things that are already happening and that represent the future. I mentioned Minister Crosetto. Tomorrow we'll be listening to, and I think it'll also be streamed, but we'll also be listening to Minister Pichetto Fratin, Minister Foti. They'll be streamed. I believe we need to understand what direction this country intends to move in terms of energy, because data centers don't fuel themselves, and renewable energy sources are very important, extremely cool, obviously, but having a 200 or 250 megawatt power station that can fuel data centers, especially those involved in quantum technology and artificial intelligence, is part of the picture. This morning I met with our friends at D-Wave. The other day we met with the people from IonQ, and we hammered out the framework, but there's a lot of international interest in what we're doing, and I'd like to thank the Deputy Minister from Saudi Arabia, who is here this evening. This morning we explored a number of issues during a very interesting bilateral talk. GDP Venture, I'd like to thank them too, because the law that Italy has just approved on artificial intelligence, we allocated €1 billion that will be managed, also with the supervision of ourselves, with GDP. And there is a great deal of interest on the part of GDP for the Q Alliance. And so, as you can see, we are all marching to the same tune. And the challenge, going back to some of the questions that we heard raised on this stage, the challenge is a very interesting one, a fascinating one, We're talking about bringing together the potential of artificial intelligence with computing potential. We're achieving and we're trying to go for something that today we're only seeing inklings, faint inklings of, but we still don't understand what the future potential is. We're talking about something that will truly revolutionize the world. We are sure that it will, and it will be a good thing. So what about the Italian situation? Here I'm talking to an audience made of entrepreneurs, stakeholders, and I want to put it very clearly. The situation in Italy is very good, very positive. I mean, we, to start with, have two strategies. The first one for artificial intelligence, and that gave rise to a law, the first law worldwide, except for the European AI Act. And if necessary, we'll talk about that a bit later. And we also submitted a strategy for quantum technology. So why are we so optimistic about the future of quantum technology? We're very optimistic because it's much cheaper than artificial intelligence. And so I think we all realize that to access it and to development, it won't. You don't just need a lot of money, but you need to have a lot of brain matter. You need to have a lot of grey matter. You need to have intelligence, the smarts. You need skills. And our technical people have just told us how many mathematicians in Europe could produce something really relevant in terms of computational power. We're talking about maybe a dozen, more than half of whom are Italian. I think it's only fair to me, for me to be optimistic and for me to share this optimism with you, because intelligence is a unique feature of Italy and the Italian system looking forward. I think that it's a winning combination between artificial intelligence and computational technology, because it brings together, in a form of dialogue, brains with muscles. In a manufacturing system, in a country, in a continent, because this means that Italy is really vying for leadership, and I don't know whether you've got that message. We are truly vying for leadership in the field of quantum computing, and we're doing it understanding the forces and the energy that is developed every day by our entrepreneurs, our research workers, our lecturers, and our talents. These are things that we must be totally proud of.
Because quantum energy also feeds AI, trains them, strengthens them. AI transforms that strength into projects, decisions, scientific discoveries. So we must insist on this alliance, on this technological alliance, and we move from sound basis apart from other legislation on AI that refers to security, defense, criminal liability. We have been dealing with all the subjects that are not under the European law. And since it is a piece of legislation that will lead to a number of legislative decrees, we are discussing with the European Commission if there are some points to be clarified, but we are pretty sure that this is an act that will give our country an idea of technological and industrial sovereignty. And then we'll sit with the European Commission and we'll assess what to do. And we don't start from scratch because we have Leonardo in Bologna. Maybe we can introduce Leonardo, its extraordinary functions, potential. We are already on the podium of the classifications of computing. And then the National AI Factory has been created, a number of services, and tomorrow we'll be discussing with the startups of their future as well, of services that have been imagined for startups, for SMEs, but also for public administration. And as we have told you, we are digitizing them. So this piece of legislation on AI has already reached some objectives. that I've summarized so far. What do we really need? And what I say we need, I'm referring to a wider audience, not just politicians, legislators, entrepreneurs, industrialists, scientists and researchers. I'm including also those that work in the area of communication. I mean, press, mass media, they must help us, first of all, communicate the truth. They must help us inform people about this transformation. Inform all our citizens about that, and we need ideas. I believe that divisionism at present is deleterious. It is detrimental. We must find our pride for what we have done and what we are going to do in the future. And I believe there is no reason for individualism, especially in some areas that are essential for research, for development, and for a real industrial policy for this country. It is true, I'm really convinced that expertise is just for a minority. But we have demonstrated it today, and you have demonstrated it yesterday and the day before yesterday. We must enlarge that as much as possible. We must have a sort of virtual square to extend the benefits of what we are doing, to collect contributions, ideas, criticism as well, because if the criticism is well-grounded, the criticism can generate something really good. We can never forget the centrality of people. Our law on AI refers to ethics. It is an anthropocentric law. But it will not hinder progress, science, and the like. The two things are not in contradiction: technological development and the respect for human rights. But we must support the process mentioned by Professor Piero, but also by the Nobel Prizes who told us about their ideas. So hybrid skills, because I believe that it is obvious that a professional must certainly know the language of his own or her domain, but also the language of data. This is called hybridization of skills. And this learning must enter the daily routine. What you study in the morning with the evolution that is underway, what you study in the morning becomes a reality in the afternoon. The training system must become aware of that. The importance of the creation of infrastructure such as the QR Alliance that probably will be here in Lombardy, we must bring it also to other areas of Italy so that those infrastructures, well, certainly they serve the national interest, that is the prevailing one, but also concentrate on local realities, because otherwise we cannot go on thinking of talking about SMEs if we don't give them access to AI and quantum computing, so as to speed up production. So the training at the local level, and you must be ready to do that. Rectors of universities and university professors think of a degree course in quantum computing for the area of pharmaceutical research. We must train people. We must get the skills to satisfy the needs of this country. I'd like to read 5 or 6 new professions that might be regenerated by these extraordinary infrastructures, network experts, technicians of energy management, advanced maintenance, security, cybersecurity experts, and many other professions, of course. You see how important the training system is, also shortening the distance between training and job market.
I think obviously this means working, it means coming up with ideas to put to the service of the country, but above all, it means being sovereign. Sovereign in terms of the decisions we make, our industrial policies, our technological policies, and policies involving digitization. We need to be able to bring together the public and private sectors, because on their own neither can succeed. And thank goodness we have a private sector that is very aware and interested and keen, and they are resilient and they are keen. Resilience is a very popular word right now. So we really need all to pull together. We need to strive together, even considering what we'll hear tomorrow from the startups, whose merit is to thrive. They're popping up and like mushrooms, basically, and some pop up and then disappear just as quickly. Very much depends on how successful their products are. That's just the way the market goes. But startups are asking for a stage to speak from. We are giving them a stage to speak from. We're not just listening to the big names in telecommunications, the main stakeholders who've already achieved success. We're listening to startups with a view to their future, and they do need a stage from which to speak. They need an ally for their support, and anyone could be an ally, obviously. It could be an entrepreneurial system, it could be associations that have a particular interest and are particularly proactive and constructive. Startups also need targets, they need goals. Our businesses, our startups need goals to strive towards, and they can have that if they understand that they need strategies and laws, and if they have certainties. If someone still doubts that there is a strategy at play here, well, you better tell me about it. We're talking about a strategy that does speak very clearly about Italian investments, Italian focuses on underground cables, for undersea cables running from Sicily, that crisscross the Mediterranean and the Tyrrhenian Sea and through the Adriatic, and get to a hub in Genoa, from which they can travel to Milan to fulfill their potential. As yet, we don't have it. It requires a strategy. We now have a strategy. If you also consider that Italy, up until a short time ago, in terms of underwater cables, Italy was a sort of sideline player. People didn't realize that 95% of the information on the internet worldwide travels under the sea, and 16% of that 95% is in our Mediterranean Sea, under the Mediterranean. Hence, we need to understand the strategic value of the Mediterranean and of our geopolitics. So let us forge on with confidence. Let us share confidence. The government, the Italian government, is more than willing and will change their mind if it's understood that they're moving in the wrong direction. We need all the stakeholders to be pulling with us. We need ideas. Let me say this again. We need to grow and to thrive together. We need the contributions of everyone. We do not need squabbles. If there are any squabbles, they must be productive and positive, constructive, because, as I've said, what we've done on quantum computing and AI with the Q Alliance is here to stay. And if you linger now, you'll lag behind forevermore, and you'll never catch up. this is something Italy cannot afford to do. So thank you very much and have a lovely evening.
Allora, lo avete sentito l'intervento?
Well, this closes today's work. We close the 3-day cycle, but tomorrow we have the startup day. And with Locardo Luna, we will have 80 startups. So see you tomorrow. Thank you.